This is Audible.
Audible Studios presents What the Health? The startling truth behind the foods we eat, plus 50 plant-rich recipes to get you feeling your best. Written by Kip Andersen and Keegan Kuhn with Eunice Wong. Performed by Graham Halstead. All truth passes through 3 stages. First, it is ridiculed. Second, it is violently opposed. Third, it is accepted as being self-evident. Arthur Schopenhauer. Prologue. My name is Kip Andersen. I'm a documentary filmmaker in San Francisco. When I was in high school, my dad suffered third-degree heart block, a life-threatening condition. Third degree is the most serious kind. He was only 49. It happened in the middle of the night. I slept through it all. My parents didn't want to scare me. But when I woke up, I was very scared. My dad was in the hospital. None of us ever imagined that he would have a dangerous heart condition. He had high cholesterol, sure, but he was on medication for that. He was a lifelong military man, fit and proud. In fact, when he was hospitalized, he was about to be promoted to captain. But in the military, once there's something wrong with your heart, you're essentially forced to retire. My father came back from the hospital with a pacemaker and an honorable discharge from the career that had defined him for decades. My image of him, my dad, the embodiment of strength, shifted. I was afraid for him, and I was afraid for myself. All my life, I had heard about the inescapable link between genetics and disease. I didn't know what was going on beneath my own skin. My mom's father died of a diabetes-related heart attack when he was around 60. I was maybe 6 at the time. I loved him very much. Then my dad's father died of prostate cancer, and my grandmother died of stomach cancer. Both my mom's brother and sister have diabetes. You'll get diabetes too, they tell me with concern. My family's health history hangs over me. Diabetes, heart disease, cancer. I'm meticulous about my checkups. When I was 18, I used to take Metamucil and an aspirin every day. I run, I bike, I do yoga. I don't smoke or drink soda. I get enough sleep. I eat organic. Then one morning, I was brushing my teeth when I heard something on TV. World Health Organization this morning has classified processed meat such as bacon and sausage as carcinogenic, directly involved in causing cancer in humans. I rushed in, my mouth full of toothpaste, but the segment was over. They had moved on to the 1-second trick to rocking an off-the-shoulder top. I turned the TV off. I rinsed my mouth and went straight to my computer. I quickly found a report from the Cancer Agency of the World Health Organization. After thoroughly reviewing the accumulated scientific literature, experts from 10 countries had classified processed meat as a Group 1 carcinogen, the same group as cigarettes, asbestos, and plutonium, and red meat as a Group 2 carcinogen. I was shocked. Everyone knew hot dogs weren't health food, but carcinogens? My first thought was that this was new information. It wasn't. On September 24, 1907, the New York Times had run a front-page headline, "Cancer Increasing Among Meat Eaters." On the other hand, Italians and Chinese, practically vegetarians, show the lowest mortality of all. The results of a 2-year, exhaustive study of cancer proved conclusively that diet is a most important factor in the increase of the disease and its death rate. This was information from over a century ago. I had been living in low-grade dread for years, believing that my genetics sentenced me to disabling, chronic, and maybe fatal diseases in the years to come. Diet seemed like too easy an answer. I'd eaten meat since I was a baby, starting with chicken and rice baby food. My parents believed meat was an essential part of a healthy diet. That's what they'd been taught all their lives. But was this like I'd been smoking my entire childhood? My brain was flooded with questions. Was there a cancer connection with chicken and pork? What about dairy and eggs? Fish? Other diseases? If there's been a scientific connection between meat and cancer for over 100 years, why weren't there warning labels on meat by now, like tobacco? Why wasn't this public knowledge? I discovered that every 50 grams of processed meat eaten daily raises your risk for colorectal cancer by 18%. 50 grams is less than 2 pieces of bacon or 2 slices of ham. I also found that eating meat only 4 times a week increases your cancer risk by 42%, according to an Oxford study. This was wild. Almost everyone I know eats meat at least 4 times a week. I checked out the American Cancer Society website. In several spots, they recommend limiting red meat. In their Ingredients for a Healthy Kitchen, however, they counsel stocking up on extra lean hamburger, ground turkey breast, chicken breast, fish, eggs, cheese, milk, and yogurt. They provide recipes for dishes like quick and easy chili with extra lean ground beef, and advise people to choose lean meats. Look for the words loin or round in the name. This was like the American Lung Association telling you what kind of tobacco to smoke and how to roll cigarettes. I got on the phone. "Thank you for calling your American Cancer Society," the friendly young man said. "My name is Sam. I'm a cancer information specialist. How may I help you today?" "Yeah, hi," I said. "I was wondering why your website encourages people to eat processed meat, which is a Group 1 carcinogen, the same group as tobacco and asbestos, as well as red meat, which is a Group 2 carcinogen." There was a short silence. "Let me just place you on a brief hold," Sam said. We got disconnected. I dialed a different number. "Keegan," I said, when my friend and fellow filmmaker picked up. "We have to make another film." Chapter 1. Genetics, the Writing on the Cell. When I visited my dad in the hospital, the room was mostly dark. He was asleep. A monitor beeped, and I heard laughter from the nurses' station in the hall. A wave of anxiety and helplessness washed over me. How many years before it's me lying in that bed? I feel the same helplessness when I see my aunt or uncle who both have diabetes. My aunt is becoming blind. I've always been careful to keep my weight down and not eat too much sugar, but it's in my genes. I wondered, though, after the little bit I'd learned about meat and cancer, if there was a larger picture to genetics and disease. I was particularly preoccupied with the diabetes in my family. You'll get it too. It was worth looking into. What I found was remarkable. I turned up study after study showing that eating animal products, meat, dairy, or eggs, significantly increases your risk for developing type 2 diabetes. But when I went on the website of the American Diabetes Association, ADA, their diabetes meal plans recommended lean meats, poultry, fish, and non-fat dairy products. Their recipes included Moroccan lamb stew, oven barbecued chicken, Asian pork chops, barbecued meatballs, and blackened tuna with tangy mustard sauce. Maybe I was missing something. The scientific reports linking animal products and diabetes are filled with numbers and language I don't understand. Perhaps an expert at the ADA could clarify things for me. With type 2 diabetes, there's an enormous genetic component, Dr. Robert Ratner, Chief Scientific and Medical Officer of the ADA, told Keegan and me. His words hit me in the pit of my stomach. "There's no question that we're in the midst of a diabetes epidemic," Dr. Ratner said. "The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention do population-based surveys in which they ask people about diseases and then follow up with blood tests to confirm it. Their 2014 report estimated that 29 million people in the United States have diabetes. Of those, approximately 8 million people do not know they have the disease. It only showed up on the blood test. We're seeing an increase in new diagnoses of both type 1 and type 2 diabetes in the U.S. and around the world. Why are there so many more people with diabetes now? I asked. It's unclear why the incidence of type 1 diabetes is going up, Dr. Ratner answered. With type 2 diabetes, as I said, genetics plays a huge role. That risk is brought out by the interaction of diet, exercise, environment, genetic propensity. You need all of that together for the disease to occur. I made a mental note. If the disease requires all those factors, then maybe genetics wasn't playing such a huge role. There are two populations of Pima Indians who are virtually genetically identical, Dr. Ratner said. The ones in central Mexico are subsistence farmers, thin, with virtually no diabetes. The other group lives on an Arizona Indian reservation. They're obese, with a 50% prevalence of diabetes. Another example, he continued, is the case of first, second, and third-generation Japanese starting in Japan, who moved to Hawaii and then to Seattle. You see a progressive increase in the development of type 2 diabetes the farther they get from Japan and as more generations pass. What's happening in Japan that's different from Seattle? Keegan asked from behind the camera. There's no question that lifestyles are different, Dr. Ratner replied. They're walking more. Their diet is clearly very different. There's no question that the Western-type diet seems to correlate with an increased risk of diabetes. Which part of the Western diet is the culprit? I asked. There are so many potential confounders. There's no such thing as a diabetes diet. I thought of the meal recommendations on the ADA website, but said nothing. More recently, Dr. Ratner said, new devices have been developed for the delivery of insulin and the ability to monitor glucose in patients without having to go to the doctor's office. The convenience of treating diabetes has been revolutionary in the last 30 years. I looked down at my notes. What's the best way to prevent diabetes? It's unclear. I've come across a lot of studies, I said, saying diet is a huge contributor, and you could potentially cure or reverse diabetes with a purely plant-based diet. Dr. Ratner seemed to stiffen a tiny bit. I don't believe there is sufficient evidence to demonstrate that, he said. How does a low-fat, plant-based diet compare to the ADA diet you recommend? We don't recommend a specific diet. We recommend healthy eating. The one on the website? We recommend healthy eating. I tried again. You have a meal plan and recommended foods on your website. They are selections of foods to consider. If you compare those selections, then, to a plant-based, no one's done that study. I rifled through my papers and pulled one out. There was one in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition in 2009, I said, reading from it. A 74-week study comparing a low-fat, plant-based diet to the ADA plan in type 2. Dr. Ratner grabbed his coffee mug and swiveled away in his chair. I think we're done here. I'm not getting into an argument about... I looked up, startled. No, I just want to know if this is true. Any diet works, he said, turning to face me. If people follow it. I was a little thrown. But if it's not the proper diet... No, if that's where you want to go with this, I'm sorry. I'm not the person you should be talking to. Then who do we talk to about diet? I was completely confused. He had just said there was no question the Western diet was associated with an increased risk of diabetes. He looked at me. You can talk to anybody you want. We do not advocate a specific diet. Why not? Because the data doesn't exist to support it. We have data here. Dr. Ratner stood up abruptly. "We're done." I looked up at him. "I'm sorry?" "We're done. I'm not going to get into that argument with you." He plucked the microphone off his tie. "Why is it an argument? I just have this study here." "There are lots of studies," he interrupted, standing over me. "Lots of studies in the literature, many of which have never been replicated or, frankly, are wrong. That's why we do peer review, okay?" "The American Journal of Clinical Nutrition isn't peer-reviewed?" "I don't know which study you're referring to," he said, pocketing his phone. "In the absence of being able to see that study, I'm not going to comment." "I could show it to you," I said hopefully. "I just want to know whether—" "I'm sorry, I don't have time for that." He turned and walked out of the room. I looked over at Keegan behind the camera. He was as dumbfounded as I was. My heart was thumping. "That was bizarre," said Keegan. After a moment, we packed up our gear in silence. I noticed my hands were shaking. The ancient Greeks believed in 3 goddesses, more powerful than any others. We know them as the Fates. They would arrive at a newborn baby's cradle, where the first goddess spun the thread of life, and the second determined the length of thread. The third, the most feared, known as the Inevitable, cut the life thread. The baby's path was fixed from that moment. In 21st century America, not many of us still believe in the Fates with their spindle and shears, but we have replaced them with a modern substitute: genetics. There are diseases and disorders that are 100% genetically determined. No matter how or where you live, if you have the genetic combination for these conditions, they will manifest. These include Down syndrome, cystic fibrosis, and Huntington's disease, a degenerative brain disorder. Every person with a gene for Huntington's will eventually develop it. But I want to unpack the genetic component of the top causes of death in our country, like heart disease, cancer, stroke, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, along with contributing factors like obesity. People often believe their genetic lot is the most powerful influence over whether they'll develop these diseases. I've believed that since I was a teenager. I did everything I thought I could do to stave off my family's diabetes, cancer, and heart failure. But deep down, it felt like running away when a monster is chasing you. You have a choice. You can run or stand still. If you stand still, the monster will get you much sooner. If you run, you'll buy some time, but ultimately, come on, we're talking about a monster here. It's going to get you in the end. I kept going over the interview with Dr. Ratner. He was very emphatic about genetics playing a major part in the development of type 2 diabetes, but almost everything else he said, before he refused to talk to me, actually contradicted that statement. He was the one who brought up the Pima Indians who did or did not develop the disease depending on how they lived. He brought up the Japanese, whose type 2 diabetes soared when they moved away from Japan and its traditional lifestyle and diet. Diet, exercise, environment, genetic propensity, you need all of that together for the disease to occur. There's no question that the Western-type diet seems to correlate with the increased risk of diabetes. Those were his statements, not mine. But when I asked him to home in on how diet might prevent or reverse the disease, he shut everything down, and I was left in the dark. Time to grope around for some lights. Keegan and I packed our cameras and hit the road. When I first heard the news snippet on meat and cancer, I had no idea there was a health revolution brewing. Throughout the country, there's a growing movement of doctors challenging the conservative teachings that I, and everyone I know, had grown up with. Dr. Neil Barnard, a trim man with light brown hair, is president of the Physicians Committee for Responsible Medicine, PCRM, a nonprofit organization of 12,000 doctors. He's also on the medical faculty at George Washington University. Keegan and I visited him at the PCRM offices in D.C. I think of genes in two ways, Dr. Barnard told us. There are dictator genes. Those genes give orders, blue eyes or brown hair, and you don't have any choice. The genes for diabetes, heart disease, or certain forms of cancer, they're more like committees giving suggestions. But you've got a lot of control over whether those genes ever express themselves. The vista on diet-related disease is spreading out in a bigger way than we ever imagined. We thought maybe diet affected heart disease and a few cancers. Then there was diabetes. Now it's also brain disease, not only stroke, but also Alzheimer's. We thought that was entirely due to genes and age. Now we know it's due to a very substantial degree to diet. We've got control. Not perfect control, but certainly control we never had before. Our journey had begun. Dr. Garth Davis is a bariatric surgeon who at the time of our interview with him was running the Davis Clinic in Houston, Texas, one of the busiest surgical weight loss clinics in the country, as well as being head of bariatric surgery at one of Houston's biggest hospitals. Dr. Davis has since moved to Asheville, North Carolina, where he works at Mission Health as the medical director of their weight management clinic. Dr. Davis starred in the television series Big Medicine and wrote a best-selling book in 2008 called The Expert's Guide to Weight Loss Surgery. In that book, he recommended eating a high animal protein diet. But while following his own advice, he felt sicker and sicker and got fatter and fatter. He began poring through the scientific literature on nutrition and diet, examining epidemiological, experimental, and prospective cohort studies, analyzing research designs and conclusions. He even went back to 19th century accounts of African eating patterns. He ended up overhauling his previous, very publicly stated beliefs on nutrition. On the flight to Houston to visit Dr. Davis, I looked through my plastic oval window. I could see the plane's wing and the bright blanket of clouds beneath us. Next to me, Keegan was reading Dr. Davis's new book, Proteinaholic, a strong rebuttal to his previous book. I thought back on our interview with Dr. Barnard. His words made me feel like a prisoner watching the heavy cell door open just a tiny sliver. Was this for real, or was that door going to slam shut again? We talked with Dr. Davis in an examining room at his clinic. I'd watched YouTube clips of him from Big Medicine and was surprised that he looked far more youthful and powerful in person, despite his salt and pepper hair and starched doctor's coat. In the Big Medicine clips, he looked puffy and tired. He's now a prize-winning Ironman triathlete. In order to get many diseases, two things have to happen, Dr. Davis said. First, you have a genetic predisposition. Second, something sets that gene in motion. Let's take Okinawans from one of the Japanese islands. They're skinny, they don't have a lot of cancer, and they're one of the most long-lived cultures in the world. But if you move an Okinawan to America, they gain weight rapidly. They get heart disease, they get diabetes. In China, they used to think they didn't have diabetes. Now suddenly they have a huge increase in the disease, and they're blaming it on Western food, specifically the large amounts of meat. Dr. Davis had essentially given us the same migration disease model that Dr. Ratner from the ADA had used. But Dr. Davis was following the example through to its conclusion. We heard something similar from Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn, a celebrated cardiologist who has been practicing medicine for over 40 years. He works at the Cleveland Clinic, rated the best cardiac care center in the country by U.S. News and World Report. He's also a former Olympic rowing gold medalist. Let's look at the genetics of the Papua Highlanders, the Tarahumara in northern Mexico, or the rural Chinese, Dr. Esselstyn said to Keegan and me in his library. They have different genetics, but there's no heart disease in these populations. The field of epigenetics is breaking through in spades right now, in which you can actually alter genetic expression. You can turn genes on and off, and by what? By the environment. Perhaps nothing is as powerful as food. And it's not just heart disease, Dr. Esselstyn continued. When you look globally, there are certain cultures where breast cancer is much less frequently identified than in the U.S. Kenya, rural Japan in the 1950s. Yet what happened to the Japanese women when they migrated to the U.S. for the second and third generation, still pure Japanese American? They had the same rates of breast cancer as their Caucasian counterparts. The World Health Organization, WHO, pinpoints 4 factors as the main causes of death before the age of 86. 1. Poor diet. 2. High blood pressure. 3. Obesity. 4. Tobacco use. 3 of the 4 are diet-related. The National Research Council and the Institute of Medicine came to the same conclusions, finding that diet and activity patterns, far ahead of tobacco, alcohol, drug abuse, gun violence, and car accidents, are the primary factors behind premature deaths in this country. No more than 10% to 20% of risk for the primary causes of death comes from our genes. Only about 5% to 10% of cancer cases are attributable to genetic defects, with the other 90% to 95% rooted in lifestyle and environment. Colon cancer, the second most lethal cancer in the country, is the cancer most directly affected by what you eat. According to WHO, 80% of all heart disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes can be prevented. Scientific literature from the mid-1980s shows that eating saturated fat, which is mainly found in animal products like meat, dairy, and eggs, is more strongly associated with death than smoking cigarettes. Think about that. If you took your family to a neighborhood cookout and the dad next door offered you and your child a cigarette and a light, how would you react? And yet we accept with thanks the glistening beef burgers from that same dad. What's the difference between taking the cigarette and the burger? The smell and the taste, the social assumptions, the habits, the lack of knowledge. People think heart disease, cancer, and diabetes are inherited, not realizing that what they've actually inherited are the eating habits of their parents and grandparents. People are exposed as children to a certain way of eating that they carry into their adulthood. They pass it on to their children. That's why they develop the same diseases their parents and grandparents may have had before them, but it is not inevitable. Susan Levin, Director of Nutrition Education at PCRM and a registered dietitian with a specialty in sports nutrition, told us. She's also an avid runner, and when we interviewed her, she was 39 weeks pregnant. We have much more control over our lives than sometimes we even want, she said. That's why a lot of people take the medications. They really want to believe, I don't have control over this. This happened to my parents, so just give me the drugs. I don't need to change because it's inevitable. I thought of the Greek fates, particularly the third goddess, the inevitable, standing with her shears over the cradle. Levin is right. The thought of predestination can bring a peculiar comfort to many. It takes away responsibility. The majority of conditions that kill people in this country, said Levin, are completely preventable for most of us. It's up to us to take that responsibility and change the culture and the epidemics. I think we could do that within a generation. Dr. Michael Greger is a physician and New York Times best-selling author, an intense and hilarious guy with encyclopedic knowledge who runs the nonprofit website nutritionfacts.org. Nutrition Facts provides daily nutrition updates collected from the most current medical literature. Like Dr. Garth Davis, Dr. Greger is a research junkie. The reason we know cancers like colon cancer are so preventable is because rates differ dramatically around the globe, Dr. Greger tells us. There can be a 10, 50, 100-fold difference in colon cancer rates from some of the highest measured in Connecticut down to the lowest rates in Kampala, Uganda, for example. There are places where colon cancer, our number 2 cancer killer, is practically non-existent. It's not some genetic predisposition that makes people in Connecticut die from colon cancer, while people from Uganda don't. When you move to a high-risk country, you adopt the risk of the country. It's not our genes, it's our environment. We can change the expression of our genes, tumor-suppressing genes, tumor-activating genes, by what we put into our bodies. Even if you've been dealt a bad genetic deck, you can reshuffle it with diet. "Tell him about your family history," Keegan prompted me. I did. "Wow, you're perfect," Dr. Greger said. "People with a family history of disease often throw up their hands. 'I've got bad genes.' No, these are the people who have to eat exquisitely healthy. Bad diets often run in families. You eat how you were taught to eat. For most Americans, that's not good news. But we can regain our health by eating the plant-based diets of populations that don't suffer from these diseases. Much of what we know about diet comes from studies going back to rural Africa and rural China in the 1920s, where Westerners set up missionary hospitals. They saw millions of people, and to their surprise, they weren't suffering from Western diseases. There were populations where high blood pressure rates were 0. Heart disease rates were 0. Thousands of autopsies found no heart attacks. It's not like these Western-trained doctors couldn't recognize heart attacks. The diseases weren't present. If you want to avoid them, you have to change your diet. I love Dr. Greger. Ask him a question and it's like pressing the on button for information. He was still talking. Nathan Pritikin and other lifestyle medicine pioneers started asking, what if we put people with advanced chronic disease on the diet followed by these populations that don't get the diseases in the first place? Maybe we could slow it down. Instead, something miraculous happened. The diseases started to reverse. Prevention, I now believe, is possible, but halting a disease in motion and turning it around? Miracle drugs maybe could manage that. Diet? I don't know. Maybe Dr. Greger was talking about something atypical. When Keegan and I got back to the West Coast, we visited Dr. Michael Clapper, a tall, lean man with a white beard and bright brown eyes. We first met him when we made our film, Cowspiracy. He's on staff at the True North Health Center in Santa Rosa, California, and has been practicing acute care medicine for 40 years. For the last 30, he's focused on diet and lifestyle medicine, trying to keep people out of hospitals and off the operating table. He greeted us warmly. "What are some of the leading causes of the country's major diseases?" Keegan asked him. "Oh my," Dr. Clapper sighed. "If I could get all my medical colleagues in a room, I would say, please, I don't care if you are an internist, a family physician, a gastroenterologist, pick a medical specialty. Square one is to realize that the vast majority of patients in your waiting room are there because of what they eat. The current American diet is based on animal flesh and processed food, which is incredibly toxic to the blood vessels and the immune system, and it flows through our bloodstreams and our children's every 4 or 5 hours. The results are predictable. We're becoming grossly obese, arteries are clogging up, high blood pressure, diabetes, cancers, autoimmune diseases have direct correlations with the meat and salt in animal products. The vast majority of diseases are created today by what people are eating in the West. Until that is recognized," Dr. Clapper said, "we're just going to be treating symptoms. We're not getting to the root cause of disease, and that is the great transgression that the medical profession inadvertently perpetrates on the public." Dr. Clapper had pinpointed the question circling in my head, growing more compelling with every interview. With this landslide of evidence connecting chronic diseases with eating animal products, why did my doctor, who knows my family's health history, never once tell me to lay off the meat, dairy, and eggs? I started off asking, what don't I know? Now I began to wonder if I should be asking, what doesn't my doctor know? Chapter 2. Medical School, the Doctor of the Future. Thomas Edison said over 100 years ago, The doctor of the future will give no medicine, but will instruct his patient in the care of the human frame, in diet, and in the cause and prevention of disease. Fast forward to the early years of the 21st century. We live in a brave new world of billion-dollar pharmaceuticals and space-age medical procedures. It's no big deal for surgeons to inflate tiny balloons inside congested blood vessels, leaving behind a stent, a permanent wire mesh to prop an artery open, or harvest an artery from a patient's leg and splice it around the heart. We can also suck fat out of your butt and put it in your lips. Now there's medical progress. And yet our rates of chronic disease are smashing through the roof. In 2012, half the U.S. adult population had at least one chronic health condition. 1 out of 4 adults had at least 2. 86% of healthcare spending in 2010 covered people with one or more chronic conditions, with $315.4 billion allocated to heart disease and stroke. Cancer that same year cost $157 billion. Diabetes, $245 billion. In 2008, obesity-related causes racked up $147 billion in medical costs. Drugs, hospitals, and surgeries. Edison's prediction has not come true, because doctors cannot teach what they do not know. Dr. Alan Goldhammer is the founder of the True North Health Center. Unlike many doctors, he attended schools that prioritized nutrition and lifestyle as critical to sustaining and promoting health. This philosophy underpins his whole practice. Since 1984, he has been running True North, which has helped over 15,000 people recover from chronic conditions with the help of plant-based nutrition, lifestyle changes, and sometimes medically supervised water or juice fasts. Learning about diet and lifestyle is an extremely minor part of medical training today, Dr. Goldhammer said to Keegan and me. Medicine now is about the use of drugs and surgeries to suppress symptoms associated with the disease, and they do a brilliant job. It just doesn't have anything to do with health. Dr. Barnard put us in touch with Dr. Milton Mills, Associate Director of PCRM and a critical care physician at Fairfax Hospital in Virginia. We talked with him outside on a bright sunny day. His hospital declined to let us film him there. Dr. Mills is a robust African-American guy with a shaved head and a big voice. He treats patients in ICUs who have had heart attacks, end-stage kidney disease, and many other urgent illnesses. He frequently donates his time to free medical clinics. He told us a story about applying to medical schools. One of my interviewers asked me, "What are you interested in?" Dr. Mills recalled. I said I wanted to focus on preventive medicine and help people understand they don't have to live a life of illness. He looked at me and said, "Well, you don't want to end up like the dentist. They fluoridated the water and now they have no patients." I must have looked horrified because he tried to explain, "We operate from the disease model. We're in the business of treating sick people. We are not in the business of trying to prevent people from becoming sick." We also talked with Dr. Michelle McMacken in Brooklyn. Dr. McMacken teaches at New York University's School of Medicine and has been practicing primary care for over a decade. My experience in medical school is probably very similar to that of many other physicians, she told us. You get your training under a paradigm that promotes screening tests, pills, and procedures, when in reality behavior choices, particularly food, probably have the most power of all. Most medical schools, when teaching nutrition, teach about deficiencies. But the issues of today are not issues of deficiencies. They're primarily issues of excess. Even though the information is out there, it's not taught. And of course, doctors themselves have to be comfortable sharing that information. If a doctor is eating an unhealthy diet, it's harder to advise a healthy diet to your patients. But it's a systemic issue. It's not the doctor's fault if he or she hasn't been taught about nutrition. And with the way medical care is reimbursed through third-party payers who want to keep costs down, she continued, even a doctor who understands the power of diet and lifestyle is very, very pressed for time to talk to patients about it. My experience from teaching nutrition to doctors is that many doctors are eager to hear this information. We're in a crisis. Patients need to hear it. Doctors need to hear it. We need to start teaching it in medical school. The situation is the same for dietitians. We have to follow a very centralized federal standard to become dietitians, Susan Levin said. Even alternative schools have to follow the same guidelines because there's only one board exam. Unfortunately, it's on us as healthcare professionals to read medical journals and learn the research. During Dr. Greger's very first interview applying to med school, the interviewer said to him, "Nutrition is superfluous to human health." I wondered if medical education was different in the 1950s when Dr. Esselstyn went to school. "How many classes of nutrition did you have?" I asked him. "None." "None?" "There has to be a seismic revolution in medicine," Dr. Esselstyn said. "Many of us are concerned that the medical schools are run by the pharmaceutical industry. You get all this marvelous training for illness. You become brilliant about diagnosing, and once something's diagnosed, you decide what drugs or procedures are required. Nobody asks, why do you have this hypertension? You don't suddenly wake up when you're 30 with hypertension. For the last 30 years, every time you consume certain foods, your body took a hit, and it catches up to you. Any increase from none is an improvement, I suppose, but it didn't seem that way talking to Dr. Clapper. I had 4 one-hour lessons in nutrition during medical school, he recalled. Nutrition for burn patients, renal failure patients, pediatric patients with failure to grow syndrome, and I can't even remember what the last one was. In all the years of medical school, that's the formal nutrition training I've had. Wow, said Keegan. Is that standard? Unfortunately, yes, Dr. Clapper answered. Nutrition is the poor sister of medical education. Why? I asked. First, nutrition is viewed with disdain. Physicians feel we're practicing real medicine, suturing wounds and fixing fractures. Nutrition? Boring. Send them to the dietitian. Second, physicians don't want to open that discussion because they don't know much about it. And finally, we have to look at the physician's own diet. The filet mignon they had last night, the lobster thermidor they're looking forward to tonight, that's what really keeps nutrition from being recognized as a keystone of disease treatment. Between these 3 fortresses, the disdain, the ignorance, and the doctor's own unwillingness to change, nutrition doesn't enter the examination room. Wake up, my fellow doctors, Dr. Clapper urged. Nutrition is the bedrock of true health. It's time to become true physicians by treating the cause of disease. Most people consider their doctors a reliable source of nutrition advice. But the truth is often like drawing the curtain back on the Wizard of Oz. In 2009, only 25% of accredited U.S. medical schools required their students to take a single dedicated course in nutrition. The National Academy of Medicine recommended back in the 1980s that medical schools provide a minimum of 25 hours of nutrition instruction. 30 years later, the few schools offering courses on diet and disease provided on average less than 24 hours of nutritional instruction, with most students getting only 11 to 20 hours out of the thousands of hours spent in medical school. And once students graduate, they don't even get that. The primary organization responsible for physicians' continuing medical education, the Accreditation Council for Graduate Medical Education, ACGME, has a 37-page booklet outlining the continuing education requirements for cardiologists. They include interpreting a minimum of 3,500 electrocardiograms and interpreting a minimum of 100 radionuclide studies to include SPECT myocardial perfusion imaging and ventriculograms. Nutrition education is not mentioned once. ACGME asserts in its 36 pages of requirements for doctors of internal medicine that internal medicine is a discipline encompassing the study and practice of health promotion, disease prevention. And yet again, not a single nutrition-related requirement is included. I give lectures to doctors, Dr. Davis told us. I ask them, what do you think of the EPIC study? This is the biggest study ever done on nutrition and disease, and I get blank faces all around. What about the Adventist Health Study, too? The Nurses' Health Study? Blank. Not only are they not reading the nutrition journals, there's ignorance that the literature is even out there. We're compartmentalized as physicians. The heart doctor treats the heart, the GI doctor treats the stomach, the diabetic doctor is treating diabetes as a dysfunction of the pancreas. No one's looking at the whole person. They don't ask what the patient is eating. Sometimes the patient isn't even in the picture. In a hospital, the doctors don't say Mrs. Smith in room 201. They say the colon cancer in 201. The laser focus is on the disease. No one's looking at how the disease got there. Doctors also don't believe patients are going to change, Dr. Davis said. They don't even give them a chance. I'm not wasting my time bringing diet up because they're not going to do it. I'm giving them meds. In an attempt to remedy this situation, Dr. John McDougall, a pioneer in preventing chronic disease with nutrition, drafted California Senate Bill 380, which was introduced in February 2011. SB 380 would require physicians and surgeons to complete by December 31, 2016, more than 5 years away when the bill was introduced, a mandatory continuing education course in the subject of nutrition and lifestyle behavior for the treatment of chronic disease. All doctors licensed after January 1, 2012 would have 4 years in which to complete this course. My son graduated from medical school 2 years ago, and he can't remember a course on nutrition, Dr. McDougall testified before the California State Senate. The majority of diseases in this country are dietary related, and yet physicians who have been trained for 7+ years know virtually nothing about human nutrition. This should have been fixed 40 years ago when I was a medical student. It should have been fixed 2 years ago when my son graduated from medical school, and it's not going to be fixed unless somebody does something about it, and that is to mandate basic education on human nutrition. Dr. McDougall's bill originally stipulated 12 continuing education credit hours every 4 years toward nutrition education. That number was quickly dropped to 7 hours of up-to-date nutrition instruction every 4 years. But 7 hours, that's a lot. Even if it's over 1 4-year period, 7 hours is a lot for one subject. That was the representative for the California Orthopedic Association at the hearings. To put this in context, the California Medical Board currently requires physicians to complete 100 hours of continuing education credits every 4 years. 7 hours is less than 10% of the requirements. Yet chronic diseases are responsible for 70% of deaths and 86% of healthcare costs spent treating such patients. 7% of continuing education hours dedicated to a subject that affects 70% to 80% of conditions that send people to their doctors, into hospitals, and to their graves is not a lot. The California Orthopedic Association voted against the bill. Apparently, those 7 hours of nutrition education every 4 years were too much for doctors to handle. Even more astoundingly, the California Medical Association, CMA, opposed the bill. Teresa Stark, a lobbyist for CMA and now Director of State Government Relations at Kaiser Permanente, spoke at the hearing. "We oppose any CMA mandates on physicians," Stark stated. "This should be left up to the individual physician. It's a very slippery slope." Stark talked about the progress underway in nutrition education. The soda companies are now putting the total number of calories on the front of the beverages. That's a positive thing. They're going to solve this problem. Okay. And here's the California Academy of Family Physicians. Doctors have to make an intelligent decision about how to educate themselves. I urge you to vote no on SB 380. The state's mainstream medical groups all actively opposed a minimum amount of basic nutrition education for practicing physicians. I could not believe this. In the end, despite the fact that Senator Mark Weiland, one of the members of the committee, had the CMA as one of his top campaign contributors, SB 380 passed. But not without a small amendment. The required number of hours for nutrition education was dropped from 12 to 7 to 0. The bill was rendered utterly toothless. So if nutrition is an optional subject for doctors, what are the required continuing medical education topics? There are a couple of sobering state-specific requirements, from prevention of transmission of infectious agents through safe injection practices in Nevada to instruction on HIV/AIDS in D.C., domestic abuse in Kentucky, and 6 hours of something called cultural competence in New Jersey. But the medical theme linking the whole country together, from Oregon, Rhode Island, New Mexico, Ohio, West Virginia, Vermont, Texas, Tennessee, Massachusetts, and Iowa to California, was end-of-life care and pain management. California, the state that rejected 7 hours of nutrition education every 4 years for its doctors, requires 12 hours of end-of-life care and pain management education for its licensed physicians. Is the focus in the medical profession today on helping people live? Or is the focus on helping people die? Chapter 3. Diabetes, Jamming the Lock. Seventh-day Adventists provide an extraordinary research window into diet and disease. God calls us to care for our bodies, Adventists believe, treating them with the respect a divine creation deserves. They exercise regularly and do not smoke, drink alcohol, or take illicit drugs. They advocate a well-balanced vegetarian diet that avoids the consumption of meat, coupled with intake of legumes, whole grains, nuts, fruits, and vegetables, along with a source of vitamin B12. Loma Linda, a town in Southern California, is home to about 9,000 Adventists and is one of the world's 5 longevity blue zones, the only one in the United States, where people live notably longer, healthier lives, often past 100. The other 4 are Okinawa, Japan, which Dr. Davis mentioned, Nicoya, Costa Rica, Sardinia, Italy, and Ikaria, Greece. Residents of all 5 blue zones eat plant-based diets, accented infrequently, if at all, with animal protein. About 50% of Adventists are vegetarians, who eat no meat, but do eat dairy and eggs. But there are also large numbers of Adventist vegans who don't eat any animal protein at all, as well as those who eat small amounts of fish and/or meat. Because they live close together in the same environment and share the same healthy lifestyle, the dietary distinctions among them take on a special value for researchers. Scientists from Loma Linda University have done several large studies called the Adventist Health Studies, the ones mentioned by Dr. Garth Davis, following first 24,000, then 34,000 Adventists over the last 4 decades, and now 96,000 Adventists in the current study, Adventist Health Study 2, which received a $5.5 million grant from the National Institutes of Health in 2011. All the Adventist health studies show that as more animal protein is eaten, the risk of developing diabetes climbs higher. For vegans, meaning no meat, dairy, or eggs, the prevalence of diabetes was 2.9%. For vegetarians, adding dairy and eggs, 3.2%. For pescatarians, adding fish, the prevalence of diabetes was 4.8%. And for meat, fish, dairy, and egg eaters, the prevalence of diabetes was 7.6%. Compared to the rest of the country, 7.6% for the meat eaters doesn't seem like much. But keep in mind that Adventist meat eaters actually eat very little meat. That little bit of meat, however, makes a difference in the long term. The scientists took their findings and calculated that if a person ate meat only once a week over the span of 17 years, that person would have a 74% higher risk of developing diabetes than a vegetarian. Diabetes, of all the diseases, may be the most affected by meat, Dr. Davis told us. The European Prospective Investigation into Cancer and Nutrition, EPIC study, the largest study of diet and disease ever undertaken, monitored over 500,000 people for almost 15 years. EPIC showed that meat, particularly processed meat like bacon, sausages, and hot dogs, is powerfully correlated with the development of type 2 diabetes. But eating fruits and vegetables was shown to decrease diabetes development. Not only that, but they also discovered that eating glucose and fructose, both sugars, is associated with less diabetes. These are studies done with human beings. The rat studies show something different. The Nurses' Health Studies and Health Professionals Follow-Up Study, two of the largest epidemiological analyses in the country and both conducted by Harvard, came to the same conclusions as the Adventist and EPIC studies. The two Nurses' Health Studies followed 122,000 nurses from 1976 and 116,000 nurses from 1989. 51,000 male healthcare professionals were monitored from 1986 in the Health Professionals Follow-Up Study. The researchers found that the risk of developing diabetes jumped to 48% by eating an extra half serving of meat a day. The impact of genetics on diabetes seemed to be receding further and further into the distance. A great example with genetics and diabetes is the Pima Indians, Dr. Davis said. The same group mentioned by Dr. Ratner from the American Diabetes Association. The Pima Indians in Arizona originally ate lots of squash, beans, and corn with very little meat, said Dr. Davis. Around 1890, white settlers dammed the Gila and Salt rivers and the Pima could no longer grow food. The government gave them meat, flour, and sugar subsidies, so the Arizona Pima Indians had to switch to a diet with tons of protein and fat. They now have the highest rate of diabetes and obesity of any culture ever. Understand this, the Pima were originally eating carbs in the form of plants. They had no diabetes. When the subsidies of meat, fat, and processed carbs began, their diabetes rates soared to about 40%. The Tarahumara Indians who live in the Copper Canyon in Mexico are a genetically identical population, he went on. They eat predominantly squash, beans, and corn. They have almost no diabetes. So a gene has to set you off, but you can eat a diet that prevents the gene from expressing itself. I looked over at Keegan. He shook his head in disbelief. I knew what he was thinking. Dr. Davis had again used the very same example as Dr. Ratner about diabetes, genetics, and diet. Yet Dr. Ratner had veered away from his own words, saying there was insufficient evidence on the connection between diet and the disease, despite having just handed us a big chunk of the evidence himself. I told Dr. Davis about our meeting with Dr. Ratner. It seems suspicious, I said. Dr. Davis frowned. I always hear this conspiracy. Doctors want to keep you sick. That's not true. Doctors do what doctors have always been taught to do. Treat disease. I accepted Dr. Davis's reprimand. I certainly believe the vast majority of healthcare professionals care deeply about helping their patients. But the interview at ADA rankled even more when I looked up guidelines for preventing type 2 diabetes from different mainstream organizations. The American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists states, medical nutrition therapy is recommended for all people with prediabetes or DM, diabetes mellitus, the full name of the disease. Unhealthy dietary habits and a sedentary lifestyle are of major importance in the development of T2DM, type 2 diabetes mellitus, writes the European Society of Cardiology in conjunction with the European Association for the Study of Diabetes. And finally, I looked up the American Diabetes Association's own official Standards of Medical Care in Diabetes 2016. evidence supports the importance of maintaining a healthy diet in order to prevent diabetes onset. Data suggests that consumption of a diet enriched in whole grains is helpful in preventing type 2 diabetes. Finally, increased consumption of nuts and berries in the context of a diet high in vegetables and whole fruits has been correlated with reduced diabetes risk. The ADA standards of care also stated, intensive lifestyle modification programs, diet, exercise, etc., have been shown to be very effective, 58% reduction after 3 years. Ways to prevent type 2 diabetes were not so unclear after all. I realized while looking through this literature that I had a very fuzzy idea of what diabetes actually is, despite my aunt, uncle, and grandpa all suffering from it. It's something to do with sugar, right? But why then would meat be so powerfully associated with it? Before 1990 or so, Dr. Barnard told Keegan and me, people thought diabetes might be caused by genetics, bad luck, or eating too much. Then, through special scanning techniques, we were able to look into the muscle cells of the human body and see a buildup of tiny particles of fat. That fat buildup is causing insulin resistance. I honestly don't even know what insulin is, I confessed. Dr. Barnard nodded. Diabetes means there's too much sugar in the blood. Normally, your pancreas makes a hormone called insulin, which enters the bloodstream. The tiny molecules of insulin in the blood are like keys. They attach to the surface of a muscle cell or a liver cell, and just like a key, they open up that cell to allow sugar inside. That's normal and good. Sugar is the body's fuel. But if you have type 2 diabetes, particles of fat accumulate inside the cell. The fat is like chewing gum jamming the lock of your front door. That is insulin resistance. There's nothing wrong with your key. The lock is gummed up. So the sugar builds up in your blood. A light bulb came on. Dr. McMacken further clarified the issue. I always thought eating sugar was the problem, I said. A lot of people think that, she said. There is probably more confusion around what causes type 2 diabetes than around any other disease among doctors, patients, and the media. People don't understand that high blood sugar is a symptom of diabetes. It is not the cause of diabetes. The foods most clearly linked to the development of type 2 diabetes are processed meat, like bacon, hot dogs, cold cuts, ham, sausage. There's a number of studies showing that the more processed meat there is in your diet, the more likely you are to get type 2 diabetes. And of all the foods, whole grains are the most protective against the disease. The root cause of diabetes has to do with our insulin not working properly, which is very directly related to extra body fat. Until that message gets out, we are never going to break the cycle. The fat in meat, dairy, and eggs behaves differently in the human body from the fat found in plant sources like nuts, avocados, and olives. The saturated fats found mostly in animal tissue can lead to lipotoxicity, literally fat plus poisoning, causing problems like inflammation, free radicals, mitochondrial dysfunction. Mitochondria are tiny energy generators inside our cells, and the buildup of toxic breakdown products. The monounsaturated fats found mostly in plant sources, on the other hand, can not only be more easily detoxified, but can also help protect against the harmful effects of saturated fat. In a study done at the Imperial College School of Medicine in London, scientists matched 21 vegans and 25 omnivores for gender, age, weight, body fat percentage, activity levels, and waist circumference. These people were basically the same, except for what they ate. For 7 days, the researchers had their 46 subjects eat the same amount of calories and perform the same daily exercise. Muscle biopsies revealed that there was significantly more fat caught in the muscle cells of the omnivores after 7 days, even though they were specifically selected to be the same weight as the vegans. It is the accumulation of saturated fat, the kind found in animal tissue, inside the muscle cell that is connected to insulin resistance. The plant-based group was also found to have better blood sugar levels, better insulin levels, and sensitivity, and substantially better function in the pancreatic cells that produce insulin. Michael Abdallah, 69, is from Atlanta, Georgia. About 10 years ago, he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes, and 8 years ago, he had 2 stents inserted permanently. Abdallah, a heavy-set Lebanese-American man with a tidy white beard, showed us the medications he must take daily for his diabetes and other conditions. Ziploc bags full of pills lay on his bathroom counter. "Most people use pill boxes," Abdallah said. "I have so many pills they won't fit in the boxes, so I have to use these bags. I'm taking about 16 drugs, not counting the insulin in the morning and the insulin at night, 32 to 34 units of insulin. I have to punch a needle in my finger to check my blood 3 or 4 times a day." He held up some of the bags. "Some of these are for diabetes. This one is for peeing. I have to use this for my prostate, and this is for my heart. This is for blood pressure. It goes on and on. It's frustrating and very stressful. I don't know how long my liver is going to last taking all this stuff." "Your doctors say that's the only option?" I ask. "That's what they say. You've got to take them until you die. If I get off this, my sugar goes up. If I get off that, my heart will be in trouble. Both my father and mother had diabetes. The doctors tell me, hey, they had it, you have it. My life is a never-ending trip to the pharmacy." He plopped the bags back on the counter with a sigh. "I'm 69. I'd like to live longer. I've got 5 grandchildren. They're my life, and I want to live for them." Diabetes is the top cause of new cases of adult blindness, kidney disease, and non-accident-related limb amputations. The disease also heightens your risk for heart disease, like my grandpa, stroke, Alzheimer's, skin conditions, and hearing problems. The excess blood sugar in a person with diabetes can damage the walls of their capillaries, blood vessels so tiny that red blood cells can only travel through them one at a time. Capillaries, when healthy, nourish the nerves in the body's extremities, particularly the legs and feet. If not taken care of, the tingling, numbness, or pain in the tips of the toes and fingers can spread upward, triggering a loss of feeling in the entire limb. America has the highest diabetes rate among 38 developed nations, according to the International Diabetes Federation. 1 out of 4 people with the disease don't know they have it. Over the last 10 years, the rate of diabetes in this country has doubled. Some ethnic groups are hit harder. African Americans are nearly twice as likely to be diagnosed than Caucasians. And once African Americans have diabetes, they're over 4 times more likely than Caucasians to have kidney failure. They're more likely to suffer blindness and other vision damage, up to 5 times more likely to require a lower limb amputation, and twice as likely to die from the disease. Latinos and Latinas, Native Americans and Asians and Pacific Islanders all have a higher prevalence of diabetes as well. The CDC projects that if things continue as they are, 1 out of 3 adults will have diabetes by 2050. Another 86 million adults right now have prediabetes, a condition in which blood sugar is higher than normal, but not yet at the threshold for diabetes. Nothing will change with a new drug or a new injection, cardiologist Dr. Joel Kahn told Keegan and me at his home in Detroit. He has been practicing medicine for over 25 years and is the director of the Kahn Center for Cardiac Longevity in Michigan. "What will change things," he said, "is teaching the public that this is a preventable disease. Diabetes in adults is about 90% preventable with simple lifestyle habits. They happen to be the same lifestyle habits that work for heart attack prevention. Some of the best data shows that the amount of fruits, vegetables, and whole grains you eat is the best marker of your risk for diabetes. The more you eat of those foods, the lower your risk. You add 30 or 40 minutes of walking and standing during the day, sleeping 7 hours a night, These factors have come on the map as predictors of heart attack and diabetes. Is it true that diabetes is reversible? Keegan asked. If you take 10 days out of your life, Dr. Khan said, at home under medical management or at a center like the McDougall Center or the True North Center, the odds are that after 10 days on a plant-based, no-added oil diet with moderate exercise and stress reduction plan, you will be off medication or off the majority of medications. 10 days? To reverse one of the health epidemics of our country? That seemed hard to believe. But the ability to reverse diabetes turned out to be almost commonplace among the healthcare professionals we talked to. I asked Susan Levin at PCRM about it. When people come to us with diabetes, we want them to get off the animal products, and just from that we see tremendous success, she said. Their blood sugar gets under control. Their diabetic symptoms like vision and nerve damage start to improve. That's without focusing on sugar. You can certainly take high glycemic foods that quickly turn to sugar in your body, out of your diet as well. But the primary thing we focus on is getting the animal products out. Can you talk about the effect of pharmaceuticals on diabetes versus controlling it with diet? Keegan asked. We've seen that adopting a low-fat, plant-based diet can be about as powerful as most drugs for type 2 diabetes, Levin said. And that is purely a diet change. We don't ask people to exercise, meditate, or anything else. Just stop eating animal products and focus on low-fat foods. We found that their type 2 diabetes would suddenly go into remission, and they were able to get off some of their drugs. That's in the short term. Over the long term, the effects get better. Changing your diet might seem like a big inconvenience. Easier to take a pill, many think. Metformin is a widely prescribed medication for type 2 diabetes. Its most frequent side effects include diarrhea, nausea, vomiting, and abdominal pain. It can also lead to other complications, like fatal lactic acidosis. And in contrast with PCRM's plant-based program, in which the results improve over time with no ill consequences, the effectiveness of metformin drops within a few years. Over time, it can lead to inflammation of the pancreas and pancreatic cancer, according to a study from the University of California, Los Angeles. As I was standing in line at the supermarket the other day, I was flipping through a magazine and noticed an ad for a new type 2 diabetes drug. I'll call it X. What is the most important information I should know about X? X may cause serious side effects, including possible thyroid tumors, including cancer. Gah! The New England Journal of Medicine published a study in which scientists tried to intensively lower the blood sugar of 5,000 people with diabetes using up to 5 different kinds of drugs, with or without injections of insulin. The results were appalling. The people on the intensive drug treatments began dying at a higher rate. The study had to be terminated. It was concluded that the harm associated with the increased rate of death outweighed any potential benefits and recommended that the intensive regimen be discontinued for safety reasons. Death from medication shines a whole different light on diet-based treatments. About 80% of people with type 2 diabetes that we see are able to achieve normal glycemic levels without the use of medications, Dr. Goldhammer said to us. To the degree that people are willing to sustain the diet and lifestyle changes, they can sustain the results. To the degree that people are willing to sustain the diet and lifestyle changes, they can sustain the results. That sounded like hard work. I love eating. I would never be able to sustain a starvation diet over any period of time. Most of the time, people with diabetes or pre-diabetes are told to lose weight. And the best way to lose weight is to eat less. Isn't it? Scientists and legions of frustrated Americans will tell you otherwise. Cutting calories, portion restriction, and other deprivation plans do not work. The weight comes back with a vengeance. Now for something totally different. the all-you-can-eat plan. Remember the study I tried to ask Dr. Ratner about from the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition, the world's most widely recognized peer-reviewed nutrition journal? The one that triggered his shutdown? That study, supported by grants from the National Institute of Diabetes and Digestive and Kidney Diseases and by the Diabetes Action Research and Education Foundation, took 100 overweight people with diabetes and randomly assigned them to either a plant-based diet or a calorie-cutting, low-fat diet following the guidelines of the American Diabetes Association. Apparently, such a diet exists. The ADA diet was very reduced in calories, but the plant-based group was allowed to eat as much as they wanted. No portion control or carbohydrate restriction of grains, legumes, vegetables, and fruits, although oils and nuts were limited. Every person in the study was given thorough guidance over 74 weeks, about a year and a half. At the end of that time, the scientists found that the plant-based group had significantly better blood sugar control. They also had substantially lower cholesterol and lost more weight than those on the reduced-calorie ADA diet. Many other studies have come to similar conclusions. Whole grains, beans, and other legumes in particular appear, as Dr. Kahn told us, to have the strongest health benefits for diabetics and pre-diabetics, helping to decrease insulin resistance. When you get the animal fat out of your diet, Dr. Barnard said, it changes the body chemistry in such a fundamental way that your natural insulin can start working again. People who have had diabetes can improve it so much through diet that they don't need medication. This information isn't new. Almost 40 years ago, there was another study, also published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition, showing that a plant-based diet slashed the insulin requirements of men with type 2 diabetes by more than half. Some of the men had been living with diabetes for 20 years, injecting 20 or more units of insulin every day. They were not allowed to lose weight. If the numbers on the scale dropped, they had to eat more grains, legumes, fruits, and vegetables. And not only did they dramatically reduce their insulin requirement, half of the subjects were able to get off insulin completely. Did I mention how long this took? About 16 days. You don't need to go through stacks of old medical journals to find this information. For example, the 74-week study comparing a plant-based diet with the American Diabetes Association diet, though originally published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition, is now featured on the ADA's very own diabetes care page. It's funny how long it takes human beings to accept the truth. It often has to be presented to us over and over before we believe it. I was finally realizing that my genetics did not condemn me to a life of chronic illness. I felt a huge burden lifted from my shoulders. I leaned back in my chair and stretched my arms overhead. It felt good to surface from the piles of printouts and cascading tabs on my computer screen. In front of me was legitimate, well-respected, and widely recognized scientific research, spanning decades and multiple countries, conducted with thousands and thousands of subjects. But it was news to me, and news to most people I knew. I thought of Dr. Barnard's insulin analogy, the lock and the key. The key has to work in order for health to occur. And something was gumming up the lock of public awareness. Chapter 4. Chicken. What the cluck? I have loved eating chicken since I was a kid. Chicken nuggets, chicken noodle soup, chicken pot pie, and when I got older, chicken parmesan, chicken tikka masala, and good old buffalo wings. Chicken is the most popular meat in the United States. Even people who don't eat much meat eat chicken. The average American in 2016 ate over 90 pounds of chicken. That's a huge increase from 1909, when each person ate less than 20 pounds. Chicken is supposed to be a lean, white meat, lower in cholesterol, sodium, and saturated fat than red meat, People eat chicken because it's the healthier choice. Isn't it? As Dr. Esselstyn put it, it's a question of whether you want to be shot or hanged. Heterocyclic amines, HCAs, are clear-cut carcinogens, Dr. Barnard told Keegan and me. They can form in any meat as it's cooked, but by far the biggest source is chicken. We sent researchers into the top chains of fast food and family restaurants and took 100 food samples. We found carcinogens in every single chicken sample. These were independent laboratory tests. The WHO report had only targeted processed meat and red meat as cancer-causing. Now chicken also contains carcinogens? Is that all chicken? I asked, not quite believing it. It's typical factory-farmed chickens, Dr. Barnard said. It's also true for organic. The carcinogens are still there. And remember, this is true for other meats as well. The presence of carcinogenic HCAs may explain why well-cooked meat is linked to higher risks of cancers of the breast, colon, esophagus, lung, pancreas, prostate, and stomach. Nor are these slightly increased risks. The Long Island Breast Cancer Study Project found that women who consume more grilled, smoked, or barbecued meat over the course of their lives could have a 47% greater risk for breast cancer. I asked Dr. Milton Mills about chicken. If I still ate meat, he said, I would not eat chicken. We have genetically altered chickens to go from hatchlings to market weight in 6 to 9 weeks. That's the equivalent of a human child growing 300 pounds in 10 years. Growth stimulants in the tissues of these animals make them grow at these phenomenal rates. When you ingest that tissue, you are also ingesting those growth stimulants, which may cause your cells to start growing at an unnatural rate that can cause you to develop a tumor. I think that is one of the reasons we are seeing more and more poultry linked to a variety of different cancers. A 2010 Harvard report showed that high chicken consumption in men with aggressive prostate cancer could increase the progression or recurrence of the cancer by 300%. The same study found that by eating less than a single serving of chicken or turkey a day, you can increase your risk for prostate cancer by 4 times. The HCA carcinogens mentioned by Dr. Barnard seem to accumulate more in poultry muscle fibers than in other types of meat. A similar result was shown with colon cancer. 30,000 people were studied over 6 years, and researchers found that those eating red meat at least once a week roughly doubled their risk for colon cancer. But those who ate chicken or fish at least once a week tripled their colon cancer risk. And then there is pancreatic cancer, one of the most deadly forms of cancer. Only 6% of those with the disease will survive 5 years after the diagnosis. Every 50 grams of chicken eaten daily, about a quarter of a chicken breast, will increase your risk of pancreatic cancer by 72%, as discovered by the EPIC study. Smoking is the most thoroughly analyzed risk factor for pancreatic cancer. Smoking for 50 years doubles your risk for the disease. People working in chicken processing plants, however, have about 9 times the risk for both pancreatic and liver cancer, according to a study following 30,000 poultry workers. They also have higher rates of cancers of the nasal cavities, mouth, throat, esophagus, and rectum. There are fears that the poultry viruses causing these cancers can be spread to the public when chicken or turkey is prepared or poorly cooked. EPIC researchers also found that eating chicken is related to greatly increased risk of various blood cancers. The risk grew between 56% and 280% for every 50 grams of poultry eaten daily. A cooked, boneless chicken breast can weigh over 380 grams. 50 grams of chicken is nothing when it comes to lunch, but it can mean increasing your risk for prostate cancer by 4 times, an 18% higher risk of colorectal cancer, a 56% to 280% higher risk of blood cancers, and 72% higher risk of pancreatic cancer. Over the last 30 years, esophageal cancer in this country has risen by 500%. The esophagus is the tube connecting the throat and the stomach. Meat and high-fat meals appear to be closely related to this dramatic increase. Red meat has been strongly connected with cancer within the esophagus, while chicken is linked to cancer where the esophagus and stomach meet. The fat in both types of meat triggers acid reflux, which is believed to be one of the drivers of this disease. But wait, isn't chicken a low-fat food? That's one of the reasons we eat chicken. Well, actually, the EPIC study gave poultry the distinction of being potentially the most fattening meat of all. A brilliant advertising campaign has convinced us it's white meat, it's healthier, Dr. Clapper told us. The truth is, those birds are raised to be as fat as possible at slaughter. The fatter they are, the more money the chicken producer makes. Most of them are given growth-promoting substances. These birds get so fat they can't stand up. These birds are fatty, sick animals. Poultry flesh is one of the worst things people can eat. Choosing chicken over other meats, as Dr. Pamela Popper puts it in her book, Food Over Medicine, is like rearranging the deck chairs on the Titanic. A single serving of chicken today can have over 200 calories from fat alone. 100 years ago, that same single serving of chicken might have only had about 16 fat calories. Contrary to what most of us believe, a skinless chicken thigh can contain more fat, including saturated fat, than over 24 different cuts of lean beef. Everybody thinks chicken is the greatest health food, Dr. Davis told us. But the EPIC study showed that the number one food causing weight gain was chicken, the food that my obese patients are eating tons of because they think it's good for them. In any serving of chicken, there are more calories from fat than there are from protein. People also choose chicken over red meat, believing it has less cholesterol and sodium. The American Heart Association, after all, tells us to eat more chicken, fish, and beans because red meats, beef, pork, and lamb, have more cholesterol and saturated bad fat than chicken. However, the number one dietary source of cholesterol in America is chicken, Dr. Joel Kahn told Keegan and me. Chicken is the top dietary source of cholesterol because of the sheer volume of chicken that is eaten, and it has nearly as much cholesterol per gram as red beef. People think trimming the fat will help reduce cholesterol, but cholesterol is mainly found in lean sections of meat, including poultry. We asked Dr. Kim Williams about cholesterol in chicken. Dr. Williams is the immediate past president of the American College of Cardiology, a 47,000-member organization, as well as the chief of cardiology at Rush University Medical Center in Chicago. The amount of cholesterol in a chicken breast is more than you would find in a pork chop the same size, Dr. Williams, an African-American gentleman with crinkly eyes and a trim beard, told us in his office. Even if it's no skin, not fried. According to the University of Wisconsin-Madison, 100 grams of lean, boneless pork contains 62 milligrams of cholesterol. The same amount of lean, boneless, skinless chicken contains 84 milligrams of cholesterol. The story's the same with beef. A 3.5-ounce serving of chicken leg contains 134 milligrams of cholesterol, while the same serving size of sirloin steak has 89 milligrams and beef ribs have 94 milligrams. 3.5 ounces of chicken breast contain 85 milligrams of cholesterol, slightly lower than the steak and ribs, but still carrying more cholesterol than beef brisket at 63 milligrams. And, as Dr. Kahn emphasized, the marginally lower amount of cholesterol in chicken is irrelevant when you factor in the enormous amounts of chicken we eat. How about the low-sodium reputation of poultry, then? Another major reason people choose it over other meats. It's an excellent idea to reduce your salt intake. Extra salt in your bloodstream is directly related to high blood pressure, which is a major factor in heart disease, stroke, kidney disease, osteoporosis, stomach cancer, and other diseases. Salt is formed from sodium and chloride, And the number one source of sodium in the American diet for adults between ages 20 and 50 is chicken. More than beef, sausage, bacon, cheese, and pizza. The poultry industry injects chicken carcasses with salt water, Dr. Greger told Keegan and me. Why? Because it adds water weight. It can increase the weight as much as 20%. You buy meat by the pound, so the meat industry can make 20% more profit for almost nothing, and it can still be labeled 100% natural. Some chickens sold in supermarkets are so swollen with salt water, they contain 840 milligrams of sodium per serving. A McDonald's cheeseburger, by comparison, contains 680 milligrams of sodium. Chicken is also linked to accelerated aging symptoms like tissue stiffness, inflammation, cataract formation, macular degeneration, and bone, heart, kidney, and liver damage. Chicken is the top source of aging toxins, formed chiefly when foods rich in protein and fat are subjected to high heat. And then there's the simple fact that chicken is a filthy food. About 90% of the nation's retail chicken is contaminated with fecal matter. Yes, that includes the kind you buy at your clean, local supermarket. This is according to the FDA, which concluded that 90% of chicken parts, 91% of ground turkey, 88% of ground beef, and 80% of pork chops have fecal contamination. Eating that fecal contamination leads to dangerous, sometimes life-threatening infections like salmonella poisoning, the leading cause of death from a foodborne illness. And chickens, rather than their eggs, are the number one source of salmonella poisoning. This is the very reason, conventional wisdom wags its finger, why chicken needs to be properly handled and cooked. But what constitutes proper handling of chicken? A team of researchers worked with 60 different families, asking each to cook a raw chicken. The researchers examined the homes afterwards and discovered the kitchens were swarming with bacteria from chicken feces on counters, refrigerator and oven handles, silverware, sink faucets, and doorknobs. The researchers repeated the experiment, instructing the families to wash the contaminated surfaces with soap and hot water afterward. It made no difference. At last, the families were told to use bleach. The research team still found, though to a far lesser degree, salmonella and campylobacter from fecal contamination on kitchen surfaces like the counter, cupboards, and utensils. As Dr. Greger writes in How Not to Die, the reason most people have more fecal bacteria in their kitchen sinks than their toilet seats is likely because they prepare their chickens in the kitchen, not the bathroom. Chapter 5. Flesh Food. We've got to stop imagining that there's some animal out there that's really healthy to consume, writes Dr. Popper. Animal proteins are very rich, Dr. Goldhammer said. Excess amounts of fats and proteins lead to the diseases of dietary excess, heart disease, stroke, diabetes, cancer. They used to be known as the diseases of kings because only the wealthy royalty got them. Now, of course, these diseases are equal opportunity killers. 2/3 of adults are now overweight or obese. We have an epidemic cascade of debilitating disease that's overcoming the country, an epidemic we're creating with our diet and lifestyle choices. The largest, most wide-ranging examination of the link between meat and death was the NIH AARP, National Institutes of Health American Association of Retired Persons, Diet and Health Study, which observed over 560,000 people, ages 50 to 71, over 10 years. The researchers found, after factoring in elements like smoking, alcohol, exercise, weight, age, and fruit-vegetable intake, that eating meat is connected with a higher risk of death from cancer, heart disease, and, well, death in general. The nurses' health study and the health professionals' follow-up study reached the same verdicts. Consuming red meat, unprocessed and processed, was linked to dying from cancer, heart disease, and early death. "There's a large amount of carnitine in animal muscle," Dr. Clapper said, giving Keegan and me a biochem tutorial. "Gut bacteria turns carnitine into a molecule called trimethylamine. Your liver turns that into trimethylamine oxide, TMAO. That is a molecule from hell," he continued emphatically. "It drives cholesterol into the artery walls. Pack your colon full of meat 3 times a day for 20 years, and watch what you set off in there." "Within minutes of eating animal products," said Dr. Greger, "your system receives a burst of inflammation that paralyzes your arteries. This stiffened, inflammatory state continues for 5 or 6 hours before finally coming back to baseline. Then along comes lunch, and we hit our arteries with another load of meat, eggs, or dairy. Many of us live in a danger zone of chronic low-grade inflammation, which can increase our risk for inflammatory diseases like diabetes, heart disease, and certain forms of cancer." Inflammation is one of the most explosive and illuminating fields of medical research today. Inflammation is a primary cause behind fat accumulation in muscle cells, leading to insulin resistance and diabetes. Cancer scientists are examining the mutually enforcing relationship between cell mutation and inflammation. And inflammation has been shown to be a major factor behind the rupture of arterial plaque, which can cause blood clots leading to heart attacks and strokes. "Initially, scientists thought it was animal fat causing the inflammation," Dr. Greger continued. "But it turns out the inflammation may be caused by endotoxins, which form part of the cell walls of bacteria. Animal products are packed with bacteria that can trigger inflammation. Even when cooking kills these bacteria, the endotoxins released from the bacterial cell walls are not destroyed. When we eat these toxins, they're absorbed into our system. In fact, the saturated fat in animal products may ferry them across the gut wall into our blood. When these bacterial endotoxins get into our bloodstream, our body goes crazy. I want to reiterate, this inflammation happens within minutes of eating animal foods. It's not that there will be some damage decades down the road. There's immediate damage." Animal products are the main source of saturated fats, trans fats, and the only source of cholesterol in the diet, Susan Levin said. "These fatty foods make your blood thicker. Animal foods are also completely devoid of fiber, which most Americans lack. Fruits and vegetables contain antioxidants that help boost your immune system. High-fat foods like meat and dairy suppress your immunity." "So, how much meat, dairy, or eggs would you recommend I eat?" I asked her. "I would recommend you eat no meat, dairy, or eggs." Wow, I was hearing this from a pregnant dietitian. "There's a takeoff on the slogan, 'Beef, it's what's for dinner.'" "Beef, it's what's rotting in your colon," said Dr. Greger. "I saw that at a party once and had to be the one to say, 'Meat is actually digested in the small intestine, never makes it down to the colon.' Sorry to be a party pooper, no pun intended. No fun to hang around biology geeks." But I was wrong. About 12 grams of protein does make it down into the colon and goes through a putrefaction process. It produces byproducts that can be toxic and can contribute to inflammatory bowel disease and perhaps colon cancer. Still, rotting flesh in your gut aside, there has to be some kind of benefit to meat after all these years of being told it's an essential part of our diet. Muscle building, protein, iron. "What can't you get in a plant-based diet that you can get in meat?" I asked Dr. Barnard. He stared at me. "Cholesterol," he said. "Heterocyclic amines, Salmonella, E. coli." I tried again. "Are there any healthy things found only in animal products?" "Every nutrient from meat, dairy, and eggs can be found in a form that is as healthy or healthier in plants," he replied. When we transition people from a meaty diet to plant-based, we always track what they're eating. Their nutrition overall improves dramatically. These same people might worry, will I get the nutrition I need on a plant-based diet? The fact is, you're not getting the nutrition you need on a meat-based diet. Let's look at iron. Iron deficiency is one of the most common nutritional deficiencies in both the United States and the world. People on a plant-based diet are no more likely to be iron deficient than meat eaters. There are two types of dietary iron: heme iron, found in animal tissue like meat, and non-heme iron, found in plants. Heme comes from hemoglobin, the molecule in red blood cells. An easy way to remember: animals bleed, heme; plants do not, non-heme. Heme iron is more easily absorbed than non-heme iron. Sounds like a good thing, right? The higher bioavailability of iron from muscle tissue and blood, though, is a serious drawback disguised and often trumpeted as a benefit. The body will keep absorbing iron from animals even when no more is needed. Non-heme iron, however, allows the body to control the amount absorbed. If the body has enough iron, the intestines can dial down the absorption of plant iron. If the body needs more, it can turn up the absorption. Our digestive systems block the intake of plant iron, if we already have a sufficient supply in our bodies, about 5 times more efficiently than animal iron. Getting our iron from plants protects us from excess iron, which is a dangerous thing. Once it's absorbed, there are very limited ways to get rid of it. It's trapped in the body. Iron is a pro-oxidant that can damage DNA. Iron from meat has been associated with higher risks of heart disease, stroke, type 2 diabetes, and even cancer. Scientists can tell by examining tumors how much meat the cancer patient has eaten. Antioxidants, which are protective to the body and the immune system, can be found mainly in fruits and vegetables. Food from plants contains, on average, 64 times more antioxidants than food from animals. You can avoid heme iron by getting your iron from sources like lentils, tofu, chickpeas, peas, cashews, soybeans, blackstrap molasses, quinoa and other whole grains, dark leafy vegetables, fortified cereals, and broccoli. You can also boost your iron absorption by up to 5 times if you eat iron-rich foods along with vitamin C. And if you don't need the non-heme iron, your body won't absorb it. Delicious iron-vitamin C combos include lentil soup with green peppers, rice and beans with salsa, stir-fried broccoli and tofu, bran cereal topped with strawberries, and hummus with lemon juice. A lot of vegetables like broccoli and bok choy are sources of both iron and vitamin C. Cooking with a cast iron skillet, the heavy black kind that makes you feel like an iron chef, will also up your iron intake. Avoid coffee, even decaf, and tea while you're eating iron-rich meals. The tannins in them inhibit iron absorption. Dairy and eggs also obstruct iron absorption in a big way. There's been a new focus lately on bowel bacteria. Stay with me. Bowel bacteria is fascinating, Dr. Davis enthuses. It might be the source of everything. We're finding it related to heart disease, cancer, obesity. The bowel bacteria in a meat eater is very different than that found in a plant eater. A great study showed that a person's bowel bacteria are completely changed after just 5 days of eating meat. And 5 days after eating a plant-based diet, you get a completely new bacterial floor. The liver converts the carnitine and choline in meat to TMAO, Dr. Clapper's molecule from hell, which is associated with heart disease and prostate cancer, Dr. Davis went on. Interestingly, someone on a plant-based diet can eat carnitine and choline and not produce TMAO. If you give antibiotics to a meat eater and kill some of their bowel bacteria, they also do not produce TMAO. Something about the meat eater's bowel bacteria causes the processing of these nutrients to go awry. What we eat controls the microbes in our intestines, and this may be the center of controlling the diseases in our body. What about eating meat once or twice a week? I asked. Great question. A subgroup of the large EPIC study was in Oxford, where they looked at meat eaters who didn't eat much meat, as well as vegetarians and vegans. The minimal meat eaters did much better than those who ate a lot of meat, but neither meat-eating group did as well as the vegetarians and vegans when it came to life expectancy, heart disease, and certain cancers. And the vegetarians, vegans in the study were only getting about 20 grams of fiber a day, not a lot, and they had low vitamin B12 levels. So the study was comparing a healthy group of minimal meat eaters to an unhealthy plant-based group, and still the plant-based group did better. What we see in a lot of these studies is a rapid increase in the rate of death and disease with just small amounts of meat. There's not a big difference between someone eating a lot of meat compared to someone eating a moderate amount. If you compare a diet of moderate meat to no meat, however, you see a big difference. In the Adventist Health Study, which is one of the best, Dr. Davis continued, scientists looked at the vegans in the community, the lacto-ovo vegetarians who do eat dairy and eggs, pescatarians, fish eaters, light meat eaters, and regular meat eaters. The researchers found that from vegan to vegetarian, you get sicker. From vegetarian to pesco-vegetarian, in some cases people got sicker, and in some cases they stayed the same. But then you move on to meat, and you definitely get a jump in heart disease, cancer, and early death. Dr. Barnard was more blunt. You don't smoke moderately, you don't inject a moderate amount of heroin, you don't snort a moderate amount of cocaine if you want to be healthy. You shouldn't be eating a moderate amount of something that's going to kill you, and that's what meat-based diets do. Grass-fed beef is healthier than factory-farmed meat, though, isn't it? Meat products by their very nature are risky, Levin said. It doesn't matter how the animal was raised. The risk is in the meat. With red meat, you have high amounts of iron, fat, cholesterol, no fiber. It doesn't matter where that cow came from. I liked how Dr. Greger put it. Twinkies are better than lard, okay? But wouldn't you want to eat a health-promoting food? But then there is the question. What about the whole protein thing? I asked Dr. Mills. He rolled his eyes and dropped his head back with a loud sigh. Oh my God, you want me to jump off this building, don't you? He chuckled and gently punched me on the shoulder. All protein is made by plants. I'll state that again for the record. All protein is made by plants. What distinguishes protein from carbs and fats is the presence of nitrogen. Only plants have the ability to take nitrogen from the air, break those molecules apart, incorporate that nitrogen into amino acids, and make protein. Animals eat plants and reprocess those amino acids into their own tissues. All animal protein is simply recycled plant protein. And you really want to get your protein directly from plants, because plant proteins have a much more beneficial effect on our physiology. It's not necessary to eat animal tissue in order to get protein, he said emphatically. If anything, we need less protein. That's nutritional blasphemy. Our nation is obsessed with protein. Protein has what researchers call a health halo effect, an idolization of the nutrient that doesn't have much to do with science. Protein is one of those rare things that has a lot of different meanings to a lot of different people, and they are all positive, Barry Calpino, a VP at Kraft Foods, said in the Wall Street Journal. People eat protein to lose weight. People eat it to gain weight. People eat it for energy. Most of us believe we should eat as much protein as possible. Just 10% to 35% of your total calories, however, should come from protein. That's the recommendation from the Food and Nutrition Board, Institute of Medicine, National Academies. According to the American Council on Exercise, a 145-pound person requires 52.7 grams of protein daily, using the recommended dietary allowance figure of 0.8 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. But this is how much protein people are actually eating. American males over the age of 20 eat an average of 98.9 grams of protein a day. American females over the age of 20 eat an average of 68 grams of protein per day. This means that men, on average, are eating enough protein to sustain a 273-pound man. Women are eating enough protein for a 187-pound woman. I know America has issues with obesity, but still, that's a bit much. Susan Levin told us, most Americans, meat eaters, vegetarians, and vegans, get about twice the amount of protein they need. Guess what nutrient 97% of Americans are deficient in, not even reaching the bare minimum recommended requirement, said Dr. Greger. Fiber. There's zero fiber in animal products. People don't even know how much fiber they're supposed to get. I certainly had no idea how much fiber I was supposed to get. I thought the only people who had to think seriously about fiber were those who spent too long in the bathroom. It turns out a person should eat 25 to 30 grams of fiber a day, but the average American adult currently consumes only 15 grams. It's also important to get your fiber from food, not supplements. A note to my 18-year-old self with his daily Metamucil sludge. Fiber does everything, Levin said. Insoluble fiber acts like a scrub brush through your system, and soluble fiber picks up the toxins, excess hormones, and cholesterol generated by your body and pulls it all out. It helps with your heart health. It helps your energy level because it keeps your blood sugar stable. It helps control your weight because it fills you up without a lot of calories. It helps prevent cancer and diabetes. Most Americans get less than half the fiber they need, but the conversation is always about protein. Protein has taken on this magical marketing campaign over the decades. In 2015, Maple Leaf Foods, Inc., the largest producer of processed meat in Canada, came out with an ad campaign called Protein Builds. In the mind of the public, protein equals meat. But grains are loaded with protein, Dr. Esselstyn said to us. Beans are loaded with protein. Vegetables are loaded with protein. If you eat a diet that is calorically adequate, said Dr. Goldhammer, even just brown rice and broccoli, you will get enough, both quantity and quality, of protein. 2,000 calories of brown rice and broccoli is about 80 grams of protein a day, including the essential amino acids that you need in order to maintain optimum health. I never count protein, I just eat, Dr. Davis said. For an average-sized guy like myself, I need about 56 grams of protein a day. I train for triathlons. I lift weights. 56 grams is optimum. Probably I really need 30 to 40 grams. There's no way you're not going to get that if you're eating enough calories. Is there such a thing as protein deficiency? I asked. I've never in my professional career seen a protein deficiency, Dr. Davis replied. You could get protein deficient if you're not eating enough calories, like starving kids in Africa, or a really sick hospital patient. But becoming protein deficient on 3 meals a day, it's not going to happen. Soy is a popular plant-based protein, I said. But I've heard it can mimic female hormones, make guys grow breasts, and give you cancer. Dr. Davis sighed. If that were true, I'd have double D's because I eat a lot of soy. Soy milk really took a bite out of dairy sales, and now you're seeing all kinds of anti-soy stuff out there. The truth is the opposite of what you're hearing. Girls who eat more soy are less likely to menstruate at an early age, which is incredibly beneficial in reducing long-term breast cancer risk. Girls who eat soy when they're young, as well as women who have had breast cancer and then consume soy, have less recurrence, not more recurrence of breast cancer. There are cancer doctors telling their patients, don't eat soy. That's not what the science shows. In Asia, they eat tons of soy. They don't get breast cancer. But when Asian people move to America and stop eating soy, their cancer rates go up. A 2012 analysis combining the results of several studies examined the eating habits and other lifestyle factors of over 9,000 breast cancer survivors. The results indicated, as Dr. Davis said, that eating soy lowers the risk of recurrent breast cancer by about 25%. Another study, published in the Journal of the American Medical Association, surveyed for 4 years 5,042 breast cancer survivors. Again, the results indicated that women who regularly ate or drank soy products had 32% less risk of recurring cancer and a 29% lower risk of death compared with women who consumed little or no soy. Soy can help prevent breast cancer as well. A University of Southern California study found that women who drink a daily average of 1 cup of soy milk or eat half a cup of tofu have about 30% lower risk of developing breast cancer compared to women who had little or no soy in their diet. The big scare about soy and breast cancer is that soy contains isoflavones, a kind of phytoestrogen, plant estrogen, which is chemically comparable to estrogen, the primary female sex hormone. Estrogen is linked to cancers that are sensitive to hormones, like breast or endometrial cancer. Isoflavones and other phytoestrogens, however, are not the same as estrogen. While isoflavones may act like estrogen, writes Margie McCullough, a nutritional epidemiologist, they also have anti-estrogen properties. That is, they can block the more potent natural estrogens from binding to the estrogen receptor. They also have antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties and work in other ways to reduce cancer growth. Dr. Barnard has a great analogy comparing estrogen and phytoestrogens to airplanes. Estrogen is a massive jumbo jet. Phytoestrogen is a little Cessna. There's a huge difference in size, but if the little Cessna is occupying the docking area, the estrogen receptor, the estrogen 747 can't land and unload its damaging hordes of passengers into the terminal. As for man boobs, a meta-analysis which combines data from multiple studies with a foundation of more than 50 treatment groups, published in the journal Fertility and Sterility, showed that soy products did not affect testosterone levels in men. Not only that, but an analysis of 14 studies published in the American Journal of Clinical Nutrition demonstrated that men eating more soy had a 26% lower risk for prostate cancer. The men had 30% lower risk if they ate non-fermented products like soy milk and tofu. As far as the safety of soy is concerned, you could have a tofu scramble for breakfast, miso soup for lunch, edamame for a snack, and marinated tempeh at dinner. Research shows that 3 to 5 daily servings of soy are safe and beneficial. Soy is definitely good for you, Dr. Davis said. It's loaded with every amino acid your body needs. It comes from a natural bean source. It does not create inflammation. It has been shown to prevent cancer. It drops cholesterol like crazy. You want to drop cholesterol, forget the meds. Eat soy. Soy is so rich in protein, however, that you might overload on the nutrient if your every meal and snack contains soy every single day. Remember, just half a cup of firm tofu gives you 20 grams of protein. And too much protein is not a good thing. I got to a plant-based diet because I was overweight and sick, Dr. Davis said. I thought back to the YouTube clips I had seen of him, puffy and tired. Whenever I saw patients who were sick or gaining weight, I told them, you need to eat more protein. That's what I heard in medical school and the media. I followed my own advice and got sicker and sicker. I was 35 with high cholesterol, a high liver function test. I was overweight, sick, and eating more protein than you could imagine. I was taking more and more medications, just like my patients. I said to myself, This can't be right. Lo and behold, I found that the problem may in fact be the protein. When I was 40, I was vegetarian, but still obsessed with protein. Veggie burgers out the wazoo, lots of processed stuff, lots of whey, dairy, protein shakes, because I thought that's what athletes do. I ran my first marathon that year in 3:56. Now I'm 45 and plant-based, and I'm running a marathon at 3:35. Every time I drop my protein intake, I feel stronger, better, and faster. Some of the strongest, biggest animals on this planet are herbivores. Elephants, gorillas, bison, rhinos. Would you like to ask a silverback gorilla who can lift over 10 times his body weight and pull down large trees with the strength of over 10 adult human males where he gets his protein? Me neither. This idea that you need meat to be strong is just foolish, Dr. Mills exclaimed. I need chicken. I need fish to build muscle tissue. Utter nonsense. You want to be strong? Do what an elephant does. People say, chimps eat animal protein. Why shouldn't we? Sure, they eat termites, because chimps don't eat high-protein foods like grains, legumes, and nuts like we can. They're mostly fruit-based. Larger primates like humans, gorillas, or orangutans are strict herbivores. Chimps also scratch their butts in public and throw feces at people. I don't think we should do that. Some people are scared to go plant-based because they've heard you have to carefully combine proteins, said Keegan. They'd rather eat chicken and not worry about complete proteins. Okay, quick tutorial, Dr. Mills said. All proteins are made up of 20 amino acids in different combinations. Our bodies can manufacture all of them except 9. Those are the essential amino acids we need to get from food. A complete protein means a protein that contains all 9 essential amino acids. For years, it was thought that in order to be healthy, you had to eat complete proteins at each meal. That myth has been debunked, he said flatly. First, if you eat from a variety of different plant foods, without calculating what kind of protein you get from each, you will get your complete proteins. Second, you do not have to eat all 9 essential amino acids at a given meal. And third, getting your amino acids from animal tissue is unhealthy. I cannot stress this enough. Nutritionists used to say that a chicken egg was the perfect protein for human consumption because it most closely resembled human tissue. If you follow that line of reasoning, we should be eating each other. Human tissue has exactly the amino acid composition that our bodies utilize. He paused. It's not necessary for us to be cannibals, and it's not necessary for us to eat animal tissue or animal protein. Chapter 6. Cancer. Feeding the growth. Cancer terrifies me. There's something freakish about our own cells inexplicably massing into mutant growths. There are over 37 trillion cells in the human body. My inner hypochondriac panics at the thought. 37 trillion opportunities for cancer. After all that I learned, I went back on the American Cancer Society website. 6 of their 10 healthy recipes main dishes are chicken entrees. Dr. Barnard's voice echoed in my head. We found carcinogens in every single chicken sample that we took. And Dr. Mills, we are seeing more and more poultry linked to a variety of different cancers. I knew now that chicken, red meat, and processed meat are substances capable of causing cancer in living tissue. But how exactly does cancer happen? Dr. T. Colin Campbell, in his landmark book, The China Study, lays out the 3 stages of cancer: initiation, promotion, and progression. He compares the mechanism of cancer development to planting a lawn. Initiation, the seeds embed in the soil. Promotion, the grass begins growing. Finally, progression. The grass runs rampant, swallowing the sidewalk, the driveway, and everything around it. Carcinogens, such as the heterocyclic amines found in cooked chicken and meat, can plant the seeds of cancer. All it takes is for the carcinogen to be absorbed into the body and bonded to DNA. When the next generation of cells are formed, they and all their progeny will be forever genetically damaged, giving rise to the potential for cancer, writes Dr. Campbell. Cancer initiation, except for very rare instances, is irreversible. All of us, I discovered, carry cancerous cells within us. We're all producing tumors all the time, and the question is, how many? Said Dr. Kim Williams. Oh my God, I thought, there are tumors inside of me right now? All the fear stemming from my family's health history coursed through me like ice water. Many of us don't even know we have cancer, Dr. Greger told Keegan and me. DNA mutation can cause the first cancer cell, but 1 cancer cell, 2 cancer cells never killed anyone. But 1 billion cancer cells, now we're running into problems. A tumor can be as small as the tip of a ballpoint pen. In fact, many of us live with microscopic tumors in our breast and colon. Up to 20% of women ages 20 to 54 who died from non-cancer-related causes were shown in their autopsies to have undetected breast cancer. And autopsies show that up to 39% of women in their 40s had growing breast cancers too small to be detected. What bridges the gap between an unnoticed pinhead tumor and a malignant grapefruit-sized lump that will destroy the body? Just like grass seeds lodged in the dirt, those first few cancer cells will not sprout unless certain conditions for growth are provided. This is the promotion phase. Grass seeds require lots of water, sunlight, air, rich soil, and other nutrients. Without these things, the seeds will simply not grow, as many a frustrated suburban homeowner can attest. If they've already begun to sprout, but water and sunlight are taken away, the growth will be suspended. This means that the promotion phase of cancer is reversible. It all depends on whether or not the disease is given the right conditions to grow. I found this incredibly exciting. If grass seeds require water and sun to grow, what did cancer, the cancers we produce all the time in our healthy bodies, require to multiply and spread? When people develop cancer, Dr. Popper writes, what really is going on a certain level is that cancer promoters have outnumbered the anti-cancer agents in the diet. But what about breathing polluted air or absorbing chemicals through our skin? Your skin covers about 20 square feet, Dr. Greger wrote in How Not to Die. Your lungs, if you were to flatten out all the tiny air pockets, could cover hundreds of square feet. And your intestines, counting all the little folds, some scientists estimate that your gut would blanket thousands of square feet, vastly more expansive than your skin and lungs combined. What you eat may very well be your primary interface with the outside world. That means that regardless of the carcinogens that could be lurking in the environment, your greatest exposure may be through your diet. I already knew that chicken and other meats can cause cancer. But what foods protect us from cancer? The answer is simple. Plants. The American Institute for Cancer Research, AICR, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to advancing the knowledge that cancer can be prevented and educating the public on the link between diet and cancer. In its 10 recommendations for cancer preventions, AICR states, eat more of a variety of vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and legumes such as beans. The WHO declares, diets high in fruits and vegetables may have a protective effect against many cancers. When most Americans are not eating a plant-based diet and understanding that this diet is healthy and cancer protective, that is cause for concern, said Alice Bender, MS, RDN, and AICR head of nutrition programs. Study after study after study has confirmed what your mother told you. Fruits and vegetables are packed with disease-preventing nutrients and compounds, like fiber, carotenoids, vitamin C, vitamin E, folate, selenium, flavonoids, and other potent antioxidants and phytochemicals. Phytates, another natural compound found in plant seeds, and therefore in all seeds, nuts, beans, and whole grains, has been shown through in vitro studies, ones performed in an environment outside a living being, such as a test tube, to suppress the development of practically all human cancer cells tested, including breast, cervix, colon, liver, pancreas, prostate, and skin cancers. Healthy cells were not affected. Phytates also increase the activity of your body's natural killer cells that track down and clear out cancer cells. The AICR tells us that the benefits of eating a plant-based diet is likely to be due not only to the exclusion of meat, but also to the inclusion of a larger number and of wider range of plant foods containing an extensive variety of potential cancer-preventive substances. Fiber is a big one. Susan Levin already told us about that. In addition to acting as a scrub brush inside our intestines, fiber also binds to toxins, such as carcinogens and excess cholesterol and estrogen, carrying them quickly through the thousands of pleated square feet in our digestive tracts and out of our bodies. And again, fiber is found only in plant foods. It's been shown by Yale scientists and others that breast cancer risk is lowered by 62% for premenopausal women who eat 6 grams or more of soluble fiber daily. That's about 1 cup of black beans, versus women who eat less than 4 grams a day. And the risk for estrogen receptor-negative breast tumors, which are more difficult to treat, was lowered by 85% for premenopausal women on a high-fiber diet. Eating a lot of fiber can also help lower the risk for esophageal cancer by as much as 1/3, and high fiber intake has been associated for years with decreased risk for colorectal cancers. Then there are whole grains and legumes. In 2007, the AICR published the most comprehensive analysis of cancer and diet to date, using 500,000 studies and 9 independent scientific teams from around the world. The report that resulted was then reviewed by 21 of the leading global cancer specialists. And one of the AICR's summary recommendations to help prevent cancer was to eat whole grains and/or legumes like beans, lentils, soybeans, split peas, and chickpeas with every single meal, every single day. A 2009 report in the journal Food Chemistry was a first step towards the identification of foods endowed with the most potent chemopreventive ability to prevent or reduce the risk of cancer activities. The scientists took 34 everyday vegetables like cauliflower, eggplant, carrot, potato, romaine lettuce, garlic, and Brussels sprouts, and tested their compounds in petri dishes on 8 different kinds of human cancer cells: breast, kidney, lung, pancreas, prostate, and stomach cancers, as well as brain tumors and childhood brain tumors. The results were amazing. To take just a few examples, radishes did nothing to halt pancreatic cancer cells, but they were 100% successful at terminating the spread of stomach cancer cells. Likewise, orange bell peppers were helpless against stomach cancer, but were powerhouses in stopping prostate cancer cells, inhibiting that cancer by over 75%. Breast cancer growth was almost cut in half by beetroot, orange bell pepper, English cucumber, jalapeno, potato, and radicchio. Brussels sprouts, cauliflower, garlic, green onion, and leeks went further. They totally abolished breast tumor cell development. 2 vegetable families were particularly effective at halting cancer. Cruciferous vegetables like broccoli, Brussels sprouts, cauliflower, kale, and bok choy, and allium vegetables like garlic, onions, scallions, leeks, and chives. The inclusion of cruciferous and allium vegetables in the diet, wrote the scientists, is essential for effective dietary-based chemopreventive strategies. Garlic was the gold medal winner of all the vegetables tested. It was the most effective fighter against breast, lung, pancreatic, prostate, stomach, and child and adult brain cancer, and second most effective against kidney cancer, right after leeks, another allium family member. Nor are these benefits only achieved in a petri dish. People who ate 68 grams, about a cup, of broccoli sprouts significantly inhibited the bloodstream levels of an enzyme linked to cancerous tumor development, only 3 hours after eating the sprouts. The broccoli sprout snack was just as effective, or even more so, than the chemotherapy agent specifically concocted to lower that enzyme. Broccoli sprouts or chemo? Hard decision. Researchers at Johns Hopkins University asked women booked for breast reduction procedures to consume broccoli sprout juice 1 hour before their operations. After the surgeries, the scientists examined the breast tissue and discovered they contained substantial accumulation of sulforaphane, the compound in cruciferous vegetables shown to have anti-cancer properties. So, the vegetable juice that the women drank found its way quickly to areas of the body not directly in contact with the digestive system. Chlorophyll, the green pigment found in vegetables and leaves, is, like fiber, a substance that can bind to carcinogens and keep them from infiltrating our DNA. In a nerve-wracking experiment, human volunteers drank a low-dose carcinogenic beverage of radioactive aflatoxin, either with or without spinach chlorophyll added. The scientists found that the spinach chlorophyll seemed to block roughly 40% of the carcinogenic substance. Australian researchers in 2011 zeroed in on colorectal cancer and found that cabbage, cauliflower, broccoli, and Brussels sprouts are linked to a decreased risk for colon cancer in the middle and right side of the body, while carrots, pumpkins, and apples seem to lower the risk farther down on the left side. But you don't need a complicated flowchart of disease-fighting vegetables. Just eat a wide variety. Choose vegetables of different colors. As the scientists in the food chemistry study put it, eating a diversified diet containing several distinct classes of vegetables is essential for effective prevention of cancer. But what if the cancer seeds have already started growing? Could the protective properties of fruits and vegetables also potentially turn the deadly ship around? In 2005, Dr. Dean Ornish, famous for demonstrating that heart disease can be reversed without drugs, more on this later, took 93 prostate cancer patients in the early stages of the disease who had had no conventional treatment such as surgery or radiation, and divided them randomly into either a low-fat, plant-based diet group, who also did moderate exercise such as walking and yoga, or a standard diet group. There were no other treatments involved, no radiation, surgery, or chemotherapy. Dr. Ornish and his colleagues monitored the patients for a year. The standard measure of prostate cancer progression is elevated levels of PSA, a protein produced by the prostate gland. After a year, the PSA levels of the plant-based group had dropped, meaning their cancer was not spreading, while the standard diet group's PSA levels had risen. The really astonishing part of the experiment happened when the scientists took blood serum from both groups and mixed them, separately, with prostate cancer cells in petri dishes. The blood from the plant-based group inhibited the cancer growth by 70%. Blood from the standard diet group inhibited the growth by only 9%. The bloodstream of the plant-based group was almost 8 times more hostile to cancer growth. A research team at UCLA wanted to try this for women and breast cancer, Dr. Greger said. But they didn't want to wait a whole year. They said, let's see what a plant-based diet can do after 2 weeks along with moderate exercise. Before putting them on the diet, the researchers drew the blood of the women and dripped it on breast cancer cells. It killed off just a few of them. 2 weeks later, on a plant-based diet, they dripped their blood on the same kind of carpet of cancer cells, and the plant-based blood cleared off the whole plate. There was a dramatic rise in what's called apoptosis, or programmed cancer cell death. Their bodies were somehow able to reprogram cancer cells to kill themselves. Dr. Greger paused. This was after just 2 weeks of eating a plant-based diet. What kind of blood do we want in our bodies? Do we want blood that's going to roll over when new cancer cells pop up? Or do we want blood circulating through every nook and cranny in our body with the power to slow down and stop it? We already have the cure for cancer, Dr. Goldhammer said simply. The cure for cancer is prevention. I have several friends who are cancer survivors. They know better than anyone that cancer is not foreign to the body. The body's own mechanisms have turned against itself. And yet, in describing the disease, many of these friends use the metaphor of an alien growing inside them. Imagine if an alien hijacked your body. Imagine that it wants to turn you into a host for its own incubation until it grows to maturity and becomes so malignant that it destroys you. Do you feed the alien what it needs to become unstoppable? Or, while strengthening yourself, do you starve it? Chapter 7. What is milk? We buy milk in glass, plastic, and cardboard. It turns into cheese, butter, yogurt, and ice cream. We get our calcium from milk. Our parents, teachers, doctors, and even our government tell us it's a vital part of our diet. But after all that, very few people have considered what milk actually is. It is the breast milk of a cow who just had a baby. Like humans and all other mammals, the classification itself comes from our common possession of mammary, milk-producing glands. Female cows produce milk only when they are pregnant or have given birth. The milk we buy at the supermarket is a bovine bodily fluid, the sole natural purpose of which is to jumpstart the transformation of a newborn 65-pound calf into a 1,500-pound cow. That's heavier than a polar bear, the largest bear on Earth. By its very nature, even the most pristine, organic, local milk from the happiest of grass-fed cows is teeming with growth hormones, fats, IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor 1, and female sex hormones like estrogen and progesterone. In today's modern dairy industry, with its emphasis on industrialized profit, cows are regularly restrained on a metal device often called a rape rack and impregnated with a sperm gun. When the baby calf is born, the farmers separate the newborn from the mother, so the calf does not drink the lucrative breast milk. Male calves are sold for veal meat, or beef. Female calves are raised to replace their mothers as dairy cows. All calves kept alive are fed milk replacer. Business dictates that the replacer must be cheaper than milk, otherwise you might as well feed the calf with mother's milk. Once the calf is taken away, the mother cow is hooked up to a milking machine, often alongside hundreds or even thousands of other cows. When her milk production begins to drop, a cow is brought to the rape rack to start the cycle over again. Cows on modern dairy farms are milked about 300 days every year, and they are pregnant for a large portion of that time. Modern milk is sucked off of large pregnant bovines, and the estrogen, primary female sex hormone, content of that is very high, said Dr. Clapper. These are active mammalian estrogens, unlike the phytoestrogens in soy. When humans drink cow's milk, our urine flows with these estrogens. This is a major factor in why little girls are going through puberty at ages 7, 8, 9 from this river of milk, ice cream, and butter that we are feeding them. Why are American women getting so many breast lumps? He asked. Could it be the cheese, yogurt, and milk filled with cow estrogens pouring through their breast tissue? The uterus is a hormone-responsive muscle, and women sprout uterine tumors. The male breast is responsive to estrogens, and guys on the couch with their cheese nachos and deep-dish pizzas look down and say, "Gee, man boobs." Gentlemen, you're eating cow estrogens at huge levels. There is no human on earth who needs the milk of a cow any more than they need the milk of a mouse, adds Dr. Clapper. If I could eliminate one food substance, any food substance, from the American diet immediately, it would be the products made from the milk of an animal. Dr. Popper concurs. If you're going to make an important first step that would improve your health, get the dairy out of the diet. The closer a cow is to giving birth, the more natural sex hormones are found in her milk, up to 33 times more than a non-pregnant cow. 60 to 80% of estrogens that we eat come from dairy products. This leads to much graver problems than man boobs. People choose organic dairy because they don't want chemicals and hormones, said Dr. Barnard. You know what? The biggest chemical factory is inside the cow. The hormones in milk affect our own hormones and can contribute to any kind of hormone-related cancer, breast, uterine, prostate, testicular, ovarian. Eating dairy has also been shown to be connected to bladder and colorectal cancer. Milk, because of what it is, makes things grow faster, and that includes cancer cells, said Susan Levin. This is not a product even in its purest state that you want to consume. How much is too much? I asked. A bit of anything linked with cancer to me is too much. We're exposed to so many carcinogens already. If you don't have to drink cow's milk, and you do not, then don't. Take control where you can. Cow's milk protein may be the single most significant chemical carcinogen to which humans are exposed, Dr. T. Colin Campbell said in The Guardian. Dr. Campbell was one of the lead scientists of the famous China-Cornell-Oxford study, a massive 20-year study that found 8,000 statistically significant correlations between eating animal protein and risk of disease in 65 counties in China. The New York Times called the study the Grand Prix of epidemiology. IGF-1, insulin-like growth factor 1, said Dr. Clapper, is one of the most and may well be the most spectacularly powerful promoter of growth in the mammalian body. It's in all mother's milk, which is a good thing. IGF-1 is a wonderful thing to give an infant animal or human. However, once a person is an adult, there's a lot of growth you do not want to promote. Heaven forbid there is a malignant growth in the ovaries, the prostate, or the testicles, because if you stream IGF-1 through that cancer, oh boy, you will promote its growth. Cow's milk is full of IGF-1, Dr. Clapper continued. Meat has it. Eggs have it. As a result, cancer is rampant in our society. Plants don't make IGF-1, and for that reason the incidence of cancer in plant-based eaters is much, much lower. IGF-1 is a cancer-promoting growth hormone involved in every stage of cancer cell growth, spread, and metastases, Dr. Greger said. Any animal protein boosts IGF-1 in the body. By reducing our animal protein consumption, we reduce our levels of IGF-1, and that reduces cancer cell growth. Sometimes we are ignorant of stunningly simple things. Of course, a fluid meant to stimulate rapid growth in an infant animal would stimulate the uncontrolled growth of cancer cells. And I'm still getting over this. We're all producing tumors all the time. It's like throwing rocket fuel on a fire. 35 different hormones and 11 growth factors have been found in cow's milk, organic or otherwise. A study comparing cancer rates and diets in 42 different countries found that eating cheese and dairy products is strongly correlated with testicular cancer. The highest rates of cancer were in countries like Switzerland and Denmark, where cheese is consumed frequently, while the lowest rates were in countries like Algeria, where dairy is less common. The Physicians' Health Study, which tracked over 20,000 men over 11 years, discovered that prostate cancer risk jumped by over 30% in men who ate 2.5 servings of dairy a day. And 2 to 3 daily servings of dairy just happens to be the amount recommended by the Federal Nutrition Guidelines and the American Heart Association. Many, many other studies have shown powerful correlations between dairy, low-fat or otherwise, and prostate cancer, the second leading cause of cancer deaths in American men. The effects of dairy on prostate cancer could be seen when scientists dripped organic cow's milk onto human prostate cancer cells in a petri dish. The cow's milk increased prostate cancer cell growth in 14 experiments by over 30%. The scientists then did the same experiment with almond milk, which inhibited the cancer growth rate by over 30%. Eating cheese and other dairy products is also linked to feminization in men. This is ironic, considering that men often refuse soy, as we've seen, out of fear it will take the edge off their masculinity. Yet they have no qualms about Philly cheesesteaks, whey protein shakes, and 3-cheese pizzas loaded with the sex steroid hormones of a pregnant bovine mammal. In another experiment, a group of young men ages 19 to 21 were asked to drink a quart of cow's milk in 10 minutes. Within the hour, their estrogen levels shot up 60%, while their testosterone levels plummeted dramatically. Another study was titled Dairy Food Intake in Relation to Semen Quality and Reproductive Hormone Levels Among Physically Active Young Men. The physically active young men ate a large amount of cheese in particular, and regardless of their overall dietary patterns, the motility of their sperm declined considerably and the quality of their semen deteriorated. Women obviously have different concerns. Dairy consumption in women is linked to breast cancer, endometrial or uterine cancer, and ovarian cancer, among other health issues. Over 29,000 postmenopausal women were studied over 10 years through the Iowa Women's Health Study. The women who consumed more than a single glass of cow's milk a day had a 73% greater risk of developing ovarian cancer than the women who drank less than a glass daily. A Swedish study followed over 60,000 women, ages 38 to 76, over 13 years, and found that women who consumed 4 or more dairy servings a day doubled their risk for ovarian cancer compared to women who consumed less than 2 servings daily. On average, 55% of women diagnosed with ovarian cancer do not survive beyond 5 years of their diagnosis. Take a breath, and we'll go on. Your milk could very well be radioactive. One of the many pollutants that come out of nuclear reactors, even when they're operating normally, is strontium-90, an unstable radioactive element. Mike Ewell, director of Energy Justice Network, EJN, explained to Keegan and me when we met in Washington, D.C. EJN is a national support network for grassroots groups fighting dirty energy and waste industry facilities. Strontium-90 falls on farm fields, crops, and grass, Ewell said. Cows that eat those crops will ingest the strontium-90, which acts like calcium in the body. In the periodic table, remember high school chem, strontium, Sr, is just below calcium, Ca, indicating their similar properties. Strontium-90 is the radioactive form of strontium. The stable isotopes of strontium help build healthy bones. Because strontium-90 is mistaken for calcium in the cow's body, it ends up in the milk, Ewell went on. And when people eat dairy products, our bodies think it's calcium as well, so we store it in our bones. But strontium-90 gradually breaks down and can cause bone cancer and leukemia. If strontium-90 falls out over farm fields, I asked, then shouldn't we be worried about eating vegetables? You'll get a lot more exposure from dairy than you'll get from eating strontium-90 exposed vegetables, Ewell said. Precisely because strontium-90 acts like calcium and accumulates in milk. Our main dietary source of radioactive pollutants is in the milk supply. How many nuclear reactors are there in the U.S.? Keegan asked. There are 99 remaining nuclear power reactors, commercial scale, in the country, Ewell replied. There are also research reactors on university campuses that emit radioactive pollution. But also, the West Coast is downwind from Japan with their 50-some nuclear reactors. Most of them are now shut down since the Fukushima disaster, but radiation from Fukushima is continually being found on the California coast. Then there's dioxin. Any incinerators, including trash incinerators, generate some of the most toxic chemicals known to science, called dioxins, Ewell said. Dioxin is the toxic contaminant in Agent Orange, the chemical defoliant used in the Vietnam War. When people talk about the horrifying long-term effects of Agent Orange, they're talking about dioxin exposure. Dioxin exposure is connected to a myriad of health problems, Ewell said, including cancer, birth defects, diabetes, developmental disabilities, dental defects, small penis size, sexual reproductive disorders, and malformed and mixed-sex genitalia. 93% of our exposure to dioxins comes from eating dairy and meat products. How does that happen? I asked. It's similar to strontium-90. Dioxins come out of incinerators and fall across farm fields. Cows eat the crops. A cow standing in the shadow of an incinerator will ingest, through the large amounts of food it eats, more dioxin in one day than it would take you 14 years to breathe if you were standing right next to that cow, breathing the same air. The dioxin accumulates in the cow's fat, which includes the milk and the meat. Anyone eating meat or dairy will receive that dose of dioxin. And dioxins are generated by any incinerator? Keegan asked. That's right. Some of the worst dioxin pollution in the country has been in Pennsylvania, near Harrisburg's incinerator, which was the largest source of dioxin for many years. That's right next to the dairy region. There are also a lot of incinerators in Wisconsin, the largest dairy state. There are places throughout Europe, in Belgium and France, for instance, where dairy producers were told they couldn't sell their dairy because dioxin contamination from incinerators is getting so high. In some ways, though, it doesn't matter where you or dairy cows are in relation to dioxin-spewing incinerators. There's no safe place to run if you're looking to find clean animal products to eat on this planet, Ewell said. Dioxins travel incredibly far because they're light. Incinerators in Iowa and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, were pegged in a 2000 study as the largest single contributor to dioxin contamination at 8 sites in the Canadian Arctic. The indigenous people there were so concerned, they wrote to the mayor of Harrisburg asking him to shut down that incinerator. What about organic? I asked. Going organic doesn't help you avoid contaminants like dioxins, strontium-90, or mercury, because when they fall out, they don't skip the organic fields. It has nothing to do with the conventional versus the organic process. These pollutants are falling on farm fields and water bodies everywhere. It makes no difference whether you're eating dairy, chicken, fish, pork, or beef. Keegan and I also talked with Dr. Goldhammer about bioaccumulation. If you compare your typical plant-based foods, even with their various residual chemical byproducts, he said, to an equivalent number of calories of animal-based foods, the animal foods are going to be dramatically higher in toxicity, as much as 1,000-fold, depending on the circumstances. The WHO states, although formation of dioxins is local, environmental distribution is global. The highest levels of these compounds are found in some soils, sediments, and foods, especially dairy products, meat, fish, and shellfish. Very low levels are found in plants, water, and air. If animal food is a dominant part of your life, Dr. Goldhammer said, toxicity will be a dominant part of your life as well. Other toxic pollutants like PCBs and organochlorine pesticide, a class of mostly banned pesticides including DDT, also accumulate in dairy and other animal products. The brains of patients with Parkinson's disease have been shown to have high levels of these toxins. A meta-analysis looking at over 300,000 people found that overall dairy consumption is tied to a substantially higher risk for Parkinson's, a chronic, progressive disorder of the nervous system that causes the malfunction and death of vital nerve cells in the brain. There is no cure. Scientists in one meta-analysis estimated that every 200 grams of milk consumed daily could increase the risk for Parkinson's by 17%. Another study, following 7,504 men over 30 years, found a 2.3-fold increase in Parkinson's in men who consumed more than 16 ounces of milk a day, compared to those who consumed none. Contamination of milk with neurotoxins may be of critical importance, the scientists wrote. A 2013 editorial in the journal Nutrition was even more emphatic, stating, "The only possible explanation for this effect is the evidence of the contamination of milk by neurotoxins." And then there's the pus. Cows today are genetically manipulated to produce 6 to 7 times more milk than cows from 100 years ago. Their bloated, overloaded udders are extremely susceptible to infection. Mastitis is an endemic disease of dairy cows, in which the udders become inflamed, usually from bacteria. According to the USDA, about 1 in every 6 dairy cows has clinical mastitis. The infection can be detected by visible abnormalities in the milk, like clots or flakes. That milk is discarded because the bacteria present a threat to food safety. But there is also subclinical mastitis, in which the udder is infected but the cow shows no symptoms. The milk from a cow with subclinical mastitis, which can affect 5 to 75% of cows on a farm, is visibly no different from uninfected milk. And it is legal for dairies to sell milk produced by cows with subclinical mastitis. Many dairy cows live with chronic mastitis during their relentless cycles of pregnancy and lactation. One of the most common ways to test for subclinical mastitis is to do a somatic cell count. The higher the count, the more inflammation there is in the udder. Somatic cells are not pus cells, as many on the internet claim, but the majority of somatic cells are leukocytes, or white blood cells. And pus, which builds up at sites of infection and inflammation, is made up of accumulated dead leukocytes. When a cow is infected with mastitis, over 90% of the somatic cells in her milk are the leukocytes that create pus. Dairy products have a lot of other products associated with it, not the least of which is pus, Dr. Goldhammer told us flatly. There are laws limiting how much pus you can have in milk and still sell it, something like 750,000 pus cells per cc. Because you wouldn't want too much pus in milk, people might object. You could think of cheese as coagulated cow pus. But the milk is pasteurized, so no worries, right? You may comfort yourself by thinking that the pus is pasteurized, Bob and Jenna Torres wrote in their book Vegan Freak. And certainly pasteurization will prevent you from becoming ill, but you're still eating pus. Look at it like this. You could stick a dog turd in an autoclave and render it biologically harmless with significant pressure and heat, yet we're willing to wager that you'd not be anxious to eat it unless you have some very strange proclivities indeed. Cheese is our #1 source of saturated fat, Dr. Greger said. I groaned. For years I lived on what could be called a high cheese diet. Not merely cheese every day, but cheese at every meal. There's a study going around right now saying cheese might be good for your heart, Dr. Davis said. Guess who sponsored it? The dairy industry. They took 15 people for 2 weeks and either fed them diets high in 1.5% milk fat or high in cheese or butter with no other dairy. Did they then wait to see who had a heart attack? No, they didn't look at the heart at all. They looked at the TMAO metabolite associated with heart disease and found the milk and cheese eaters had less TMAO than the butter people, and so therefore cheese is better for your heart. It's utterly ridiculous. Why didn't they include a non-dairy group? They would have had the lowest TMAO. Dairy is loaded with saturated fat, Dr. Davis said. It causes inflammation, oxidative stress, vessel contractility, the clamping down of vessels. There have been many legitimate studies. A Swedish study recently caught the news because it showed that the more dairy people ate, the higher their risk of early death. Most people I know choose low-fat dairy, thinking that will give them the benefits of dairy, calcium for instance, without the ill effects. Low-fat dairy, though, is an oxymoron. What does low-fat 2% milk really mean? If you divide a carton into 100 parts, and 2 of those little parts are fat, that's not very much, right? But you've got to understand that 98% fat-free refers to the weight of the milk, not the caloric percentage. 98% of a container of 2% milk is water weight. 2% of the weight is from fat. Now, let's look at the calories. 35% of calories from low-fat 2% milk are from fat. But nobody would buy low-fat 35% fat milk. It's low-fat only compared to the 49% of calories from fat found in whole milk. McDonald's tried this in the early 1990s when it marketed its McLean Deluxe burger as 91% fat-free. That figure, of course, was by weight. By calories, 49% of calories from the McLean burger were from fat, just like milk. Things are not looking so hot for dairy consumption and our health. Between the cancer promotion, natural sex steroid hormones, natural growth hormones like IGF-1, bioaccumulation of radioactive isotopes, neurotoxins, and the most lethal component of Agent Orange, along with plain old pus and 35% fat milk masquerading as a low-fat health product. Cue the question, but where will I get my calcium? Here in America, calcium and milk are synonymous, just like protein and meat. It's another nursery school belief, inculcated in us as toddlers and never examined since. As Colleen Patrick Goudreau puts it in a lecture, what is calcium? It's a mineral. And where are minerals found? In the soil. And why do cows have calcium in their milk? Because they eat the grass. But 3 out of 4 cows raised specifically for dairy are not consuming grass. And so that the dairy industry can live up to the marketing claims that it's a high-calcium food, what do they do to the cow's feed? They supplement their feed. She pauses and looks at her audience. You could supplement your feed. We'd skip a lot of problems. Or you could go right to the source and get your calcium from the green leafy vegetables, the highest source of calcium. Cow's milk has 189 milligrams of calcium in every 100 calories. Kale has 257 milligrams per 100 calories. Tofu, 287. Collard greens, 539. And bok choy has 775 milligrams. Milk just fell off the calcium throne. It never belonged there in the first place. Calcium, of course, is vital for strong bones. Osteoporosis is a disease in which bones become brittle and weak and is most common in older women. Doctors commonly advise postmenopausal women to build calcium stores and stave off osteoporosis by consuming more dairy. But dairy does not seem to be the answer to osteoporosis. Hip fractures and osteoporosis are strongly linked. One of the world's highest rates of hip fractures belong to U.S. women ages 50 and up. And yet, Americans on an individual basis consume more dairy than most countries in the world. The only countries with higher rates of hip fractures are in Europe, Australia, and New Zealand, where people consume even more dairy than in America. I asked Dr. Barnard about osteoporosis and dairy. It's not entirely clear from the scientific literature that milk causes osteoporosis, Dr. Barnard said. But it sure doesn't stop it. Harvard researchers looked at 72,000 older women over an 18-year period and found that the milk drinkers had zero protection from fractures. Researchers who studied bone development in children found that kids who drink the most milk have zero protection from stress fractures. Milk does not build strong bones. Dr. Mills gave us the most graphic illustration of the non-essential nature of dairy. "How tall are you?" he asked me. "About 6'2". He assessed me. "Okay, if I could flay all the skin off you and boil the flesh off your skeleton, all the bones in your body would weigh about 35 pounds. I don't know if I looked as alarmed as I felt. "A bull moose grows a full rack of antlers in 3 months, Dr. Mills continued, ignoring me. "They're made of solid bone. A mature bull's antlers weigh 80 pounds, more than twice the amount of your entire skeleton. That moose grows his rack of antlers while eating nothing but green, leafy plant foods." Jane Chapman, 61, is from Washington State. She can only move painfully and slowly with a walker. When Keegan and I visited her, she told us her story. "Not too long ago," she said, "I finally got some x-rays of my hips and back. It was severe bilateral osteoarthritis of the hips, and I'm scheduled for 2 hip replacements. That's bone on bone. It's the grinding of the joints. I can't pivot. I hold on to the walls or there's a good chance I'll fall." "What other conditions are you dealing with right now?" I asked. "I'm on 2 different high blood pressure medicines, 6 asthma-type medicines, even after 4 years of shots, and then another medicine to help take care of side effects from some of those medicines, high-level antidepressants, hormone replacement therapy, a couple of different pain meds for my back and hips, several muscle relaxants and over-the-counter anti-inflammatories, then supplements for adrenal fatigue. I have 28 bottles of medicines and supplements that the doctors said I should take." "According to your doctors, what are all these problems from?" Keegan asked. "They say it's in your genes or you're getting on in age. The outlook that doctors have painted for me is, have the hips replaced, take the meds, take the joint compounds, just manage the pain. A lifetime of trips to the pharmacy and limited mobility. I'm afraid of this hip replacement. And there's still the degenerative back stuff. How many times are they going to have to take the knife to me to put things back together? And do I really want that?" She paused. "This summer the kids were playing Twister and they wanted me, Grandma, to play. It wasn't going to happen. I can spin the dial. I want to do so much more than that, and I just feel I'm sad. Robbed. To think that this is all that's left." Her words trailed off, disbelief and sorrow struggling on her face. "One of my daughters, she said, 'There's nothing left of you, Mom.' And she was right." Chapter 8. Eggs. Cracked. The most interesting thing to me about eggs is not that the cholesterol in a single egg eaten daily can shorten a woman's life as much as smoking 5 cigarettes a day for 15 years. Nor is it that those in a 2012 study who ate the most eggs had 2/3 the arterial plaque of the heaviest smokers in the study, with habits comparable to a pack a day for 40 years or more. Eating only 3 eggs a week was shown to substantially increase plaque buildup. No, the most interesting thing to me is the behavior of the egg industry, which, mirroring the 2 studies above, has remarkable parallels with the behavior of the tobacco industry. The egg industry has been slapped on the wrist repeatedly for decades by institutions such as the USDA, the Federal Trade Commission, FTC, the U.S. Court of Appeals, and the Supreme Court for false and misleading advertising that eggs had no harmful effects on health. In 1977, the National Commission on Egg Nutrition, a major trade group, was convicted of false advertising by the U.S. Court of Appeals and ordered to cease and desist from disseminating any advertisement which represents that there is no scientific evidence that eating eggs increases the risk of heart attacks, heart disease, atherosclerosis, arteriosclerosis, or any attendant condition. The FTC has twice brought cases against Eggland's Best, Inc. in 1994 and 1996 for making deceptive advertising claims like, "Imagine eating delicious real whole eggs and not raising your serum cholesterol." People did, in clinical tests of Eggland's Best eggs. They ate a dozen a week while keeping within the limits of the Surgeon General's low-fat diet, and their serum cholesterol didn't go up. The USDA has reminded the egg industry repeatedly that due to laws against false advertising, you can't couch eggs or egg products as healthy or nutritious. Nutritious and healthy carry certain connotations, and because eggs have the amount of cholesterol they do, plus the fact that they're not low in fat, these words are problematic. This is a list of advertising claims about eggs that the USDA has told the egg industry they cannot use because they're not true. A rich source of protein, nutritional powerhouse, relatively low in calories, relatively low in fat, low in saturated fat. Eggs contribute nutritionally. Healthful. Eggs contribute healthful components. See, under the FDA, a food can only be labeled healthy if it is low in saturated fat and contains 90 milligrams or less of cholesterol per serving. The egg scorecard on healthy? Fail, fail. But a little thing like that doesn't stop the American Egg Board, AEB. AEB devised an integrated 360-degree media approach to surround moms wherever they are, declared AEB's 2008 annual report. The AEB newsletter, Eggstra, shows a photo of a young mother and her daughter. Images of marketing tactics like TV, billboards, internet, women's magazines, and egg cartons surround the pair with arrows aiming in toward them. The crosshairs are on moms because they are the primary shopper, food decision maker, and meal preparer for the household. In 2014, Hellmann's mayonnaise, produced by Unilever, which had revenue of $64 billion in 2017 and is the world's largest producer of food spreads, sued Hampton Creek, a small $50 million a year startup that makes egg-free mayonnaise. Hellmann's claimed Hampton Creek was guilty of false advertising because you can't call something mayonnaise if it doesn't contain eggs. Internal AEB emails were leaked to The Guardian, revealing that the egg industry had been trying for months to destroy Hampton Creek. The egg-free company, as AEB President Joanne Ivey wrote, is a crisis and major threat to the future of the egg product business. Apparently, Hampton Creek presents such a crisis and major threat to the egg industry that some senior AEB officials were fantasizing about murder. "Can we pool our money and put a hit on Josh Tetrick, Hampton Creek CEO?" emailed one senior AEB member. "I could contact some of my old buddies in Brooklyn to pay Mr. Tetrick a visit," wrote AEB's executive VP in another email. Tricky thing about emails. You can't always tell when someone is joking. This is all fascinating to me because there would be no reason for this behavior if the egg industry had a healthy product to sell in the first place. And it seems like they know it. But there's been a lot of media attention on research claiming eggs and cholesterol are not so bad for you after all. As a cardiologist actively involved in looking at people's arteries, heart disease, and heart attacks, cholesterol is still very much an issue, Dr. Khan told us. Many egg and cholesterol studies were done in people eating diets already overloaded with animal-based fats. Their cholesterol is 230, 240, the average American cholesterol, and when you add in several eggs a week, you don't see much change. If you're smoking 20 cigarettes a day, smoking 19 or 21 will probably not make a profound difference to your lung cancer risk. In 2015, a meta-analysis examined 40 studies on dietary cholesterol ranging from 1979 to 2013. The authors found that consuming cholesterol in the diet significantly increased both the level of total cholesterol in the blood as well as the levels of unhealthy, low-density lipoprotein, or LDL, cholesterol. The Guardian, in an article subtitled, "The U.S. government has removed suggested caps on cholesterol consumption in a victory for an egg industry keen to dissociate its product from heart disease," writes, "The discrepancy between research saying eggs do not have an effect on cholesterol and research saying they do might boil down to a single point. Put plainly," said Dr. J. David Spence, one of the authors of the study comparing arterial plaque in smokers and egg eaters, "the American diet already contains so much that could cause harm, it's hard to measure the effect of a single potentially unhealthy food." A scientific study on eggs and cholesterol in the American Heart Journal stated, "We found no evidence of adverse effects of daily egg ingestion on any cardiac risk factors in adults with CAD, coronary artery disease, over a span of 6 weeks." But, halfway through the report, I read this. Disclosures. This study was conducted with funding from the Egg Nutrition Center / American Egg Board and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Close reading of the study's tables reveal that 90.6% of the subjects were taking cholesterol-lowering medication. AEB-funded research continued to provide strong evidence that eggs do not contribute to heart disease, declared the American Egg Board annual report. That doesn't seem right. But regardless of funding, scientists can't just lie in their reports. What can a scientist funded by the egg industry do when they're confronted with a study like one from France, showing that as the dietary fat and cholesterol content of their subjects increased, so did the fat and cholesterol in their bloodstream? Or another well-designed study published in The Lancet and conducted by the Harvard Medical School, which found that adding only 1 extra-large egg a day to the diets of healthy young vegetarians for 3 weeks caused their cholesterol levels, including their dangerous LDL cholesterol, to shoot up. Or the Physicians' Health Study, which found, looking at over 21,000 men over 20 years, that eating 1 egg a day increased the risk of dying by 23%. You can get around these inconvenient results by only measuring fasting cholesterol levels in the morning, 7 or 8 hours after the previous meal, as Dr. Greger explained to me, because, as the authors of the study comparing the risks of eggs and smoking wrote in an editorial, fasting LDL cholesterol levels have little to do with what the patient consumed the previous day. So if you wait an entire night to measure cholesterol, there won't be a big difference between people who had eggs for dinner and those who didn't. Pretty clever. Diet is mostly about the postprandial state, continues the editorial. Postprandial means the period after eating a meal. Dietary cholesterol increases cardiovascular risk, probably mainly because of postprandial effects. For several hours after a high cholesterol meal, there is an increase in oxidative stress, vascular inflammation, and adverse effects on endothelial function, and oxidation of LDL cholesterol is increased by nearly 40%. Dietary cholesterol is permissive of the harmful effect of saturated fats, meaning cholesterol in your food can make the destructive effects of saturated fat even worse. The only foods containing cholesterol are derived from animals, and one of the most concentrated sources of dietary cholesterol in the U.S. population by far is eggs. How many hours are there between meals? Dr. Greger asks in a Nutrition Facts video. Maybe 4 hours between breakfast and lunch? So if we had eggs for breakfast, we get that big spike, and by lunch, start the whole cycle of fat and cholesterol in our arteries all over again. Most of our lives are lived in a postprandial state, in an after-meal state, and this shows the amount of cholesterol in those meals. They actually used eggs in this study, so the amount of egg in our meals makes a big difference when it really matters, after we've eaten, which is where we spend most of our lives. So that's why when the Egg Board funds a study, they only measure fasting cholesterol levels the next day. The yolk of a hen's egg is the most concentrated glom of saturated fat and cholesterol on the planet, Dr. Clapper said. It is made to run a baby chicken for 21 days with no outside energy. When we put that into our bloodstream, our blood gets thicker and more viscous. It changes our hormone levels and raises our cholesterol levels. 2 scrambled eggs for breakfast sends a wave of fat and animal protein through your bloodstream first thing in the morning. Apart from eggs contributing to cardiovascular disease, heart attacks, stroke, and death in the general population, the physician's health study, the nurse's health study, and the health professional's follow-up all demonstrated that people with diabetes who eat more than 1 egg a day double their risk of heart disease and death compared to people with diabetes who eat less than a single egg per week. Twice the risk of death is bad enough, but in a study from Athens, Greece, 2 findings are consistent across genders and models. A striking positive association between egg intake and diabetic mortality, implying that increased daily intake by 1 egg, 40 grams, increases the risk of death overall 3-fold and the risk of coronary death more than 5-fold. In other words, 1 egg a day for people with diabetes can triple their risk of death and quintuple their risk of dying from heart disease. Eggs can also double the health risks for men with prostate cancer, which, if you recall, is the 2nd most common cancer in American men. Every 20 minutes, a man in the United States dies from prostate cancer, which after a year totals over 26,000, enough to fill any NHL or NBA arena with dead men. Every year. 1 out of every 7 American men will get prostate cancer. And while the 5-year survival rate for men diagnosed while the cancer is still within the prostate is over 99%, the survival rate plummets to 28% if the cancer spreads to the bones, organs, or lymph nodes. This is why it's vital for the nearly 2.8 million men currently living with the disease that prostate cancer not be allowed to progress. Harvard researchers monitored about 1,300 men with prostate cancer for 2 years, looking for links between their diets and the progression or recurrence of their cancer. The scientists found that men who ate even the smallest amount of eggs, less than 1 a day, doubled the risk of their cancer coming back or worsening compared to men who very rarely ate eggs. This may have something to do with choline, a concentrated substance in eggs. A higher risk for prostate cancer is linked to high levels of choline in the bloodstream. And the same research team from Harvard examining almost 48,000 men in the health professionals follow-up study found that choline intake was associated with an increased risk of lethal prostate cancer. Men who ate the most choline increased their risk of dying from prostate cancer by 70%. Another study found that men who consumed 2.5 or more eggs per week had an 81% increased risk of lethal prostate cancer compared with men who consumed less than 0.5 eggs per week. 2.5 eggs a week is far below the 2017 American average of 275.2 eggs a year per person. The thing about eggs, even if you never crack a single one, is that they're frequently hidden in items like baked goods, canned soup, artificial and natural flavoring, frosting, pasta, pretzels, and salad dressing. You can get plenty of egg in your diet without ever knowing it, especially if you're allowing yourself a small number of eggs per week. The choline found in eggs, just like the carnitine found in red meat, metamorphoses into trimethylamine with the help of bacteria in the intestines of meat eaters. And trimethylamine, of course, is oxidized in the liver to become TMAO, aka the molecule from hell. A research team from the Cleveland Clinic fed each of their study subjects 2 large, hard-boiled eggs. Their TMAO blood levels jumped after eating the eggs. They were all healthy adults with no chronic illness, no active infections, and low-risk cholesterol levels. All it took were 2 eggs to flood their bodies with a toxic metabolite strongly correlated with heart attacks, strokes, and death. Eggs, like dairy, are potent little grenades of bioaccumulated contaminants. Remember dioxins, the incinerator pollutants? The dioxin levels in eggs may be the reason why one study showed that consuming more than half an egg daily was connected to doubled or tripled risks for cancers of the breast, prostate, mouth, colon, and bladder versus people who ate no eggs. Dioxins get into chickens and eggs the same way they get into cows and their milk. It spews out from incinerators and falls on crops, which are then fed to animals. A Netherlands study found a clear linear relationship between chicken feed containing a moderate amount of dioxins eaten by laying hens and a rapid spike in dioxin levels of their eggs. The current EU dioxin limit for feed cannot guarantee egg dioxin levels below the EU limit, the scientists warned. And then there's salmonella, which sickens about 1.2 million Americans every year and kills around 450. Eggs are a major source of salmonella poisoning. Eggs leave a hen's body through the same passage as her feces. Eggs contaminated that way tend to contain salmonella in the egg white. Bacteria inside the hen's ovaries can also colonize an egg before the shell is formed. If the ovary is infected, then the yolk tends to contain the pathogen. The largest egg recall in U.S. history, over 500 million eggs, took place in 2010 due to a massive salmonella outbreak. About 1,500 people were sickened with classic salmonella symptoms of bloody diarrhea, fever, cramps, and vomiting. Ironically, the recall took place 1 month after the FDA released a 71-page egg safety rule, hoping to prevent exactly that kind of outbreak. This was not good PR for the egg industry. But bacteria can be cooked to death, can't it? Hard-boiled eggs are recommended as the safest cooking method. But salmonella can survive even in eggs boiled for 8 minutes. The egg industry, probably sick of the bad press, decided to do a little research of their own. So the Egg Nutrition Center / American Egg Board funded a study looking into the safest ways to cook eggs and get rid of that pesky salmonella. They most likely anticipated positive results. But the scientists on the egg industry payroll firmly concluded that scrambled, over-easy, and sunny-side-up eggs, due to bacterial concerns, were not safe to eat. Now that's incredible. Chapter 9. Fish, Pollution Sponges. Fish is often considered the healthiest of meats. People who have long stopped eating meat from land animals will still eat fish. We're told it's a great source of lean protein and omega-3 fatty acids, which have been shown to help prevent heart disease and stroke, and that fish is brain food. So I asked several doctors about fish, and I received a landslide of warnings. Fish are one of the most polluted foods on the planet. Fish have become mercury sponges, said Dr. Goldhammer. Perhaps the biggest concern with animal products is biological concentration. When you eat an animal or the byproducts of its body, you get a biologically concentrated dose of toxin, the animal's lifetime accumulation of toxic exposure. Fish have very high levels of biological contaminants. In many parts of the country, they warn, don't have more than so many of these fish per week. My recommendation is to avoid all fish. There are so many limits on animal foods, I said. Don't eat too much fish or eggs or red meat. Are there vegetables you need to limit? Dr. Goldhammer laughed. If you drink too much carrot juice, your skin might turn a little orange. The difference between carrots and fish is that orange skin goes away when you stop eating too many carrots. Too much mercury can kill you. In Minamata, Japan, a plastics factory discharged industrial waste, including mercury, into the local bay for many years. Fish and shellfish were a major part of the native diet. A strange disease began to afflict Minamata and the surrounding areas. Between 1932 and 1968, at least 50,000 people exhibited symptoms like convulsions, slurred speech, brain damage, paralysis, and delirium. Thousands of people deteriorated over decades and died from this mass mercury poisoning. "Welcome to the 21st century," said Dr. Clapper. "For the past 100 years, we've used our oceans as sewers. Mercury from coal power plants rains down on oceans. The pesticides and herbicides we pour on our fields to raise corn and soybeans for flesh production eventually find their way into the oceans. Fish are eaten by bigger fish, which are eaten by bigger fish, and the amount of mercury, pesticides, and herbicides in their flesh is shocking. Mercury poisons the brain and kidneys. The pesticides and herbicides have estrogenic and cancer-promoting properties. For this reason alone, I would not eat fish." "What about farmed fish?" I asked. "When you pen thousands of salmon in a cage," he answered, "it's an ecological and health disaster. They're raised in confinement like chickens and pigs, and the fish get fungal and bacterial infections. They get sea lice. You have to feed them antifungals, antibiotics, and these substances accumulate in the flesh." "Salmon are carnivorous animals," Dr. Clapper pointed out. "Farmed salmon are fed wild-caught fish, along with grains sprayed with pesticides, herbicides, and antibiotics. This organic material is deposited into the salmon cages, and the salmon then generate enormous clouds of nitrogen-heavy waste that accumulate around the fish farms and suck up oxygen, turning the surrounding ocean into dead zones." Dr. Davis used to be a fish-eating vegetarian. "I cut out the meat because the science shows the meat is bad for you. But the fish looked okay, so I kept eating it," he told us. "But I've got a lab in my office. My mercury level was through the roof at 14. It's supposed to be 0. I stopped eating fish. Now my mercury level is 0. I prefer it that way." Dr. Davis is lucky he stopped in time. Richard Gelfond, the CEO of IMAX, is a high-powered executive who often ate fish for lunch and dinner as part of a low-calorie, low-cholesterol diet. One day, while running, he suddenly felt he was about to fall over. He had also been experiencing baffling symptoms like numb lips and tingling feet. Gelfond consulted doctors from one coast to the other. Despite a battery of tests, no one could help him. His symptoms got worse. A neurologist finally asked Gelfond if he ate a lot of fish. A mercury blood test was ordered. Gelfond's mercury levels were 13 times higher than the level considered safe. "I never suspected it was caused by all of those tuna steaks, swordfish tacos, sushi lunches, and other fish meals I was eating as part of what I thought was a healthier diet," Gelfond told Consumer Reports. Over a decade has gone by since his mercury poisoning diagnosis. "I'm still probably only 75% of what I was before," Gelfond said. "I can't run, for example. I assume I'm never going to be able to do the things I did before." Mike Ewell, who told us about strontium-90 and dioxins in dairy, also warned us about fish. "The largest concentrations of toxic pollutants in food were found in farm-raised fish because they're fed meat," Ewell said. "They're at the top of the food chain. Mercury climbs up the food chain. It's the same process as dioxins and related chemicals like PCBs. PCBs were once used as coolants and lubricants in electric equipment. Like dioxins and mercury, they're stored in animal fat and have no taste or smell. PCBs are tremendously concentrated in the tissues of fish, our primary source of PCB exposure. You'd have to drink water from the Great Lakes for 100 years to build up the same PCB levels you'd get from eating half a pound of salmon or trout from those waters. PCB exposure in humans has been linked to higher rates of cancers of the skin, liver, gallbladder, biliary tract, gastrointestinal tract, brain, and breast. Independent lab tests found that 70% of farmed salmon from supermarkets in San Francisco, Washington, D.C., and Portland, Oregon had PCB levels that raised health concerns. 60% of the fish tested were so contaminated they would be unsafe to eat more than once a month. There are roughly 23 million Americans who eat salmon more than once a month. The same tests showed that farmed salmon may be the most PCB-contaminated protein source in the United States. Nevertheless, the farmed salmon industry persists in saying that all kinds of salmon can be safely enjoyed more than once a week, citing outdated contamination limits from the FDA. Another simplistic dietary equation we've been taught is omega-3s equals fish. Just like protein equals meat and calcium equals dairy, this one is false. What's good about fish is the omega-3s, Dr. Davis said. For a fish to get omega-3, it needs to eat algae. Algae are the true source of omega-3s. But now we're eating farmed fish, which grow in these big tanks, get sea lice, are loaded with PCBs, dioxins, and other chemicals, and don't contain natural omega-3s because they're no longer eating algae. Dairy cows, too, used to graze, getting calcium from the earth. Now they're fed grain and calcium supplements. Same system. In fact, most of the fat in fish is not omega-3, Dr. Barnard told us. It's a mixture of saturated fat and various kinds of unsaturated fat that do nothing good for you. Typical Atlantic salmon is 40% fat. It's like a sponge filled with grease. That's one of the reasons why people who really tuck into fish tend to get heavy. I thought of animals who live on a fish-based diet: seals, walruses, whales, penguins. A thick layer of blubber for these animals is a good thing. For human beings, not so much. Fish protein also increases blood cholesterol in the same way that beef, chicken, and pork do. In fact, if you compare calories, fish is higher in cholesterol, 50 milligrams of cholesterol per 100 calories, than pork, 24 milligrams per 100 calories, beef, 29 milligrams per 100 calories, or chicken, 44 milligrams per 100 calories. Instead of eating fish for omega-3s, you can go to the source, Dr. Goldhammer said. You can supplement with an algae-based product or eat plant-based sources of omega-3 fatty acids like ground flax seeds, available in convenient, ready-to-sprinkle packages, walnuts, and dark green vegetables. All green, chlorophyll-rich vegetables contain omega-3s in their chloroplasts. Canola oil, pumpkin seeds, soybeans, and soy products like tofu and tempeh also offer omega-3s. No mercury, dioxins, PCBs, antibiotics, or sea lice medication included. In a sick population, bad health is so widespread that the perception of health is completely skewed. Studies done within a sick population often show that what should be called ill health is normal only because everyone is sick. Here's an example. There is plenty of evidence that people who eat fish regularly are less likely to have cardiovascular disease, states the American Heart Association. Let's unpack that statement. Saturated fat in your diet can raise your cholesterol, leading to fatty plaque buildup in the arteries. When that plaque ruptures, blood can clot at the disrupted site. That clot can grow until it blocks most or all of the blood flow, leading to a heart attack or stroke. Almost all heart attacks and strokes are caused by this process. Here's where the fish come in. The omega-3 fatty acids in fish help reduce blood clotting. If you are part of our country's sick population, eating the standard American diet, and your arteries are already congested with plaque, putting you at risk for forming dangerous blood clots, then yes, 1 or 2 servings of fish per week can help protect you to a small degree against your high-risk diet. But if we began eating plant-based, our arteries would be smoother on the inside. And for a truly healthy population, eating fish wouldn't make a difference, apart from getting a juicy morsel of PCBs, dioxins, mercury, and other concentrated toxins with every bite. If everyone in the country smoked a pack of cigarettes a day, you could say, those who use a bronchodilator drug are less likely to suffer from the symptoms of emphysema. Bronchodilators would become a health item, like fish. And after all that, the high mercury content in fish may outweigh any protective benefits. Fish polluted with mercury, and 84% of fish contains unsafe levels, has been shown to heighten the risk of heart attacks. Ironic. Fish oil is the country's 3rd most popular supplement after vitamins and minerals. Americans buy into the fish oil industry, which is projected to grow to $1.7 billion in 2018, because again, they believe fish oil will help prevent heart disease. But there is one big problem, wrote the New York Times in 2015. The vast majority of clinical trials involving fish oil have found no evidence that it lowers the risk of heart attack and stroke. Dr. Andrew Gray from the University of Auckland in New Zealand compiled results from 24 rigorous, well-designed studies on fish oil published in the world's most prestigious medical journals between 2005 and 2012. Most of them looked at the ability of the supplement to prevent heart disease in high-risk groups. All the studies, save 2, found that fish oil had no more benefit than a placebo. This information apparently didn't get out to the public, as global sales of fish oil soared by over 100% from 2005 to 2012. Numerous studies have been published recently showing no protective benefits, or unclear benefits at best, from fish oil against heart attacks and strokes. Dr. Gianni Tognoni, the lead author of one of these studies, upon examining 12,000 people, told the New York Times, "I think that the era of fish oil as a medication could be considered over now." But as Peter Wawrisky of the Washington Post writes, while the persistent popularity of fish oil may reflect the human weakness for anything touted as a life-extending elixir, it also reflects that even among scientists, diet notions can persist even when stronger evidence emerges contradicting them. In the 1970s, 2 Danish investigators, Hans Olaf Bang and Jorn Dyerberg, gave birth to something called the Inuit paradox. The Inuit, living in Arctic regions, traditionally survived on large amounts of fish, along with meat from animals like caribou, walrus, and whales, with very few plants. Bang and Dyerberg published a series of studies linking the high-fat, high-protein diet of the Inuit, called Eskimos then, to a low rate of heart disease. The Inuit paradox asks, how can a people living on meat and blubber have no heart disease and enjoy such robust good health? The short answer is, they can't. These hardy people survived living at the edge of the nutritional envelope, but not in good health, Dr. John McDougall writes. But scientists and doctors have cited the Bang and Dyerberg studies for decades. They're the basis for nutritional recommendations that persist to this day. Consume fatty fish regularly. Take your fish oil. But remarkably, no one had thoroughly examined their findings until 2014. That year, a Canadian research team led by Dr. George Fodor of the University of Ottawa Heart Institute took a closer look at Bang and Dyerberg's scientific methods. Their findings were published in the Canadian Journal of Cardiology. Fodor and his team found a couple of problems. Bang and Dyerberg actually never measured the frequency of heart disease in Inuit, Dr. Fodor told the CBC. They relied upon some public health records in Greenland and also relied on hearsay. People told them that heart disease was very rare, So, this is very soft from the point of view of science. The famous Bang and Dyerberg studies were based on speculation. The Danish researchers only studied the tiny town of Umak, population 1,300. It's roughly 2.3% of Greenland's population. Some of the Umak settlements are very remote, with the nearest medical facilities over 100 miles away. This becomes particularly significant when you realize that Bang and Dyerberg's findings depended heavily on mortality statistics from Greenland's chief medical officer. As the Canadian research team wrote, at the time of Bang and Dyerberg's studies, 30% of the total population lived in outposts and small settlements where no medical officer was stationed. Thus, 20% of death certificates were completed without a doctor having examined the patient or the body. There was a specific concern with mortality data and hospital admission statistics in Greenland because doctors had limited diagnostic facilities, and the study population was widely scattered with few possibilities of communication during certain seasons. Therefore, the reported data are likely an underestimation of the true magnitude of the disease in this area. In 1986, a decade after Bang and Dyerberg's studies, only 1 in 7 people in Greenland died in a medical facility properly equipped to verify whether heart disease was the cause of death. The Canadian team also reviewed 40 years of new medical evidence, finding that Eskimos, Inuit, have a similar prevalence of CAD, coronary artery disease, as non-Eskimo populations. They have excessive mortality due to cerebrovascular strokes. Their overall mortality is twice as high as that of non-Eskimo populations, and their life expectancy is approximately 10 years shorter than the Danish population. An earlier study from 2003, led by a highly experienced scientist from the National Institute of Public Health in Greenland, examined numerous autopsy studies, finding that heart disease was indeed prevalent among the Inuit, even among the young. Yet decades later, Bang and Dyerberg's studies are still cited repeatedly as proof that, thanks to their fish-heavy diets, the Inuit have very little heart disease. Dr. Fodor and his colleagues gently hypothesize that this may be an example of confirmation bias. In other words, if a particular piece of data bolsters your belief, you are far less likely to examine it thoroughly. The Canadians also noted a trend of applying less rigorous standards of scientific evidence when reporting about non-pharmacological, i.e. lifestyle, interventions. Translation: if expensive drugs and invasive medical procedures are not involved, then soft science is good enough. Heart disease among Arctic tribes dates back at least 2,000 years. In 2013, mummified bodies from the Aleut, another polar people who lived on fish and meat, were examined using whole-body CT scans. The mummies had significant hardening of the arteries in their hearts, brains, arms, and legs. 2 Inuit women, one in her 20s and one in her 40s, were frozen for 500 years before being freed from the ice, National Geographic reported. Scientists found they both had advanced osteoporosis, weak, brittle bones, as well as widespread clogging of the arteries. The researchers noted that these conditions were probably the result of a heavy diet of whale and seal blubber. Fish is a highly acidic protein which can lead to the formation of kidney stones and osteoporosis. This manifests in the Inuit population. Inuit over the age of 40 have a 10 to 15% greater loss of bone mineral density compared to non-Inuits. A 1974 study examining 107 elderly Inuit showed that aging bone loss, which occurs in many populations, has an earlier onset and greater intensity in the Eskimos. The Arctic peoples, whose diet puts them at the top of a contaminated food chain, carry an enormous toxic burden. The toxins trapped in the fat of the animals they eat are transferred directly to the fat on their own bodies. The fatty tissues of Arctic marine mammals contain concentrations of pollutants 8 to 10 times higher than animals elsewhere. This corresponds to toxin levels 8 to 10 times higher not only in the bodies of the Inuit, but in the breast milk of Inuit mothers, with PCB milk levels 5 to 10 times higher than women in southern Canada. The levels of contamination are so extreme that the breast milk and tissues of some Greenlanders could be classified as hazardous waste, according to Blue Voice, an ocean conservation group. The Inuit, due to their diet, are the most intensely concentrated human packages of environmental toxins on Earth. The Inuit people have survived for thousands of years in one of the harshest climates on our planet. For millennia, they ate a diet forged of necessity and ingenuity. But serious health consequences come with that food. There is no Inuit paradox. There is only a simple truth, articulated in a quote by Francis Bacon, which Dr. Fodor and his team, after deflating the Bang-Dyerberg studies, present in their report. Man prefers to believe what he prefers to be true. Chapter 10. Blood Vessel Disease, the Tree of Life. My dad didn't die from his life-threatening heart problems. He was one of the lucky ones. My mom, my sister, and I were lucky too. We didn't lose him. For most Americans, the first indication they have heart disease may be the heart attack that kills them. Death, for these people, happens within an hour of the first symptom. Cardiovascular disease is the leading cause of human death on the planet. In the United States, one person dies every 40 seconds from cardiovascular disease. And it's not just men. Heart disease is the top cause of death for women. Cardiovascular disease kills more people than all forms of cancer combined. These are almost entirely preventable deaths. You can identify heart disease years before the first chest pain, Dr. Joel Kahn told Keegan and me. The first heart attack, or God forbid, the first dropping dead. Very strong data from the past 15 years shows that a certain lifestyle drops your risk of heart attack by about 85%. 85%? I echoed. Like diabetes and cancer, my family's heart disease has been heavy on my shoulders since I was a teenager. Yes, said Dr. Kahn. When I find individuals with silent early heart disease, no symptoms, who have no clue what they're walking around with, I tell them about vitamin L. Lifestyle. Not smoking, maintaining a healthy weight, exercising. And what comes out constantly from the scientific data is, if you're not getting 5 or 6 servings of fruits and vegetables every day, you're denying yourself the greatest protection from cardiovascular disease. I have been amazed while speaking to these health professionals by the human body and the complex, intuitive processes within us, especially the interface between our bodies and the food we eat. There are ingenious systems at work that most of us are oblivious to. Cardiovascular disease, Dr. Esselstyn explained to Keegan and me, has its inception when you injure the endothelium, that delicate single layer of cells that lines the innermost wall of our arteries. The endothelium makes nitric oxide. Nitric oxide is the strongest vasodilator, a substance that opens blood vessels in the body. When you climb stairs, the arteries to your heart and your legs widen because of nitric oxide. Nitric oxide prevents our artery walls from becoming thickened, stiff, and inflamed, and protects us from high blood pressure. And, this is key, a normal level of nitric oxide will protect you from ever developing arterial blockages. Every person with cardiovascular disease has thoroughly injured the capacity of their endothelial cells to make nitric oxide. They can no longer make enough to protect themselves. Now, he went on, if you stop consuming every last smidge of any nutrient that will further injure your endothelial cells, they recover. As they recover, they make more nitric oxide. As you make more nitric oxide, the disease is halted. we've often seen striking evidence of disease reversal. When endothelial cells are beaten down, not only are they not making enough of the vasodilator nitric oxide, they also begin to make vasoconstrictors, which narrow the blood vessels. Arteries on plant-based nutrition stop making the bad vasoconstrictors and start making the good vasodilator. With cardiovascular disease, all the blood vessels are diseased, not necessarily with plaque, but because the endothelial cells have been so injured, they can't make this wonderful vasodilator to revive their health. But suddenly, he continued, when these thousands of blood vessels once again start making nitric oxide, they all dilate. Even a tiny increase in diameter leads to a huge increase in blood flow. That happens throughout the entire vascular tree in the body. That's what makes these people suddenly feel so much better. It sounded faintly miraculous. I loved Dr. Esselstyn's image of the vascular tree in the body, the tree of life. People start to feel better even within just a few weeks of eating a plant-based diet, said Dr. McMacken. Are those blockages dissolving right away? No, it's because you're removing the foods that cause inflammation, that promote cholesterol deposits in your blood vessels. You're removing foods that interact with your gut bacteria to make more toxic substances, like TMAO, and you're taking in antioxidants, phytonutrients, foods that further reduce your blood pressure and cholesterol and help your blood vessels heal so they function properly. My own experience with patients, she recalled, and the studies also show that when people adopt a fully plant-based diet, their cholesterol levels plummet within a few days. If you do blood tests after a couple weeks, there are dramatic improvements. By the same token, after several days of eating animal products, you can actually see inflammatory markers and cholesterol rising within just a few days. Before World War II, the death rate in Norway from circulatory diseases was steadily rising. Then, in 1940, the Nazis invaded. The Germans confiscated the country's livestock, forcing Norwegians to live on grains, fruits, and vegetables. Almost instantly, the number of deaths from heart attack and stroke plunged. It was one of the most dramatic mass reversals of heart disease in history. But in 1945, with the end of the war, the Norwegians recovered their farm animals. They got their meat, milk, and eggs back, and they got their strokes and heart attacks back too. Atherosclerosis, the medical term for plaque accumulation in artery walls, is ground zero for many heart attacks and strokes. Athera in Greek means gruel. Sclerosis in medieval Latin is a hardness, hard tumor. This hardened gruel on artery walls is made up of many things, primarily cholesterol, fat, cellular waste, calcium, and clotting material. High blood cholesterol levels can powerfully increase your risk of developing atherosclerosis and heart disease. And what causes high blood cholesterol levels? According to the National Heart, Lung, and Blood Institute of the National Institutes of Health, eating foods containing cholesterol, like eggs, cheese, and meat, saturated fat, meat, dairy, fried and processed foods, and trans fat, fried and processed foods, will do the trick. Eating the saturated fat found predominantly in animal protein will raise your LDL, bad, cholesterol levels more than anything else in your diet. Now let's go to North Karelia, Finland. Early in the 1970s, Finland had the highest death rate on the planet from cardiovascular disease. In one distressingly ordinary example, 38-year-old Seppo Hultinen, a svelte, blonde father of 3 who loved to dance, crumpled on the dance floor and died of his 3rd heart attack. Hultinen's father, 1 month earlier, was also killed by a heart attack. Seppo Hultinen lived and died in North Karelia, a Finnish region where 1,000 heart attacks occurred every year in a population of 180,000. The local diet was loaded with pork and dairy, especially butter, fatty milk, and cream. Over half the men also smoked. 50% of the heart attacks struck men younger than 65, and 40% led to death, despite the fact that most men were getting plenty of physical labor as loggers and farmers. The situation became so severe that the Finnish government stepped in. In 1972, the North Karelia Project, a national pilot program aimed at halting cardiovascular disease by reducing cholesterol, lowering blood pressure, and cutting smoking, was launched. Dr. Pekka Puska was director of the project. He went on to become WHO's Director for Non-Communicable Disease Prevention. He and his small team must have felt like a crew in a rowboat charged with reversing an ocean liner, bearing down on them at full steam. The whole environment had to change, Puska said. The food industry, restaurants, cafeterias, supermarkets. Puska and his staff doggedly spread their message. Replace meat with vegetables, butter with vegetable oil, and cut back dramatically on smoking and salt. At churches, schools, community centers, supermarkets, and town meetings. The North Karelian community, thick with dairy farms, was not happy at first. The cold climate also meant that fruits and vegetables frequently had to be imported, a prospect that met with considerable resistance from people who had survived economically on milk from their cows and meat from their pigs. The North Karelia Project needed help. So they went in, as Puska described it, boots deep in the mud. The project enlisted the powerful help of the Martha organization, a women's group. Together, they hosted hundreds of parties of long life, Sunday gatherings where families could hear the whys and hows of replacing meat with vegetables and the importance of cutting back on salt and smoking. Recipes adding vegetables to traditional dishes were handed out, and the families were served the new, healthier versions. North Karelian stew, originally made with water, fatty pork, and salt, got a makeover, with rutabagas, potatoes, and carrots swapping out some of the pork. The results were delicious and popular. The new version was dubbed Puska's Stew. The North Karelia Project was a true grassroots movement. Puska recruited 1,500 ambassadors from numerous villages, educating and urging them to speak to their neighbors. Things began to turn around. Dr. Puska persuaded bread companies to reduce salt and use vegetable oil instead of butter. He also convinced the local sausage maker to cut down on salt and use mushroom filler instead of pork fat. The sausage industry said in the beginning they couldn't make the sausage with lower salt, said Dr. Aulikki Nissinen, who worked with Puska. Somehow they managed it when people started to demand it. Sausage sales went up. To deal with the fruit shortage, the project worked with cooperatives to gather and freeze the berries that grew for a short time in the region. Puska and his team also swayed lawmakers and businesses to provide smoke-free workplaces. Cholesterol-lowering competitions sprang up between towns. Winning towns received cash and prizes like new bicycle paths. Cafeteria chefs collected unused salt and displayed it proudly in enormous glass jars. Puska and his team even appeared regularly on a proto-reality TV show that followed people as they changed their lifestyles. The country was riveted. The show ran for 13 years, and 25 to 50% of the country tuned in during any given season. After 5 years, the North Karelia Project expanded to all of Finland. Food labels were changed to make it easier for Finns to find low-fat, low-sodium foods. School cafeteria menus were overhauled. Dairy subsidies were dropped, though dairy farmers were encouraged to produce canola oil as a butter replacement. The North Karelia Project was a stunning success. Death from cardiovascular disease in North Karelia plummeted by 73%, and by 65% throughout Finland over the 25 years of the project. The Finns have a very pragmatic, non-ideological approach to life, said Dr. Derek Yah, director of the Rockefeller Foundation's Program on Global Health, who worked with Dr. Puska at WHO. They see a problem and they don't have a big, long debate about what's the philosophical reason or individual responsibility. They recognized that these lumberjacks were dropping dead, and that it was because their food was not optimal. Heart disease equals aging runs another cultural assumption. It's comforting to put the blame on something none of us can control. Grandpa's got a bad heart. The old ticker's running down. No big deal. But actually, heart disease need never occur, Dr. Greger told us. There are millions living in rural China, rural Africa, eating traditional plant-based diets where heart disease is almost non-existent. When Nathan Pritikin and doctors like Dean Ornish and Caldwell Esselstyn put people with end-stage heart disease on the diet that these heart disease-free populations were eating, hoping to slow the disease, something amazing happened. Arteries were opening up without drugs, without surgery. Our bodies can bring us back towards health if we stop damaging ourselves at every meal. If you whack your shin on a coffee table, Dr. Greger continued, it will get red and swollen. If you stand back and let your body's healing properties work, you'll be fine. But what if you whacked your shin 3 times a day, every day, at breakfast, lunch, and dinner? It would never heal. You'd say to your doctor, my shin hurts, and your doctor would whip out his or her pad, no problem, I'm trained for this, and write you a painkiller prescription. You'd resume whacking your shin 3 times a day, but boy, does it feel better with the pain pills. Thank God for modern medicine. Nathan Pritikin, just mentioned by Dr. Greger, was an inventor who used to eat 3 eggs every morning and a pint of ice cream after dinner. He loved butter and bowls of whipped cream. He was diagnosed with substantial coronary heart disease at the age of 41. His cardiologists gave him the textbook advice of the day. No exercise, no stress, no exertion. But Pritikin noticed in his own research that, as in Norway, heart disease dropped dramatically during World War II, despite the considerable stress. He also noticed that indigenous cultures eating mostly vegetarian diets had very little heart disease. Against the advice of his doctors, who told him flat out that he couldn't control his cholesterol, he embarked on a low-fat, plant-based diet. Within 3 years of his diagnosis, an electrocardiogram showed that his heart disease was gone. And for the next 25 years, he helped thousands of other people achieve the same results. When Pritikin died, his autopsy revealed arteries completely free of heart disease. Dr. Dean Ornish, in 1990, published a landmark study, the Lifestyle Heart Trial, in The Lancet, the most prestigious medical journal in the world. Ornish and his research team put people with heart disease on a low-fat, plant-based diet, along with a program of moderate exercise, stress management, group support, and no smoking. They found that comprehensive lifestyle changes may be able to bring about regression of even severe coronary atherosclerosis after only 1 year without use of lipid-lowering drugs. No drugs, no surgery. There's a cartoon, Dr. Ornish told the Washington Post, of doctors busily mopping up the floor around a sink overflowing without also turning off the faucet. And it's a great metaphor, that if you don't turn off the faucet, if you don't treat the underlying cause, even if you mop up the floor, even if you do a bypass graft or put a stent in, you're not changing the underlying condition that led to it, and so more often than not, those clog up as well. When people get put on cardiac drugs or cholesterol-lowering drugs, when the patient says, how long do I have to take this? And what does the doctor say? Forever, right? How long do I have to mop the floor? Forever. Well, why don't I just turn off the faucet? But that's not how our medical system works. Preventive medicine as it exists today in America typically revolves around secondary prevention, said Dr. Mills. Mammograms, colonoscopies. We're trying to detect diseases after they've developed. What we need is true primary prevention, in which we reduce the risk of developing disease in the first place. Take heart disease. We have a business of bringing people in after they've had a heart attack, doing the catheterization, putting in a stent to open up the blood vessels, the coronary artery bypass graft, where we crack your chest open, take veins from various parts of your body, and reroute the circulatory system to your heart. We also know that a plant-based diet significantly reduces or eliminates the risk of developing heart disease at all. Which is the better approach? Building on the work of Pritikin Ornish and his own pioneering efforts, our friend Dr. Caldwell Esselstyn published a startling study in July 2014. We worked with 198 patients, he told us. To show you how sick they were, 119 had already had a bypass or a stent. Another 27 were told they'd have to get bypasses or stents. After they went through our program, they didn't need them. Of the people with significant heart disease who adhered to our plant-based program over the next 3.75 years, 99.4% avoided any further cardiac event. Of the 21 patients who didn't stick with our program, 62% had progressive cardiac events. Wait, I said. Only 0.6% of the people who stayed with the plant-based diet had any more heart problems? But 62% of the people who didn't follow the plant-based diet had more heart attacks and other issues. That's right, nodded Dr. Esselstyn. Heart disease is nothing more than a toothless paper tiger that need never exist. And if it does exist, it need never progress. Coronary artery heart disease is a completely benign, food-borne illness. The diet that Dr. Esselstyn used in his study was simple. Whole grains, legumes, lentils, fruits, and vegetables, along with a multivitamin, a B12 supplement, and flaxseed meal for essential fatty acids. There were no added oils or processed foods with oils, nor was there meat, poultry, dairy, sugary foods or drinks, avocados, nuts, or excess salt. Unlike Dr. Ornish's study, exercise, meditation, yoga, or psychosocial support were not required. It was all about the food. Do people ever say your approach is too severe? Keegan asked Dr. Esselstyn. A doctor in Texas told me that. He laughs. He said, I think your approach is extreme, though I do think it works. I'm 38. I don't have vascular disease. Why shouldn't I eat what I want on the weekends? I said, you can eat whatever you want, but let's look at the data. The autopsies of people who die of accidents, homicides, and suicides between the ages of 17 and 34 show they are already loaded with cardiovascular disease. You're 38, so you're loaded with cardiovascular disease. Not yet enough for that first cardiac event. You want to continue destroying your endothelial cells for 104 days out of every 365? I don't think that's very smart. You may postpone your heart attack until you're 65 instead of 55. You may delay your erectile dysfunction. You may delay your dementia. But you're still destroying your endothelial cells, and your disease is going to progress. What did he say to that? I asked. Not much. Erectile dysfunction is related to heart disease? For males, the canary in the coal mine is often erectile dysfunction, Dr. Esselstyn said. The penile artery is tiny compared to the coronary artery going to the heart, so not infrequently, before somebody ever comes down with symptoms of heart disease, they're going to find they can no longer raise the flag. Yet all is not lost. When I've counseled somebody for heart disease, perhaps 10 or 11 months later, I'll often get a phone call. Dr. Esselstyn, this is Mr. So-and-so. I'm wondering if I don't owe you another check, because recently something has come up again. Erectile dysfunction may be the thrust, pardon the pun, behind convincing a lot of guys to take cardiovascular disease seriously. Heart attack? Whatever, pass the wings. Floppy penis? Wait, tell me again about plant-based. Before being a chief of cardiology, I was the director of a nuclear lab, said Dr. Kim Williams. We did a study that showed if a man checked yes on the erectile dysfunction box, the odds that he had blood vessel problems were much, much higher. Stroke, heart attack, erectile dysfunction, they're manifestations of the same thing. Blood vessel disease. You need to improve blood flow to the organ itself. Any organ. Erectile dysfunction can be a warning 3 or 4 years before a heart attack, said Dr. Kahn. If that's happening to you and there's no explanation, adopt a plant-strong diet right now. Do it years before you need to have your chest cracked open. I looked up the American Heart Association's diet recommendations. I wasn't surprised at what I found after the websites of the American Diabetes Association and the American Cancer Society. Recipes for grilled chicken and vegetables, pork tenderloin stuffed with spinach, and steak stroganoff. Recommendations to eat low-fat dairy and skinless poultry and fish, and to buy cuts of beef labeled choice or select rather than prime. These suggestions made me think of a doctor who doesn't tell his or her patients to stop smoking because I know how much you love it. Maybe switch to e-cigs. To the AHA's credit, there's a link in small font near the bottom of the Making Healthy Choices page, Vegetarian Diets. If you click on that, the AHA concedes, many studies have shown that vegetarians seem to have a lower risk of obesity, coronary heart disease, which causes heart attack, high blood pressure, diabetes mellitus, and some forms of cancer. They don't make that information easy to find, though. Another phenomenon I wanted to investigate was the Maasai. Like the Inuit paradox, the Maasai paradox belongs to the romantic, noble savage eats primitive meaty diet and remains free of corrupting disease ideal that is so beloved by industrialized, privileged, and primarily white cultures. The widely circulating rumor is that the Maasai, an East African semi-nomadic people in Kenya, traditionally consume only meat, milk, and blood, while retaining excellent heart health. A 1964 study, led by Dr. George Mann, reported no heart disease in Maasai men who were also very slim with low cholesterol. But the only methods to detect heart disease available to the scientists in the study were physical exams and EKGs. As any physician can attest, writes Dr. Thomas Campbell, a patient can have a normal EKG and physical exam and still drop dead a week later of a heart attack related to atherosclerosis that has been progressing for decades. Not only that, but the researchers were primarily examining young men. Roughly 60% of their 400 subjects were under the age of 44, and only 3 men were older than 55. That might be because Maasai men, even in 2015, have a life expectancy of 61.1 years, with a healthy life expectancy, years of full health, of only 55.6 years. The average life expectancy of an American male is over 76 years old. Imagine what it would be if the average American man ate a health-promoting diet. Nor were Mann and his researchers able to measure the diet of the Maasai. They wrote, the accurate measurement of dietary intake of these people proved extraordinarily difficult because of the erratic intake of food, there being no fixed meal patterns in the families, because there are no uniform units of measurement or utensil, and because of the disruption of usual behavior in the presence of an observer. That makes it tough to accurately assess the link between diet and disease. And then there's the fact that the Maasai are so active. Sedentary Americans would have to walk almost 12 miles more every day to be as active. That the International Livestock Center of Africa calculates the women and children were only taking in 50% to 70% of their estimated caloric requirements. That could account for the overall slimness of the tribe. A few years after his initial study, Dr. Mann went back and performed autopsies on 50 Maasai men. He found extensive atherosclerosis comparable to older American men, busting the myth he himself had helped generate. Yet there were no heart attacks, and the Maasai men retained functional blood vessels. Mann and his researchers speculated that the Maasai are protected from their atherosclerosis by physical fitness, which causes their coronary vessels to be capacious. In other words, their extreme physical activity made their blood vessels a lot roomier, able to accommodate more hardened gruel. So, it's not that the Maasai have no heart disease. They do. But there are radical factors that seem to keep the disease from striking the Maasai as it does Americans. Perhaps it's simply that the Maasai, with their 55 years of healthy life expectancy, just don't live long enough for their capacious blood vessels to get completely congested. Alzheimer's disease is another blood vessel disorder. It's the 6th leading cause of death in the United States, killing more people than breast and prostate cancers combined. Every 66 seconds, someone in the country develops Alzheimer's. "We know a plant-based diet cleans out the blood vessels," said Dr. Greger. "Guess what? We have blood vessels in our brain, our kidneys, our spine. One of the leading risk factors for dementia as we get older is the lack of oxygen and nutrients getting to the brain. The same artery-clogging fat and cholesterol build up in arteries of the brain, just as in the heart. That's why a plant-based diet can affect all organ systems at once, whether you're trying to reverse erectile dysfunction, heart disease, or get blood to the most important organ of the body, the brain." "We've got over 5 million Americans with Alzheimer's now. Figures are going through the roof," said Dr. Barnard. "There's a lot of evidence that the fat in meat and dairy is a big contributor." The Chicago Health and Aging Project reported in 2003 that people who ate the most saturated fat had 2 to 3 times the risk of Alzheimer's compared to other people. It's not the only study to show that. A plant-based diet is key to preventing Alzheimer's disease. Whether it could reverse it, that's not known. If a person is in the early stages, there's some evidence that lifestyle changes might help. But I do think there comes a point when the brain is too far assaulted by diet and lifestyle factors. There's a point where you're not going to go back. Amy Resnick is from Swampscott, Massachusetts, north of Boston. She's 51 years old, a large woman with short dark hair. "I recently went to my doctor for asthma," she told Keegan and me. While there, she did some blood work, and one of the tests was C-reactive protein. On a scale from 1 to 3, 1 being low for a cardiac event, 3 being high, my number was 10.82. "What does that mean?" I asked, startled. "That means I'm on the road for a heart attack, probably within the next 30 days. "Did your doctor say what's causing this?" "She said maybe genetics. Doctors always say to lose weight, but that's easier said than done. I know I need to do something. I'm tired when I wake up, tired during the day. I take a nap and still I'm tired. I can't breathe. I've been using a CPAP machine to help me breathe at night and sometimes during the day for about 5 or 6 years. "Are you on any medications now?" Keegan asked. She led us over to a table cluttered with pill bottles. She held up an inhaler. "This is a steroid that helps me breathe." She held up another. "This is the rescue inhaler I use more than once a day. Both of these have an effect on my heart. I take diltiazem for my heart, ibuprofen 800 milligrams 3 times a day for the pain in my neck and hands, also cyclobenzaprine, a muscle relaxer, oxycodone for pain, lorazepam for anxiety, Topamax, Prozac, that's it." She tidied up the bottles. "I know I need to make a change for my health, or else I'm not going to be here very long." Chapter 11. Our Children. I desperately needed a break from my research. I shoved away from the desk and opened a window. It was a glorious spring day in San Francisco. The wind was blowing in from the bay. Down the street, I could hear the happy shrieks of kids. School had just gotten out. A friend of mine, Tara, once told me that as she held her newborn son, she thought to herself, "I will do everything I can to keep him as perfect as he is now." A lot of parents feel that way. But I had just discovered a disturbing paper called The Pediatric Aspects of Atherosclerosis. Scientists had examined autopsies of accidental death victims, ages 3 to 26. The first indications of heart disease, fatty streaks in blood vessels leading to the heart, were found in almost every child by the age of 10 years old. In 1953, 300 autopsies were performed on young American soldiers killed in the Korean War. Their average age was 22.1 years. In 77.3% of the hearts, some gross evidence of coronary arteriosclerosis was found, researchers wrote. The disease process varied from fibrous thickening to large atheromatous plaques causing complete occlusion of one or more of the major vessels. Several of the young men's arteries were over 90% blocked. This widely cited publication, wrote a follow-up, dramatically showed that atherosclerotic changes appear in the coronary arteries years and decades before the age at which coronary heart disease becomes a clinically recognized problem. A later study examining the hearts of thousands more young U.S. soldiers killed in Korea reinforced these findings. The same things that impact adult bodies also affect children's bodies, only more so. Blood cholesterol levels in kids correspond to the amount of plaque in their arteries, just as in adults. And like adults, reducing or better yet eliminating from their diet saturated fat, trans fat, and dietary cholesterol will lower kids' cholesterol levels. 90% of caloric intake for American kids comes from dairy products, white flour, sugar, and oil. Fruits and vegetables form less than 2% of their diet. In fact, roughly a quarter of toddlers between the ages of 1 and 2 eat absolutely no fruits and vegetables. For kids 15 months of age, the most common vegetables are French fries. The top fat source for kids is whole milk. Incidentally, the top source of lead for preschoolers is dairy. The leading cholesterol sources are eggs and whole milk. These are the foods we give our kids to make them strong. What we do not know is that we are feeding them the foundations for chronic, life-shortening diseases. These diseases take root while our children sleep under our roofs and are budding by the time they enter 5th grade. Keegan and I sat down with Dr. Paul Porras, a pediatrician in Maryland. He's a young man with dark hair and Clark Kent glasses. "Do you think children should be consuming dairy?" I asked. "Milk is a risky food for human consumption, particularly for children," Dr. Porras said bluntly. "As a pediatrician, I see on a daily basis children suffering from conditions linked to dairy consumption: eczema, acne, constipation, acid reflux, iron deficiency. Milk in its natural state has almost 50% of calories from artery-clogging saturated fats. And all the kids I see with iron deficiency, anemia, the culprit is excessive dairy intake, which inhibits iron absorption and causes microscopic blood loss through the bowels. Cow's milk protein is one of the most allergenic foods in nature," he went on. "About once a week I see a newborn with allergic colitis presenting with bloody stools, a reaction to cow's milk protein, either through formula or passing through breast milk. Within days, you see an improvement by switching to non-dairy formula or by removing dairy from the mother's diet. So there's even a danger of the mother drinking milk or eating cheese and yogurt while lactating." "How do parents react when you suggest removing dairy?" Keegan asked. "Usually they look at me like I have 3 heads," said Dr. Porras. "They ask me about calcium." "Why do so few parents know the health risks of dairy?" I asked. "The dairy industry and the government have very successfully pushed the message that kids need dairy," he said. "My son's public school gym has posters. Dairy is important for strong bones and teeth." "Would you like to see dairy taken out of school lunch programs?" I asked. "Yes," Dr. Porras said simply. "If an obese child comes to you, "What do you recommend?" I asked. "About a third of the children I see in my practice are obese," he said. "Exercise is important, but it is very difficult to attain a healthy weight if there is no dietary change. Boiling it down to one thing, I would increase fiber-rich foods, fruits, vegetables, whole grains, beans. Fiber is bulky and gives us a feeling of satisfaction. We have stomach receptors that, once they stretch to a certain point, our brain gets the signal we have eaten enough. But with animal foods, we have to eat a lot more for the same satisfaction. Meat is not necessary for health and definitely plays a role in obesity." In 2012, more than 1 in 3 children were obese or overweight. Childhood obesity has more than doubled in the last 30 years, while adolescent obesity has quadrupled. American kids are the heaviest in the world, and they continue to gain weight more rapidly than children in other countries. Justin Painter, a boy from North Carolina, weighed 250 pounds when he was 7 years old. A local newscast shows Justin walking on his family's porch. He can barely move, breathing heavily. He clutches a Scooby-Doo ball in one hand, limping and rocking from side to side. Then the camera pans down to his white-socked feet. They're tiny. That's when you understand he's just a little boy, suffocating in layers of fat. Justin's weight began ballooning when he was 3. His mother, Joyce, took him to numerous doctors, only to be told she needed to watch his diet. She doesn't feed him chips, cookies, or snacks. "If I'm doing something wrong, show me what I'm doing," Joyce Painter pleads in the newscast. "If there's something in my kitchen that I don't need to have, show me, so I can throw it out." She's close to tears. I don't know what the doctors told Mrs. Painter to feed her son, but the camera lingers on Joyce's open notebook, revealing one day's meals for her 7-year-old. Breakfast: 4 scrambled eggs, 1 sliced cheese, 1 teaspoon of ketchup, 1 3/4 glass of Diet Sprite. Lunch: 5 Vienna sausages, 1 cup popped popcorn, 1 glass diet tea, nutrition bar snack. Supper: hamburger steak, 1 teaspoon of ketchup, 1 glass Diet Pepsi, 3/4 cup of sweet potato, half a teaspoon of butter, Splenda. Something is wrong here. Knowledge is not getting through. Children and teenagers who are obese or overweight are far more likely to be obese as adults, skyrocketing their risks for heart disease, type 2 diabetes, stroke, and joint problems. They will also have higher risks for many cancers, including cancers of the breast, cervix, colon, endometrium, esophagus, gallbladder, kidney, pancreas, prostate, and thyroid, along with multiple myeloma and Hodgkin's lymphoma. Over 300,000 deaths every year are caused by unhealthy weight gain. As a bariatric surgeon specializing in weight loss surgeries, Dr. Davis is well acquainted with the problems of obesity. "Obesity, it's a death sentence," he said to us, shaking his head. "It's an instigator for other diseases. We know that weight is strongly tied to cancer, so the future is going to contain more cancer, not less." By the time an obese child turns 6, the likelihood that he or she will be obese as an adult is over 50%. 70 to 80% of obese teenagers will remain obese into adulthood. But more alarmingly, the Harvard Growth Study demonstrated that being overweight during the adolescent years predicts adult morbidity from several chronic diseases and mortality from all causes, regardless of adult body weight. Another study confirmed that overweight in adolescence was a more powerful predictor of these risks, heart disease, colorectal cancer, gout, and arthritis, than overweight in adulthood. Because body mass index appears to be programmed early in life, the prevention of overweight in childhood and adolescence may be the most effective means of decreasing the associated mortality and morbidity in adults. About 85% of people with diabetes are overweight or obese. Remember Dr. Barnard's analogy of fat gumming the lock, preventing the insulin key from working? Sugar is locked outside the cells and builds up dangerously in the bloodstream. Type 2 diabetes used to be called adult-onset diabetes. In 1980, there were no documented cases among American adolescents aged 8 to 19. 30 years later, 57,638 cases of adult-onset diabetes were seen among children and adolescents. The name had to be changed to type 2 diabetes. There are about 3,600 new cases every year in children. This alarming increase in type 2 diabetes correlates with the equally alarming surge in childhood obesity. The first large study looking at type 2 diabetes in children didn't occur until 2012 because this didn't used to exist, said Dr. Robin Goland, a member of that study's research team. The results, after following almost 700 overweight or obese children with type 2 diabetes for 4 years, are troubling. The disease was shown to progress far more quickly in children than adults. It's also harder to treat. The researchers hypothesized that the rapid growth of children and hormones in puberty could be the reason. Oral medications became ineffective in half the patients after only several years. This could mean a much sooner onset of diabetic complications like heart disease, amputation, kidney failure, eye problems, and nerve damage. I fear that these children are going to become sick earlier in their lives than we've ever seen before, Dr. David Nathan, one of the authors of the study, told the New York Times. People need to understand, emphasized Dr. Greger, that if their child gets type 2 diabetes, you've just taken 19 years off their lifespan. That's what we may be exposing them to when we feed them the standard American diet. We haven't even talked about type 1 diabetes, which used to be known as juvenile or childhood-onset diabetes. In type 1 diabetes, the body doesn't make insulin. This form of the disease is usually diagnosed in children or young adults, and the incidence of type 1 is rising around the world, particularly in affluent countries. In type 1 diabetes, Dr. Barnard said, the insulin-producing cells have been killed. Blood tests show that these cells are destroyed through an autoimmune reaction by antibodies that have somehow formed in the body. What triggers that? One of the biggest culprits under scientific study right now is cow's milk protein. Some kids are genetically at risk, but if they're not exposed to the protein that causes the disease to manifest, they will never get it. I had never heard of a link between type 1 diabetes and cow's milk. Cow's milk protein is foreign, Dr. John McDougall said. It is meant for baby cows. For some people, when cow's milk protein gets into the blood, the body says, hey, this isn't supposed to be here. Then the body makes antibodies to the cow's milk protein, and the antibodies attack and destroy the pancreas, along with the ability to make insulin. Why doesn't everybody know this? He continued. There's something called the dairy industry. They hire scientists to tell a different story or give you reason to doubt. But this overwhelming research, at least 200 articles, is published in our major medical journals. The risk of developing type 1 diabetes for a genetically vulnerable kid who eats or drinks milk products is greater than a smoker's risk of developing lung cancer. Daniela Meads Barlow was a healthy 17-year-old who spent one particular evening doing homework and watching The X Factor. She said goodnight to her parents at 10:30. Daniela had been living with type 1 diabetes since she was 5, and her dad asked what her blood sugar readings were. She replied that her readings were normal. That was the last thing she ever said to her parents. Her mother found her dead the next morning. Her blood levels had plummeted silently during the night, and at some point while her parents slept, Daniela's heart stopped. The paramedics said she had been dead for hours. Dead-in-bed syndrome is a recognized medical term for one of the most harrowing consequences of type 1 diabetes. A child or young adult with the disease, often having managed it well for years, goes to bed healthy. They are found dead the next morning. The cause is unknown. As many as 1 in 20 young people with type 1 diabetes die this way. Infants who are fed cow's milk-based formula in their first 3 months have a 52% higher risk of developing type 1 diabetes. Drinking a lot of cow's milk after infancy also raises a child's likelihood of developing the disease. Cases of type 1 diabetes have been increasing rapidly, 3 to 5% every year. Dead-in-bed numbers will rise with that, said Dr. Neville Howard, an endocrinologist at the Children's Hospital at Westmead, Sydney, Australia. Dr. Howard treated Daniela Meads-Barlow for 12 years before she died. A parent with a child with diabetes never sleeps with the door closed, Daniela's mother said, and never sleeps properly through the night ever again. She paused, remembering. She did say to me, "How will I survive, Mummy, unless I live up the road from you? How can I live?" One of the most treacherous fallacies in our society may be this: cow's milk equals childhood health. Keegan and I met Michelle Simon, a public health attorney, at her home in Oakland, California. She's been writing about the food industry's marketing tactics since 1996. Marketing to children is probably the most egregious problem we're facing in the realm of public health, Simon said to us. It's a huge problem in schools. Milk gets a pass because our culture believes that dairy is a health food. The National Dairy Council promotes a school-based program called Fuel Up to Play 60. Ads for milk are all over schools under the guise of encouraging kids to exercise. The food industry wants you to think you can eat anything as long as you exercise. Science tells us you'd have to run many miles to burn off, say, 1 sugary milk beverage. And 70% of milk consumed in schools now is flavored, so kids are getting a heavy dose of sugar along with their milk. Princeton, New Jersey's public school system is ranked number 1 in New Jersey and 14th in the nation. The school district spends an average of $26,862 on every child, more than double the national average of $10,658. Parents often move to Princeton specifically to enroll their kids in the public schools. So I was curious about Princeton's lunch programs. If there are healthy school lunches around, they're much more likely to be found in a prosperous top-tier district. With local help from an intrepid 8-year-old insider named Conrad H., I got my hands on the lunch menus for Princeton elementary schools. The menus are organized like a calendar, and the days are themed. New Meatless Monday, Fun Flavors Tuesday, Wacky Wednesday, Chicken Lovers Thursday, Pizza Lovers Friday. Exciting exclamation marks aside, these are the meals being served in one of the most highly ranked affluent public school districts in the country. On New Meatless Mondays, the meatless options, chicken is always available, included hot egg and cheese on a whole grain bagel, mini corn dogs, pizza crunchers, cheese quesadillas, and 3 cheese grilled cheese on white sandwich bread. Other days, kids can choose from soft-shell beef tacos, chicken tenders, chicken parmesan, cheese pizza, open-faced turkey sandwich with gravy, popcorn chicken, turkey and cheese hoagie, nachos grande beef chips and cheddar cheese, mozzarella sticks and pasta, meatballs and pasta, and cheeseburgers. The standard vegan option is a sun butter and jelly sandwich. All month. Every month. The Princeton public school lunch menu is similar to many kids' menus at family restaurants. Dr. Davis tells us, "A lot of my patients ask for a card saying, 'I've had gastric bypass surgery and cannot eat much. Please allow me to order from the kids' menu.' No, I'm not giving you that. The kids' menu's the worst. Cheeseburgers, hot dogs, chicken strips. There's no question kids are eating too many calories from too much meat and too much fat." Parents around the country, from Mrs. Painter and her 250-pound boy in a tiny North Carolina town, to Wall Street executives commuting daily into Manhattan from Princeton, are unaware that the meat, egg, and dairy-heavy diets of their children may be generating, cell by cell, molecule by molecule, fertile breeding grounds inside their young bodies for chronic disease and possibly early death. If parents have an uneasy hunch about this, they don't know what to do about it. Their children are used to the steady stream of grease, sugar, salt, and animal tissue, and refuse anything else. So, parents resign themselves. Everyone's kids are eating this way. They'll grow out of it by college. But very few moms and dads realize the first 10 years may be the most critical, according to Dr. Joel Fuhrman in his book, Disease-Proof Your Child. The most recent scientific evidence is both overwhelming and shocking, Dr. Fuhrman writes. What we feed or don't feed our children as they grow from birth to early adulthood has a greater total contributory effect on the dietary contribution to cancers than dietary intake over the next 50 years. We could not have designed a cancer-causing environment more effectively if we scientifically planned it. We feed our children a diet high in saturated fat, add lots of processed foods, and combine it with an insufficient intake of unrefined plant foods. And presto, we have created a nation rich in autoimmune illnesses, allergies, obesity, diabetes, and finally heart disease and cancer. While parents might despair at the impossibility of changing their kids' mac and cheese, pizza, sketty with meatballs diet, Dr. Fuhrman notes, "My medical practice over the last 13 years has proved to me that children are willing and able to change dangerous habits more readily than adults." Kids might be more adaptable than you think. Often a simple explanation that hopefully affirms what they've been taught all their lives about not hurting or killing others when we don't need to will resonate much more powerfully with a child than lectures on saturated fat, carcinogens, phytochemicals, and antioxidants. There is no good time in life to eat animal products, Dr. McMacken said to us. The most important thing, perhaps, is that the habits formed in childhood are incredibly important for risks later on, especially cancer risks. If your children refuse to wear seatbelts or brush their teeth, would you look the other way? Why not? Because you love them. Ultimately, shifting your family from the standard American diet of meat, eggs, and dairy to a health-promoting, disease-cutting, plant-based diet is an act of love. It starts in the womb. People say, "Don't you want to have a little bit of milk because you're pregnant? Don't you want to have some fish because you're pregnant?" Dr. Barnard said. Who do you think is going to receive the hormones in the milk and the pollutants in the fish? An Australian study showed that women who are heavy in early pregnancy, indicating a poor diet, can give birth to babies who have thickened arteries. These newborns develop the beginnings of heart disease in utero. Can you imagine heart disease beginning before you're even born? In another startling study, Italian scientists found that high cholesterol levels in a pregnant mother can lead to fatty streaks, remember the first sign of heart disease, in the arteries of her unborn child. Pregnant women are regularly warned against fish, and for good reason. One weekly serving of fish during pregnancy can build up more mercury in your unborn baby than injecting a dozen mercury-containing vaccines straight into their fetal bodies. Fetuses are far more sensitive to mercury than adults. Mercury in the diets of pregnant women is linked to birth defects, intellectual and developmental disabilities, seizures, and cerebral palsy in their babies. Then there's meat. Scientists discovered that pregnant women who ate grilled meat or were even exposed to the cooking smoke in their third trimester were shown to give birth to babies with birth weight deficits as well as smaller heads, an indication of brain size. This is probably the consequence of ingesting carcinogens like heterocyclic amines and polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, which form when meat is cooked. The bodies of pregnant women, on average, contain up to 50 potentially toxic chemical pollutants. The levels of some pollutants in women's blood can drop by almost half during pregnancy. Those pollutants are being offloaded through the placenta, and then, of course, to the developing child. Men have no way of getting rid of the dioxins in their bodies, but women have two ways, Mike Ewell told Keegan and me. One, the dioxin crosses into the placenta and then into the growing infant, and two, it comes out from the breast milk. Not surprisingly, of all humans, developing fetuses are the most sensitive to dioxin exposure. So when a pregnant or breastfeeding mother eats cheese, yogurt, milk, meat, eggs, or fish, she is passing her dioxin load directly to her baby. There is a healthier, safer way to nourish your children, born or unborn. You can be an infant, toddler, pregnant, lactating, and you can get all your nutrients from plants, said Levin. It's not just adequate, it's healthful. That's a position statement from the Academy of Nutrition in Dietetics. Levin, when we interviewed her, was 39 weeks pregnant. It's a boy. She's been vegan for 20 years. She stood to show us her belly. It's been a very easy pregnancy, she said. Many people go through pregnancy on a plant-based diet, and they do really, really well. You can have a wonderful and, in fact, a better pregnancy by adopting a plant-based diet. During lactation, a vegan diet is also completely adequate. Your nutrient needs will go up like any breastfeeding woman, so you eat more. If you're vegan, you're probably getting very nutrient-dense calories, so your baby will benefit. Anything a breastfeeding mother eats, she continued, transfers into the milk, so you want to be very cautious about toxins and hormones. If you eliminate animal products, you're not getting that exposure, and neither will your baby. Ultimately, as a pregnant or lactating mother on a plant-based diet, your baby will be the biggest beneficiary. The one thing I will mention for all pregnant and lactating mothers on plant-based diets, cautioned Dr. Goldhammer, is a reliable source of vitamin B12, so your breast milk will contain adequate amounts of the vitamin. Human breast milk is the fluid designed by evolution over millions of years as the perfect food for human babies, Dr. Greger said. It has the lowest protein content in any mammalian milk, rat milk, donkey milk, any milk that's ever been tested. That gives you a sense of human protein requirements. Protein overload is one of the reasons formula is not optimal. 1 cup of human milk contains 2.5 grams of protein, compared to 7.9 grams in cow's milk and 8.7 grams in goat's milk. A plant-based diet is perfect at every stage of life, said Dr. Barnard. Adults and children should be eating vegetables, fruits, whole grains, and beans. There's no stage of life where you need a pork chop, cheese, animal fat, or cholesterol in your food. A lot of people ask me if a child will grow stronger by eating meat and dairy. Well, you might theorize that if I eat more brains, I'll get smarter. But that doesn't work. If I eat more muscle tissue, more meat, I'll get bigger muscles. That doesn't work either. Kids do not need to drink milk to grow big and strong, Levin said. Kids who don't consume dairy can get plenty of calcium from more healthful foods, like beans and greens. Greens have twice the absorbable calcium as cow's milk, along with other nutrients that promote health. If milk is easier for you, there are products like soy and almond milk supplemented with the same nutrients that cow's milk is supplemented with. Scientists at Loma Linda University confirmed that children on plant-based diets have no problems growing. They're taller than meat-eating kids by roughly an inch on average, and they're leaner as well. Now, here's something really intriguing. Tufts University showed that vegetarian and especially vegan kids measure higher on IQ tests, about 16 points higher on average, than their meat-eating playmates. Their mental age was more mature by a year than omnivore kids. And vegan kids were the smartest of the vegetarian children. I know, what are you supposed to do with that information? Obviously, genetics plays an enormous role in intelligence, as well as family environment and educational opportunities. But it's interesting, isn't it? Maybe smarter people choose to adopt plant-based diets. Another study followed 8,000 children in Britain testing their IQ at age 10. 20 years later, the researchers came back to find out which of the subjects by age 30 had become vegetarian or vegan. The kids with the higher IQ scores were much more likely to have become vegetarian or vegan as adults. It seems clear, whether you're concerned about pregnancy, breastfeeding, infancy, or growing children and adolescents, that the only animal product a child should consume is the milk of her or his own mother. A plant-based diet, nodded Dr. Clapper, is absolutely compatible with glowing health and growth in humans. I've seen 2 generations of infants raised as pure vegans. They grow up into strong, healthy, intelligent adults. If mass killers like heart disease, diabetes, and cancer can be prevented or even reversed by eating a plant-based diet and avoiding animal protein, even healthy chicken, fish, and dairy, and if science has shown that no more than 10 to 20% of risk for the primary causes of death come from our genes, then health, in a vast majority of cases, lies within our grasp. It's no longer up to chance. A family's medical history, disfigured perhaps by massive heart attacks by age 50, early death from breast cancer, or diabetes, is stripped of the dread it casts over the next generation. Moms and dads can help protect their kids against disease well into their children's adult lives. I felt like the clouds were parting. For myself, for those I loved, and for all of society. The big question, though, for many people, is how do I live a plant-based life? How do I cook nutritionally balanced meals for myself or my family without using meat, eggs, or dairy? What else is there to eat besides vegetables? Is it goodbye to cakes, cookies, and other baked goods? Can I never go to a regular restaurant again? Where do I even start? It can seem like an enormous and daunting transition, scary enough to send us scuttling back into the meat and dairy aisles at the supermarket. But hold on. A plant-based diet is not a restrictive diet. In exchange for choosing not to eat a handful of disease-promoting foods laden with biotoxins and pollutants, you'll enter a world of delicious, healthy plant foods you may never have encountered before because you were so accustomed to rotating between different kinds of meat with a grain and a vegetable on the side. Come on, I'll walk you through it. Just flip to the back of this book when you're ready. Chapter 12. Exploding Myths. There was still something that troubled me. A lot. It had to do with our interview at the American Diabetes Association with Dr. Ratner. It had to do with the beef and chicken recipes on the American Heart Association website. It had to do with the ads for milk in schools. It had to do with the American Egg Board funding studies showing no evidence linking eggs and heart disease. I went back to talk to Dr. Greger. You can learn about eggs from the egg industry, he nodded. You can learn about the benefits of chewing gum from the Wrigley Science Institute. No, he didn't make that up. At Wrigley, according to their website, we've been researching the value of chewing sugar-free gum since the 1930s to understand the science behind chewing and to help millions of people around the world improve their oral health through the Wrigley Oral Healthcare Program. For real. Dr. Greger went on. The studies trying to vindicate saturated fat are very explicitly a campaign by the dairy industry. The number one source of saturated fat is dairy, not meat. In 2008, the global dairy industry got together in Mexico City. One of their primary goals was to neutralize the negative impact of milk fat as related to heart disease. Martin Catan is an emeritus professor of nutrition at the Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam, a world-renowned expert on diet and heart disease, and a member of the Royal Netherlands Academy of Arts and Sciences. He spoke about the Mexico City Dairy Conference in 2014 to Nutrition Action, a publication of the Center for Science in the Public Interest. The global dairy industry set up a major, well-funded campaign to provide proof that saturated fat does not cause heart disease. They assembled scientists who were sympathetic to the dairy industry, provided these scientists with funding, encouraged them to put out statements on milk, fat, and heart disease, and arranged to have them speak at scientific meetings. And the scientific publications we've seen emerging since the Mexico meeting have helped neutralize the negative image of milk fat. I do not mean that the data were fabricated, but the methodological limitations of observational studies make it easy to get the result that you think beforehand should be correct, namely that saturated fat is not associated with heart disease. Back at my apartment that night, I sat down in front of my computer. In the search engine, I typed, American Diabetes Association sponsor. Click, and there it was. The American Diabetes Association has taken money from, among others, Kraft Foods, makers of Velveeta processed cheese, Oscar Mayer processed meat, and Lunchables processed kids' meals, Campbell's Soup Company, Cadbury Schweppes, the world's largest confectioner and producer of foods like the Cadbury Cream Egg and Dr. Pepper, Coca-Cola, Hershey's, Dannon, one of the largest dairy yogurt producers, Kroger, a supermarket chain, Walgreens, which also sells groceries, and Bumblebee Foods, makers of processed canned meats. The American Diabetes Association also flirted seriously with Burger King for almost a year, until BK came out with a burger with more fat than had ever been seen on the fast food market. Now that's just going too far. But wait, there's more. In the ADA's 2017 Banting Circle Elite level of corporate sponsorship, which requires a gift of at least $1 million, you'll find AstraZeneca, Eli Lilly, Merck, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi, and Janssen Pharmaceuticals. In the next tier down, requiring a gift of only $500,000, is Pfizer and Medtronic. These drug companies are in the booming business of helping people manage the symptoms of their type 2 diabetes. Dr. Ratner at ADA only wanted to talk about people living longer with diabetes. Once I mentioned eliminating diabetes or prevention, he shut down the conversation. Diet and cure? Whoa, let's not go there. I typed in another one. American Heart Association sponsor. The American Heart Association has received money from the Texas Beef Council, Cargill, South Dakota Beef Industry Council, Kentucky Beef Council, Nebraska Beef Council, Tyson Foods, AVA Pork, Unilever, Trouth Dairy, Domino's Pizza, Purdue, Idaho Beef Council, and fistfuls of pharmaceutical companies. The usual suspects like Bristol Myers Squibb, Eli Lilly, GlaxoSmithKline, Novartis, Pfizer, Sanofi, Merck, and AstraZeneca, which contributed $21,470 in 2010 to fund an AHA program on emerging strategies with statins, and nearly $100,000 for projects such as debating controversial topics in cardiovascular disease. I wonder what controversial topics AstraZeneca had in mind. One more. Susan G. Komen sponsor. For this breast cancer charity, you've got Kentucky Fried Chicken, Eat a Breast to Save a Breast, Eggland's Best, Yoplait, the world's leader in fruit yogurt, Dietz & Watson, maker of premium deli meats and artisan cheeses, Trident Seafoods, and Walgreens. I have no doubt, Dr. Clapper said to us, that the major health-related organizations have the best intentions of the American public at heart. But once these groups say, the best thing to reduce your risk of cancer, heart disease, and diabetes is to reduce or eliminate your consumption of meat, dairy, and egg products, that would be the end of their funding. That would bring the entire catastrophe down upon their heads, and they would essentially disappear as organizations. That means you are not going to be hearing the truth, as far as nutrition goes, from these organizations. He that pays the piper calls the tune. The Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, A&D, is the nation's largest trade group for registered dietitians, representing some 75,000 nutrition professionals, Michelle Simon told us. One of A&D's major sponsors is the National Dairy Council. They give A&D money every year, and they get to have a huge booth at the annual expo. So you walk in, and there's the National Dairy Council promoting itself to nutritionists who are telling Americans how to eat. They also sponsor scientific sessions so dietitians can learn why lactose intolerance is no big deal, sponsored by the National Dairy Council. And they offer continuing education units so nutritionists can continue to hear about the wonders of dairy. It's not only the National Dairy Council that American nutritionists are getting their information from. McDonald's sponsored and catered the 2017 annual conference of the California Dietetic Association, an affiliate of A&D. A&D also publishes nutrition fact sheets to help people make healthier choices. Guess who writes those fact sheets? The food industry. Not only that, but they pay A&D $20,000 per fact sheet. What's really sad, Simon went on, is that we cannot trust the information from these leading health organizations because they're taking money from the very industries that are causing the problems these groups are supposed to be helping to prevent. I stood on my building's roof, looking out over the neighborhood. All these people, living their lives around me, were being fed false and dangerous information about their diets and their health. Most of them would think I was extreme if I told them that, to protect their health and the health of their families, they should switch to a plant-based diet. And I live in San Francisco. Even my own family would think I was taking it too far. I could hear the protests now. I had already learned the answers to basic questions about going plant-based. Where will I get my protein? Calcium? Iron? Won't soy give me man boobs? But there were others. I knew a vegan who got really weak and her hair fell out. Aren't we supposed to be meat eaters? People on meat-based diets like paleo look really great. Isn't plant-based expensive? Time to explode some myths. The tired, sick vegan. I've known people who try a plant-based diet but then say, I got so weak I couldn't get out of bed. The insinuation is always that the absence of animal protein, real protein, sapped them. Your body does not use protein for energy, Dr. Davis told us. Your body uses carbohydrates or fat for energy. This idea that a person becomes weak and tired because of protein deficiency is absolutely not true. There's no biochemical explanation for that. Most of my patients, in fact, feel fantastic when they shift their diet. I've been doing this for 30 years, said Dr. Goldhammer. I've had 15,000 people on an inpatient basis, and I haven't yet come across someone whose symptoms were caused by a deficiency of dead flesh, coagulated cow pus, or any other animal products. Physically, human beings are able to adopt a plant-based diet and thrive. Psychologically, it might be like an alcoholic saying, I can't quit drinking because of my constitution. Not eating enough calories is one of the problems sometimes experienced by people new to a plant-based diet, said Dr. Greger. Whole plant foods are much less calorically dense than animal foods. If your caloric intake suddenly drops, people can feel lousy. So you need to eat more to get the same number of calories. Good news for people who like to eat. One of my friends was plant-based for 3 years and then felt really weak, I said. She had a sip of bone broth and felt better. Come on. No, I've heard it a few times. I had some chicken and I felt all better. That is crazy psychological placebo nonsense. It's actually not possible. Now, if she said I started eating meat again and a couple months later I felt much better, then maybe she was iron deficient. But there's no disease on the planet where you eat a piece of chicken or a can of tuna and the clouds part and the sun comes out. Or, I said, what about people who say, I know my body, I just need meat? That's like saying I need meat because I'm a Capricorn. It makes no biological sense. Dr. Kim Williams was a little more philosophical. Are there people who simply can't change their diet? He mused. There certainly are. Now, you have to ask, are they given all the information? Are they given all the motivation? Do they have the opportunity and the environment to support this? Most of the time when I have a patient who can't change their diet, it's because of their surroundings. Environment is huge. Culture is huge. Going vegan is a significant dietary change for a lot of people, said Dr. McMacken. As with any change, you're probably going to notice some different feelings. But if your idea of a plant-based diet is Oreos, French fries, Diet Coke, and lots of processed meat alternatives, you're not going to feel great. The same would be true if you ate nothing but kale and broccoli, shunning grains, legumes, nuts, and seeds. But those diets would certainly turn you into a tired, sick vegan. What you need in your meal plan is a dash of knowledge. Going Paleolithic. The Paleolithic diet is based on the idea that many diseases today are due to our modern eating habits. I'm down with that. But if you're going to go paleo, you eat only what a caveman, supposedly, ate. Never mind, as Dr. Davis writes in Proteinaholic, that prehistoric man was an obligate consumer. He ate what was available because otherwise he starved. He made decisions on food based not on optimal health, but rather survival. Second, there's no such thing as the paleo diet. Patterns of eating varied tremendously from region to region and season to season. The idea that there existed one specific paleo diet is pure fiction. Regardless of what a true Paleolithic diet consisted of, John Durant, author of the Paleo Manifesto, concedes that it should most likely include human flesh. You don't hear too much about that from paleo proponents today. There are some really good things about the paleo diet. The 21st century Paleolithic human doesn't eat dairy. Cavemen didn't raise cows. Processed food. Cavemen didn't have Doritos. Or added sugar and oils. Salt is used sparingly, and lots of vegetables are included. But the paleo diet also bans grains and legumes. Cavemen didn't have agriculture. It prescribes eating large amounts of saturated fat like beef tallow, rendered fat, lamb tallow, lard, and duck fat, stipulating that it must come from healthy, happy animals. Paleo proponents also famously advocate eating lots of animal protein, red meat, pork, chicken, eggs, internal organs, wild fish, and shellfish. People like to eat flesh, said Dr. Clapper. So they love to hear, you should eat flesh every day, which is what most Americans do. Not even mountain lions eat flesh 3 times a day. Yet paleo tells us we're carnivorous apes, as though every caveman had a mastodon in the freezer. There's a major health concern for paleo folks, he continued. People consuming this flesh-based diet may lose weight because they don't eat dairy, oils, or refined carbohydrates. But what's happening inside your arteries, paleo friends? The plaque is building up. These are the lean and fit folks who drop dead at the gym at 39. Where is the research? Dr. Esselstyn asked. I'm unaware of any hard data on the paleo diet, where you take patients with illness, hypertension, diabetes, heart disease, and you reverse the disease or prevent it from developing. Because when you follow paleo, you're eating the very foods that destroy the vascular system. Dr. Kahn agreed. You're going to be hard put to come up with a scientific answer other than go back to plant-based if you're desiring clean arteries that affect your brain, your central function, and your heart function throughout your lifespan. Paleo's got such a great story, though. Tarzan cosplay, anyone? Paleo presents this fantasy of some muscular caveman running through the forest, tearing their kills apart like a tiger. "Ah, I am caveman, hear me roar," said Dr. Davis. That wasn't at all what was going on back then. The anthropologists laugh at the paleo people. A 2-million-year-old hominid fossil from South America, Australopithecus sediba, recently had a dental exam. Australopithecus lived in an open savanna with abundant opportunities for animal food, and yet isotope analysis on the fossil teeth showed that our early ancestors were heavy plant eaters, primarily leaves, fruits, and bark. No matter what region of the world is studied, Dr. Davis writes in Proteinaholic, analysis of Neanderthal teeth proves that these humans ate mostly plants. When you look at the anthropological literature on modern Stone Age people, Dr. Mills said, typically only 15 to 20% of their diet was made up of animal food. Most of the hunts were unsuccessful. Even when a hunt was successful, the meat was quickly divided, so any person only got a relatively small amount of animal tissue, which had to be eaten right away before it started to rot. We were not efficient enough as hunters with Stone Age technology to have a meat-centered diet. How about the theory, Keegan said, that a high-protein, high-fat diet like paleo allowed us to evolve our big brain? Yeah, right, laughed Dr. Mills. If eating meat led to larger brains, then the carnivores should be the most intelligent creatures on the planet. We know better. The dog still drinks out of the toilet. In fact, a 2015 study from the University of Chicago shows that it was carbohydrates, especially starch, that were critical for the incredibly fast growth of the human brain over the last 1,000,000 years. Human brain function uses 25% of our body's energy stores and up to 60% of our blood glucose. The most efficient source of glucose comes from carbohydrates, and it's very unlikely that our high glucose demands could have been met with a low-carb diet. This research supports what doctors like John McDougall have been saying for decades. The Mayans and Aztecs are civilizations that existed for 1,300 years, Dr. McDougall told us. They were known as the people of the corn. They lived on a starch-based diet. People tell me, potatoes will make me fat. Yeah, fat like Inca warriors. Or look at Asia. Extremely successful civilizations for thousands of years. Before they switched from rice to a westernized diet of animal foods and oils, there were almost no overweight Asians. The bulk of your calories should be rice and other grains, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, beans, lentils, peas, as well as fruits and vegetables. Pasta and marinara sauce, lasagna, bean burritos, vegetables, and rice. These are the foods your body is designed to live on. These foods will restore your health. You have to get the starch concept, Dr. McDougall emphasized. Otherwise, you won't be satisfied and you won't have the energy you deserve. Look at historical records. You will find consistently that large populations of successful people lived on starch-based diets. Even our spit can attest. The primary enzyme secreted in human saliva is amylase, which specifically breaks down starch. Dr. Davis told us a story from his own practice. I have a patient from Ghana, a very smart lady. She's lived in the U.S. for many years, and for many of them, she's had a serious problem with obesity. She's on medication for weight loss, she's got a trainer, but her diet is eggs, bacon, chicken, sausage. What do you think is wrong? I asked her. She said, my issues are at night, when we eat more carbs from our traditional diet from Ghana. The carbs make me fat. I had just read a study about Ghana, and people in Ghana are not overweight. I asked her, when you go back to Ghana, are people overweight? She says, I'm one of the biggest people there. I ask, what do you eat there? Traditional Ghana meals, lots of starches, sweet potato stews, maize, corn, fruit. The funny thing is, that's the only place I lose weight. Analyses of fossil teeth also show that early humans ate legumes, a great source of both carbohydrates and protein. But the paleo diet argues against mountains of evidence that beans are poisonous to humans. Paleo advocates say, don't eat legumes. They didn't have legumes in paleo times, Dr. Davis said. Number one, they had legumes in paleo times. Number two, Legumes are the one food associated with longevity in every single long-lived culture. Not one scientific study shines a bad light on legumes, and there's 1,000 studies showing they're good for you. But instead, the paleo people are opting for a paleo coconut bar, like the kind the paleo people ate back in the day when they went to the paleo store. The paleo effect may actually create sicker people, continued Dr. Davis. We're seeing higher cholesterol levels in paleo followers, the same or worse insulin sensitivity, and frankly, I'm seeing weight gain in them. Paleo folks, Dr. Clapper said to us, are setting themselves up for an epidemic of clogged arteries, colon cancers, and autoimmune diseases. It's not a healthy diet. We are not carnivorous apes. If we eat like that, the consequences are going to be very severe. The British Dietetic Association's list of top 5 celebrity diets to avoid in 2015 included the paleo diet at number 2. It lost out to the urine therapy diet. Carnivores, herbivores, omnivores, and evolution. Human beings have evolved to eat meat. Look at our canine teeth. Look at the canines on a panda. When your cat yawns, said Dr. Barnard, you see protruding razor teeth used to kill prey, to scrape hide and pull meat off bones. Our canine teeth are no bigger than our incisors. That happened at least 3.5 million years ago. Our teeth are designed for grinding, which is good for vegetables, fruits, grains, and beans. Not so good for killing and eating a raw animal. Try eating roadkill without tools. Lots of herbivores have canines, Dr. Mills told us. The canines in several primates are very long, almost like the canines in carnivores, but they're used for defense and fighting each other. Human canines have become small and rounded. They're useless for ripping anything other than an envelope. Dr. Esselstyn said, with our 30-foot-long gastrointestinal tract, there's no question that humans are herbivores. From an evolutionary standpoint, we might have had to eat meat in times of scarcity. But look at our bodies. Can you imagine eating a dead elephant? Are you going to go through his hide with your fingers, with your teeth? I wondered why a carnivorous animal like a cat doesn't get the same cancers that humans get from eating large amounts of meat. The human body has a very long digestive tract, with extra surface area to extract nutrients and process all the fiber in plants, Dr. Barnard explained. If you eat a high-fiber diet, by which I mean a plant-based diet, fiber will carry out the carcinogens and the excess hormones. An animal like a cat is built for a meat-based diet. They have a very, very short intestinal tract, so the carcinogens don't stick around. It's a completely different system. Cats and other carnivores move food through their intestinal tracts in under 4 hours. But food stays in our human bodies for 18 hours or more. And take a look at our eyes, Dr. Barnard said. A human being can detect antioxidants at 300 yards. I'm talking about the orange beta-carotene of a carrot, the red lycopene in a tomato, or the dark purple anthocyanins in blueberries. Cats don't have the same color vision we have. They're looking for motion. They're hunters. Research clearly shows that meat eating for humans began as scavenging, he continued. With stone tools, we could scavenge from a lion and scrape the meat off the bones. Then, once you've got fire, you're on to something. Humans became honorary carnivores. But our bodies are herbivorous bodies. We still have pre-Stone Age coronary arteries, and we still get heart disease when we eat animal protein. I could see the question shifting from could we to should we? You could, for instance, put a nail in the wall with the wooden handle of a hammer, but it wouldn't be the best way to use it. We are omnivores with choice, is how Dr. Clapper put it. Yes, we can digest small amounts of animal flesh, and I'm sure that scavenging carcasses probably got us through our early years, but we are not obligate carnivores. There's a big difference. Of all the doctors Keegan and I spoke with, Dr. Mills had spent the most time exploring the anatomical and physiological distinctions among herbivores, carnivores, and omnivores. He gave us a fascinating masterclass on the topic. Check it out at www.whatthehealthfilm.com/carnivores. You'll find out, among other things, why it would be a bad idea for us to wrestle down an animal with our mouth, that carnivores can eat 30% of their body weight in rotting flesh at a single meal, about the similarity between stomach acid and carbattery acid, and why humans love potato chips. We are behavioral omnivores, Dr. Mills said, but that doesn't tell you whether we are physiologically designed as omnivores. A true by-design omnivore is an animal designed to hunt, kill, and dismember prey, but also has the capacity to use plant foods for energy. Bears and raccoons fit the bill. They retain the jaw structure, teeth, claws, stomach, and intestinal structure of carnivores, but they also have slightly modified molars that allow them to pulp plant foods. Yet they're able to eat rotting flesh. They have giant stomachs, and their livers can process enormous amounts of calories without becoming diseased. Human beings, Dr. Mills continued, unlike bears or raccoons, do not have that mixed anatomy and physiology that you see in true omnivores, because we are not true omnivores. How can we eat meat then? Keegan asked. Great question. Digestion is done by enzymes, which break apart amino acids. All proteins, plant or animal, are made of the same 20 amino acids. Think of a boat or a plane. Very different vehicles, but they're both composed of metal, screws, rivets, bolts. It doesn't matter to a screwdriver whether a screw is on a boat or a plane. If it fits, it will turn it. Likewise, the protein-digesting enzymes will break apart the amino acids, and that's what allows you to digest animal tissue. The problem comes when the tissues are absorbed. That's when your risk for heart disease, diabetes, cancers of the colon, breast, and prostate, among others, is significantly raised. Can you tell us about pathogen disgust? Keegan asked. Yes, there are certain things that elicit a disgust response in humans from all cultures, Dr. Mills said. For instance, things that are moist, slimy, bloody, things covered with flies, worms, or animal hair, things that are rotting. That partial list I gave you pretty much describes raw animal tissue. There are cultural and individual variations, but in general, most humans have a disgust response to raw animal tissue. Why would we have a disgust reaction if meat is part of the human diet? I asked. Well, we're not meant to eat it, and that's why we're disgusted. Raw animal flesh is often loaded with pathogens that can kill us. Our feelings about raw meat are called pathogen disgust. Even the mere texture of raw meat can cause it to lodge in our throats and choke us to death. But a carnivore will eat a piece of bloody, rotten, raw flesh without hesitation. They will eat from a rotting carcass for days until it's completely consumed. Wild animals in war zones dig up corpses because, to them, decomposing bodies smell like food. Everybody loves a smoothie made with fruit and some vegetables, he went on. But if you put a fish in a blender and grind it up, it's absolutely repulsive. Or put rotting beef in a blender, covered with maggots, and grind that up. Decaying tissue induces a vomiting reflex in us, which is indicative that we shouldn't eat it. If you smell a decaying body, you actually have to stifle the impulse to throw up. It's a reflex mechanism designed to protect us. The body is programmed to expel rotten flesh in an effort to keep you from getting sick. But there are cultures around the world who eat raw meat. Steak tartare from France, for instance, kibbeh neye from Lebanon, or most commonly, Japanese sashimi. Putting aside the inherent health risks, steak tartare is delicious partly because it is dangerous, swoons one admirer in Newsweek. Pardon me if I don't find the prospect of bloody diarrhea from E. coli appetizing. The raw meat in these dishes is always cleaned. No gristle or hair, please. Drained of blood, eaten as fresh as possible, and seasoned or mixed with things like onions, garlic, peanuts, citrus juices, and herbs and spices. What we call seasoning are plants and plant parts, Dr. Mills said. We rub herbs and spices on animal tissue to give them the flavor and smell of plants. Our brain finds those flavors delicious. Without them, meat is bland and tasteless to us. Has your dog ever said to you, "I'm not eating that meat until you season it with pepper and basil and cover it with a garnish"? He's happy to eat stringy, bloody, rotting animal tissue. Even a steak tartare aficionado might balk at that. Isn't being vegan expensive? No, being sick is expensive. Keegan and I visited a grocery store with Tony Okamoto, founder of the blog Plant-Based on a Budget. The site has been showcased on U.S. News and World Report, Reader's Digest, and many other media outlets. A common misconception about eating plant-based is that it's expensive, Okamoto tells me as we grab a shopping cart outside. But it can be just as cheap, if not cheaper, than the standard American diet, and much more nutritious. My Plant-Based on a Budget challenge is $100 a month per person, so you can do this on food stamps and still have money left over. We walked into the supermarket. "So where are we going first?" I asked. "Produce section," she answered. "I'll get the cheapest apple, which today is the Golden Delicious." We were selecting in-season produce, as well as food from the bulk bins. "That really cuts down on cost," Okamoto said. "You also eliminate a lot of expense by not buying meat and dairy." We pushed the rattling cart down the aisles. Lettuce, a tomato, 2 carrots, half a pound of pinto beans, half a pound of pasta, a pound of oats, corn tortillas, soy milk, frozen broccoli. Frozen vegetables, in addition to being cheaper, are usually more nutritious than fresh vegetables. Fresh vegetables often lose nutrients while they're being transported, while frozen ones are flash frozen right after they're harvested, preserving their vitamin content. I looked at the growing pile of food in the cart. "Can a person really thrive while spending this little money on food?" I asked Okamoto. "Definitely," she said. "I've had hundreds of people give me feedback. I've done it myself. Our meal plan for a family of 4 is $25 per person per week, which adds up to $400 a month for the whole family." Okamoto checks her shopping list. "My favorite on this meal plan is the tofu ricotta lasagna." "So you're not just eating rice and beans every day," I said. "No," she laughs. "On my site, I have a lot of contributors who focus on different cultural cuisines. I'm Japanese Mexican, so I created a lot of plant-based Mexican dishes. Other writers focus on Asian, Indian, even soul food." "What desserts are there?" "On this plan, peanut butter cookies." "You have a good recipe for peanut butter cookies?" "I do. I'll send it to you." We walked around a bit more, selecting unsalted sunflower seeds, bouillon cubes, bananas, kale, and cilantro. "Even if the food is affordable," I said, "people will say, 'I don't have time for chopping all those vegetables or cooking. It's easier to grab a roast chicken.'" "When I did my own challenge," replied Okamoto, "I was working 40 hours a week with a 3-hour commute, and I was still able to prepare the food. Now I probably work over 70 hours a week. I also live an hour from where I work. I do not want to be chopping vegetables when I get home. So I cut all my vegetables at once on the weekend and store them in the fridge. It takes a lot less time than you would expect. When I need them, they're ready. I cook my beans that day too and put them in the fridge or freezer. You can cook food overnight in a crock pot, which you can get at Goodwill for a few dollars. Anyone can eat this way. Families on food stamps, busy parents with young children. Our 4-person meal plan includes recipes for kids. If my dad, the biggest barbecuer ever, can do it, then anyone can." We rolled up to the cashier. $20.64 is your total, said the gentleman behind the counter. $20.64? I looked at the receipt. It was right. That's an entire week of food. Goodness, said the cashier. A lot of customers spend over $100 at a time. What are they buying? Okamoto asked. Oh, a lot of everything. Milk, chicken, cheese. Keegan took home the groceries. He was psyched to try Okamoto's challenge, especially the lasagna. I had the receipt, though, and I kept looking at it. $20.64 for a week's worth of meals. I thought of something Dr. McMacken had said to me. I take care of patients who are on public assistance, as well as patients with a lot more financial resources. I have never had anyone tell me that the advice I gave them on eating a plant-based diet was too expensive, because I focus on foods that are affordable. There's also a tremendous payoff when you think about people coming off their medications and saving themselves from procedures, surgeries, doctor's visits. These foods pay for themselves 1,000 times over. The biggest question is this: how much is your health worth to you? Chapter 13. The next stage in human evolution. Vegan athletes. I challenge anyone to watch Timothy Sheaf in action without jaw-dropping astonishment. Sheaf, whose professional nickname is Livewire, is a 2-time world free-running champion and a professional parkour athlete. He was also captain of the victorious Team Europe in the competition American Ninja Warrior USA versus the World. The art of parkour involves getting from point A to point B using the obstacles in between, walls, trees, buildings, to increase your efficiency. Free running throws in flips, twists, handstands, and other forms of creative expression. It's a mix of gymnastics, rock climbing, breakdancing, and martial arts, bound together with seemingly superhuman agility, flexibility, and strength. Keegan and I met Sheaf at a parkour gym in Concord, California. Dominating the space was an enormous industrial obstacle course constructed from metal scaffolding, wooden buildings, staircases, crash mats, metal rings, heavy ropes, and walls with ledges just deep enough for a fingertip grip. We watched Sheaf run the course. It was wild. Computer-generated stunts from a Marvel summer blockbuster, Spider-Man, came to mind. But Sheaf was right there in the flesh, running up walls, leaping like a jaguar from one building to another, handstanding on top of scaffolds and performing the flag. After getting a wide grip on a vertical pole with both hands, he effortlessly lifted his body until it was horizontal to the floor, like a human windsock in a full breeze. Back on the ground, Sheaf looked like an average guy with a top knot of blonde hair and remarkably clear, pale skin. For something like Ninja Warrior and parkour, he told us in a soft British accent, you need to have a good strength-to-body weight ratio. When I went vegan, I lost 15, 20 pounds. I became more agile and more efficient. I had more stamina. I'm a 100% better athlete than I was before. How did you feel when you first went vegan? I asked. Once I learned you could get your protein without eating animals, I thought, okay, I'll try it for a week, Sheaf recalled. Within a week, I had more energy and noticeable improvement in my recovery. The biggest cause of fatigue is dehydration, and a lot of repetitive strain injuries come from inflammation in joints and ligaments. A vegan diet is more hydrating, anti-inflammatory, and more alkalizing, so you aid your recovery tremendously. My tendinitis went away. I could train for longer hours. And once I noticed these things, I thought, what have I been doing all these years? You lost weight when you first went plant-based, I said. What about athletes who need to keep their weight up? I know bodybuilders who have put on bulk and muscle mass after becoming vegan, said Sheaf. I stayed just as strong, but I lost body fat. It enhances whatever athleticism you're working towards. For me, I felt stale in my training. Becoming vegan unlocked the next chapter in my progress. It's not always a question of how you're training. You need to look at yourself as a complete person, which includes what you eat and how you live. And then, beyond my physical abilities, I evolved as a person. I've always been against animal cruelty, but I actually started living in alignment with that truth. "What's your definition of health?" Keegan asked. Good question for a guy who can scale the inside of a 20-foot chimney without equipment. "Longevity," Sheaf replied. "There are people on the paleo diet who are just as strong as vegans, but in the years to come, the plant-based lifestyle will pay dividends. We'll still be doing this stuff when we're 50, 60, and beyond. I feel like I've not peaked yet. I eat clean, I feel fresh, and every day I'm reaching new heights." Experiencing being vegan is the key to understanding it. You can read all these blogs arguing pros and cons, but until I experience the difference myself, that's when I realize that this is a very vibrant way to live. I'm not stuck in these desires that aren't serving me. "Once you know better, you have to do better," Sheaf said. "Veganism for me is about evolution. It's about the next chapter of humanity." That's a convincing statement from a man who is almost superhuman in his physical abilities. If Timothy Sheaf is a preview of the next stage of human evolution, we are on the right track. There are startlingly high numbers of vegans among top-tier professional athletes. Check out this far-from-complete list. Megan Duhamel, Canadian figure skater and Olympic gold medalist at the 2018 Winter Olympics. Patrick Baboumian, world record-holding strongman and winner of Germany's Strongest Man in 2011, winner of the European Powerlifting Championship in 2012. Venus and Serena Williams, both of them ranked number 1 in the world at some point in their superstar tennis careers. Mac Danzig, mixed martial arts and Ultimate Fighting Championship fighter, winner of Season 6 of The Ultimate Fighter. Jahina Malik, competitive bodybuilder and vegan since birth, winner of the 2013 National Physique Committee's Eastern USA Bodybuilding Championships. Fiona Oakes, holder of 3 world records for marathon running. Steph Davis, one of the world's greatest rock climbers, and the only woman to free solo climb, no ropes or harnesses, a 5.11 mountain face. Very, very steep. Scott Jurek, ultramarathon runner who broke the record in 2015 for the fastest through hike of the Appalachian Trail, which stretches from Georgia to the top of the highest mountain in Maine. Jurek did the trail in 46 days, 8 hours, and 7 minutes, averaging 50 miles a day. Tia Blanco, American pro surfer who won gold during the 2015 International Surfing Association's World Surfing Games. Brendan Brazier, Canadian professional Ironman triathlete. Paralympics British rower David Smith, who won gold at the 2009 World Rowing Championships and the 2012 Summer Paralympics. UFC fighters brothers Nick and Nate Diaz. Cam Awesome, an 8-time national super heavyweight boxing champion and captain of the USA national boxing team. Claire Fury Foreman, a Muay Thai kickboxing martial artist from Australia who won the Australian title in 2015. Track star Carl Lewis, named Olympian of the Century and holder of 10 Olympic medals and 10 World Championship medals. And yet athletes, perhaps more than any other segment of the population, are pounded with the myth that you cannot be a high-performing competitor without eating animal protein. Tofu and chickpeas might sustain a tie-dyed civilian, but a bruising powerhouse like a football player needs real protein. It's true that athletes need more protein than non-athletes, but how much depends on a lot of things. For example, the sport, body weight, age, and the intensity and duration of training sessions. Strength and power athletes like weightlifters and sprinters need about 1.2 to 1.7 grams of protein per kilogram of body weight. 1 kilogram equals 2.2 pounds. Endurance athletes like marathoners need about 1.2 to 1.4 grams per kilogram of body weight. You can use this equation to figure out your weight in kilograms. Weight in pounds divided by 2.2 equals weight in kilograms. Then, to determine the upper range of protein requirements for a strength or power athlete, multiply your weight in kilograms times 1.7 grams of protein per kilogram. Or, for an endurance athlete, multiply your weight in kilograms times 1.4 grams of protein per kilogram. An NFL player weighing 300 pounds would need a colossal 232 grams of protein daily. For many athletes, that means reaching for steaks, eggs, chicken breasts, and quarts of whey protein shakes. But not for David Carter, NFL defensive lineman, also known as the 300-pound vegan. Dave Carter towers over me, and I'm 6'2". He's about twice my width, a wall of solid muscle, but also a soft-spoken and modest guy. All my life, Carter told Keegan and me, I was all about meat. My family owned a barbecue restaurant. A few years ago, I was playing with the Dallas Cowboys, and I had a lot of pain from tendinitis from football injuries. I had nerve damage in my right arm. I couldn't feel 3 of my fingers and couldn't make a full fist to grab guys on the field. My bench press was weak. My wife had been vegan for 6 years, and I'd heard about the health benefits, but I was like, honey, I can't be vegan and play football. I'll be skinny and feeble. But the injuries started adding up. The pain was incredible. I couldn't lift myself out of the tub. It felt like somebody took a bat to my elbows. Team doctors were giving me Celebrex for the inflammation. It didn't do anything. Then I watched the documentary Forks Over Knives, Carter recalled, and I finally realized, man, my diet is what's contributing to all the pain I'm experiencing. Milk was causing inflammation in my joints, and I was drinking milkshakes every night to gain weight. I was killing myself from the inside out. So I thought, screw it, I may as well try the vegan thing. What happened? I asked. At first, I had no energy, said Carter. But a month later, I started feeling improvements. I did start losing weight, but I thought, I have more energy, I'll keep going. The grip in my hands was coming back. The tendinitis inflammation was going away. My blood pressure was down. My strength, speed, agility, my recovery time, all that was improving. Wow. My weight started going back up when I added more legumes, seeds, rice, millet, and other grains into my diet. I was running 7-minute miles, which was good at my weight. Before I was vegan, I was only bench pressing 315 about 5 times. 2-3 months after going vegan, my bench press went up to 465. I was like, oh my God, I'm vegan and I'm bench pressing 465 pounds? This is ridiculous. I was doing the leg press machine with my trainer one day, and it had 1,000 pounds on it. I told him, I'm feeling good, put another 45 pounds on each side. We kept adding weight, doing sets of 10 again and again. We were at 1,380 pounds, and there was no more room for weights. So my trainer gets on top of the machine. He's 200 pounds. I was doing sets of 10 like that. Then we had to get creative. I said, let's push my car. We were pushing my Cadillac Escalade around. We pushed it up a hill. Then I slowly walked the car back down the hill and push it up again. Holy crap, I said. All of a sudden you had superpowers. First we had Spider-Man with Timothy Sheaf, and now here was the Incredible Hulk. Except that our Hulk was green on the inside, and much more lovable. Yeah, said Carter. The 300-pound vegan is my superhero name. My trainer wasn't vegan at first, but seeing my strength and my cardio improve, he ended up going vegan. In fact, about 20 people in the gym went vegan from watching us. And your recovery time improved too? Keegan asked. Oh yeah. Before becoming vegan, my joints hurt. My soreness lasted a lot longer. After becoming vegan, my coaches have been telling me stop working out so much. My energy level is through the roof. My recovery time is non-existent. I'll just drink a beet juice or eat some dates after a workout and I'll be ready to go again. Little or no muscle soreness. I can run forever. Why is that? I asked. I was training for a marathon and was really curious. Well, you only get clogged arteries due to the saturated fats in meat, dairy, and eggs. Your heart needs to deliver oxygen via your blood through your arteries to your extremities for you to perform your best. But by eating dairy and meat, you make it very difficult for your heart to pump oxygen for your arms and legs to move as fast as they can. You're not creating blockages in your body. I nodded. What's your workout schedule like now? I lift weights 5 days a week, 2 to 3 hours each day. The other 2 days I'm doing cardio, or when I'm in Costa Rica, I carry a huge bag of rocks up a hill. I do that until I've had enough. I also do 500 push-ups. When I was in Costa Rica, I was working with a 76-year-old guy, Viktoras Kolvinskas, a nutritionist and former bodybuilder. He was doing 200 push-ups every day, and he has scoliosis, curvature of the spine, and he's vegan. I was like, oh hell no, here's a 76-year-old vegan guy, and I'm 27. I gotta catch up. So I worked up to it, and now a few times a week I do 500 push-ups within an hour. Holy crap. That was Keegan this time. Did you get any pushback from the NFL about being vegan? Carter paused. Let me just say they weren't very comfortable with my being vegan. The other players were asking, man, what are you eating? How are you staying this big on plants? How are you still working out after this crazy workout we just did? I asked the team chefs if they could make some vegan food. Something simple. Rice and beans, peanut butter, nothing fancy. The chefs were excited and started creating vegan lasagna and all this other amazing stuff. Meanwhile, the strength coach was telling us to drink milk protein shakes, but then we got inflammation from the milk, so he'd tell us to drink a shot of concentrated cranberry juice to help with the inflammation. It made no sense. Then a nutritionist told me being vegan wasn't healthy. She said I wouldn't get my protein and that soy milk causes cancer. She didn't like me because I was telling the other players that milk causes inflammation and meat brings toxic chemicals into your body. I think she told the coaches about me. So then, Carter continued, the coach called me into his office and said, what's going on, man? Can you not be vegan? I said, nope, I'm vegan for life. He called me into his office just to tell me to stop being vegan. The next day, all the vegan food was gone from the menu. The chef told me, someone high up said we can't do that anymore. I was like, wow. The next day, I was released from the team. I wasn't forcing it down anyone's throat, and I was performing at my best. I was running with the top players, keeping up with guys who were 100 pounds lighter than me. Why would they let you go when your performance increased? Keegan asked. Carter paused again. Teams are sponsored by companies like Muscle Milk, he said slowly. Every other Super Bowl commercial is for chicken wings. In my opinion, the meat and dairy industry have a lot to do with professional sports. Imagine if all the other guys on the team started going vegan. It causes controversy. So day after day, I said, professional football players are wolfing down huge amounts of animal protein. That must affect their health. One of the things that pushed me to change my diet is that the average football player dies at 56 years of age, said Carter. That's because they're constantly drinking milk and whey protein shakes, eating steak and chicken. I was eating 4 pieces of chicken in one sitting and big 20-ounce steaks. We thought, we're big dudes, we need to eat meat to be men. I thought that too. But you're screwing your insides up. You're killing a life that you don't need to take. With dairy, you're stealing breast milk meant for the baby cows and drinking it yourself. How's that manly? Men are supposed to be protectors. If you feed it to your kids, you're killing your kids. You can't be your strongest if you're eating the wrong foods. You're clogging your arteries and intestines. It takes 3 to 5 days to digest meat. Some guys don't take poops for 3 days. That stuff is rotting inside your body. You look big and strong on the outside, but you're dying on the inside. That's not strong, that's weak. Your heart is crying for help. You're dying. Brendan Brazier is known not only for being a professional Ironman triathlete, but also for his expertise on vegan nutrition, particularly for athletes, much of it developed by using himself as a guinea pig. An athlete's practice comprises 2 major elements, training and recovery. Training usually gets the attention. Brazier noticed early in his career, however, that most training programs differed only in minor ways. This was generally true regardless of the quality of the athlete. Recovery was an afterthought. Brazier spoke with many professional athletes and, like Dr. Greger and Dr. Davis, read scores of medical journals, dietary studies, and health and nutrition publications. The biggest differences between athletes, he discovered, was diet. Knowing that training is little more than breaking down muscle, he wrote in Thrive, the Vegan Nutrition Guide to Optimal Performance in Sports and Life, I figured that what rebuilds that same muscle must be a major factor for recovery and therefore quicker improvement. If I was able to recover from each workout faster, I would be able to schedule them closer together and therefore train more than my competition. I would improve faster. As I suspected, food was the answer. High-quality, nutrient-dense, alkaline-forming, easily digestible food in proper proportions. Nutrition has a dramatic effect on recovery. That was unmistakable. Brazier experimented with various performance-enhancing diets and began eating plant-based. His words confirm those of Tim Sheaf and Dave Carter. Not only did my recovery time plummet, but my energy level, strength-to-weight ratio, and endurance shot up. On the cellular level, this diet was able to speed the renewal of muscle tissue. That meant that following this diet would actually help the body regenerate more frequently, suggesting that it could help reduce biological age. Brazier's optimum performance diet revolves around the concept of high net gain nutrition. Net gain refers to the energy and nutrients that remain in the body after digestion. Many foods in the typical American diet, meat and dairy for instance, take almost as much energy for the body to process as the foods contain. Those foods provide a very low net gain. Whole fruits and vegetables and grains like wild rice and quinoa are high net gain foods. Brazier also focuses on alkaline-forming foods. Alkaline foods correct excess acid in the body, or acidosis. Every illness occurs when the body is in an acidic state. Kidney stones, bone weakness, heart disease, diabetes, fatigue, weight gain, sleep disorders, digestive problems, inflammation, arthritis, even cancer. These are all conditions that thrive in an acidic environment. The solution is to eat more alkaline-forming and less acid-forming foods. Alkaline foods include asparagus, broccoli, carrots, onion, zucchini, sweet potatoes, oranges, mangoes, avocados, bananas, almonds, wild rice, and quinoa. Acid-forming foods include dairy, chicken, beef, pork, shellfish, and fish. These foods contribute to inflammation and pain and significantly delay athletic recovery time. As any exceptional athlete knows, athletic performance is only partly physical. Clarity of thought and split-second strategic thinking are essential for high performance. Brazier discovered on a plant-based diet not only improvements in his strength, energy, and speed, but also in his mental acuity. The brain, like the rest of the body, is nourished by the food we eat. When we eat food that is difficult to digest, our bodies divert extra blood to the stomach to help digestion. This means that blood, along with the attendant nutrients and oxygen, is drawn away from the brain, resulting in slower, more lethargic thinking. Laura Hyman knows how deeply the fibers of our body, our mind, and our emotions are bound together. At 50, she is a tall, striking master yogini. Hyman combined functional mobility training from her background in physical therapy, athletics, and vinyasa yoga to create Yoga Stream, a vigorous, challenging style of yoga characterized by intense core work, classical asanas, strength drills, plyometrics, and at higher levels, many inversions, handstands, forearm stands, and arm balances. When we arrived at Hyman's studio in New Jersey, she was teaching the most advanced class. We watched as she floated slowly into an assured handstand. Hyman surveyed her students, upside down, occasionally calling out, "Pull your ribs in, Julie," or "Mike, wrap your triceps back." This was not an hour of stretching to a New Age soundtrack. I practice 5 to 6 days a week for about 1.5 hours, Hyman told us after the class ended and her students filed out, beaming and dripping with sweat. My most rigorous practice is usually one where I spend more time on my hands and upper body strength than anything else. I'll focus on long holds upside down in some handstand variation, push-ups in a variety of ways, and sprinkle in some high-intensity interval training and strength drills. Right now I'm working on pressing into a handstand from various arm balances. An arm balance is a group of yoga poses in which only the hands are planted on the mat and the entire body hovers above the floor, supported on one or both upper arms. They're hard. Hyman demonstrates a firefly arm balance in which her hands are planted flat on the ground. Her arms are straight, and her legs, the backs of her thighs contacting the backs of her upper arms, are extended in a straddle. The only parts of her body touching the ground are her palms and fingers. Again, some superhero creature flashes into my mind. Firefly is wild enough, but then Hyman presses down even further into her hands. Slowly, with intense control, she unfurls her spine and lifts her pelvis up, stacking it over her shoulder girdle. Her legs slowly come together and point straight up at the ceiling. It's incredible to watch, and I find myself holding my breath. After a few moments, she lowers herself back into Firefly with amazing control and rejoins us on the floor. "How long have you been vegan?" Keegan asked. "I became vegan when I was 32. I'm 50 now. I feel as good, if not better, than I did in my late 20s, running over 60 miles a week. My yoga practice gives me a realistic gauge for how I'm growing. I continue to be able to do more every year than I did the year before." What would you say to a high-performance, high-intensity athlete who was skeptical about a plant-based diet? Keegan asked. "Our bodies run best on clean, whole foods," Hyman said. "They contain all the nutrients we need, and they're easy to digest, whereas protein from dead animals and animal secretions are highly acidic and put a lot of strain on the body. When we place high athletic demand on the body, we need all our energy directed to the task at hand. Experiment with what works best for you and your training. Some might need extra vegan protein powder, while others feel best eating whole foods on a regular basis. Think of a vegan diet as an opportunity for increased possibility in your performance." Brendan Brazier writes about the almost sci-fi idea of growing a younger body. Biological age refers to the time that has passed since body cells last regenerated. When we exercise, the body must regenerate its cells more rapidly than when idle. Depending on activity level, 6 to 8 months from now, our bodies will have regenerated nearly 100% of their tissue at the cellular level. This new tissue will literally be made up of what we eat between now and then. The body of an active person is forced to regenerate rapidly. Therefore, it consists of more recently produced, younger cells, making for a younger body. Mujin Han, a bodybuilder based in Los Angeles, is the perfect example of growing a younger body. We hung out with him at the gym while he worked out. "I've been vegan since I was 45, he tells Keegan and me. "I'm 55 now, and I feel like I'm 32. The guy is totally ripped. His muscles look like they were cut with lasers. "When I was 45, he said, I had aches in my neck, shoulders, and knees. Later I found out these were all inflammations caused by eating acidic foods and animal products. It took about 2 months for me to cut out animal products, and when I did, all the pains went away." "Did your weights go down at all?" I asked. Han laughed. "I started working out when I was 47. All the muscles you see on me, I gained as a vegan. The youngsters at the gym told me, 'Old man, you've got to eat meat or whey to build muscles.' I said to them, 'I'm eating like a gorilla, straight from Mother Earth. I get everything I need and nothing I don't.'" "Were the 2 months of transition difficult?" Keegan asked. "Well, in the beginning," said Han, "I didn't know anything. After a month, I made friends with other vegans who gave me lots of tips. I got information on the internet and from books. Like everything, it's much easier when you have knowledge. What does health mean to you? I asked. Health is a marathon, not a sprint, Han replies. A lot of younger guys say, I eat a lot of meat and dairy and I'm healthy. I say, when I was your age, I ate junk and I looked healthy. But when you get to be my age, you start to feel the effects of your lifelong diet. True health is how you feel when you're in your 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Now we're entering the Star Trek age. The what? The Star Trek age. Vegan meat and cheese will surpass the real thing. Hey, yeah, I said. You know they're all vegan in Star Trek, right? Except for the Klingons and a few others. I love Star Trek. I'll always remember when Commander Riker said, we no longer enslave animals for food purposes. Make it so, number one. Sorry, I have to let the geek out for air every once in a while. Let's bring it back. What supplements do you take? I asked. B12, Han said. Vitamin D in the winter, sometimes a few iron pills. That's it. No protein powder? Only if I'm going to miss a meal after a workout. Otherwise, if you eat enough calories, you get all your protein. We left Han to finish his workout. It's a beautiful life, he called out as he waved goodbye. The protein myth has been effectively busted, and we've already looked at iron, calcium, and omega-3 fatty acids. But there were still a few other nutrients, particularly the ones Han mentioned, that people use as a reason not to go plant-based. References to vitamin B12 have popped up regularly. Vegan moms must have it while pregnant and breastfeeding, and the Adventists and Dr. Esselstyn include it in their plant-based regimen. This vitamin helps convert nutrients into energy, assists in creating DNA, and sustains the protective coverings around nerves. In Becoming Vegan, dietitians Brenda Davis and Visanto Molina write, lack of vitamin B12 is responsible for the lion's share of bad press that vegan diets receive. So, what's the deal with this nutritional hole in a plant-based diet? The only vitamin you cannot get from plants is B12, Dr. Greger told us. It's not made by plants or animals. It's made by bacteria. Unless you're eating bacteria-contaminated foods on a regular basis, the healthiest, cheapest source is B12 fortified food. A lot of cereals and non-dairy milks are B12 fortified, or a supplement. Don't get it from bugs, dirt, and feces like the other primates, and don't get it from meat, dairy, or eggs. Animals eat dirt and feces, and then it diffuses into their flesh and secretions. B12 deficiency isn't a plant-based problem, though. Almost 2/5 of the American population could have marginal B12 levels, even those eating animal products. Becoming Vegan suggests a daily B12 supplement of at least 25 micrograms, mcg. Some experts recommend as much as 250 micrograms daily for adults up to age 65, and 500 to 1,000 micrograms for seniors. To get just 47 micrograms of B12 from eggs, you'd have to eat 200 to 400 eggs a day. I'll take the B12 supplement, thanks. And vitamin D? It's a hormone created by your body when you're exposed to sunlight, said Dr. Greger. You can get all the vitamin D you need from sunshine or a supplement. As with B12, vegans and non-vegans alike suffer from vitamin D deficiency. There are a few plant sources like mushrooms and tofu, while animal sources include egg yolks, fatty fish, beef liver, and dairy. It's safer and more effective to take a supplement, or to get out in the sun. When shopping for supplements, you'll find D2 and D3. Generally, D2 is from plants, and D3 is from fish skin or lanolin, a waxy secretion of sheep glands. But there are also vegan D3 supplements from lichen. Both D2 and D3 are effective, though you might need a little more D2 to get the same concentration as D3. I say go for vegan D3. When he was 39, Rich Roll was walking up the stairs in his house when he buckled over halfway chest tight and covered in a cold sweat. He thought he was dying. From that moment, I decided I was going to change how I ate, how I moved my body, and the stress levels in my life, Roll told Keegan and me. That's what propelled me towards a 100% whole foods, plant-based diet. Roll, until the age of 39, lived on junk food, nachos, pizza, fried chicken. He carried a 50-pound spare tire of fat around his midsection. He was lethargic and depressed. This is how you're supposed to feel in middle age, he told himself. Today, at the age of 54, Roll is a celebrated plant-powered ultra-endurance athlete. In 2010, 5 years after Roll became vegan, his friend, Jason Lester, a disabled plant-based athlete with only one functional arm, concocted a physical endurance challenge that had never been done before. He called Roll up and invited him along. He called it Epic 5, said Roll. It was 5 Ironmans on 5 Hawaiian islands in 5 days. I said, knock yourself out. But then I started thinking about all the amazing things that human beings have done in the world of endurance. No one had done this, and I knew I had to attempt it. What exactly is an Ironman? I asked. An Ironman is widely considered the ultimate test of human endurance. It's a 2.4-mile swim, followed by a 112-mile bike ride, then a 26.2-mile marathon immediately afterwards. We did 5 of those in a row in a little under a week. I was 44. I gawked. You almost die? No, Roll laughed. Didn't die. You should try it. I don't know about that. Roll has gone on quite a journey since he was unable to climb the stairs to his bedroom. He told Keegan and me his story. I actually didn't want the plant-based diet to work, so I could happily go back to eating cheeseburgers, he said. But within 7 to 10 days of eating nothing but plants close to their natural state, I experienced a monumental resurgence in my vitality and energy levels. I couldn't remember feeling that good since I was a young child. I had so much energy I was compelled to start exercising again for the first time in many, many years. I had abused myself with drugs, alcohol, junk food, a high-stress job. But in a very short time, after adopting a whole food, plant-based diet, my vitality returned. I lost weight, my skin cleared up, I slept better, my mental acuity improved. My initial goals were simple, Roll recalled. I wanted to lose weight and have the energy to enjoy my children. That was it. After 4 months of eating plant-based, I went out one day for a run. My goal was 45 minutes. I ended up running 24 miles that day. I'd never done anything like that in my life. I'm not some crazy gifted athlete. I was a bench warmer at Stanford. But through a rigorous training program and a plant-based diet, I was able to do things I never thought possible. After that 24-mile run, I wanted to test the outer limits of what I was capable of. Ultraman, this crazy double 3-day Ironman race, seemed at that point to be the most frightening and ultimate answer to that question. I was 42 when I did my first Ultraman. My only goal was, don't die. I finished 11th overall. I asked Roll about his recovery time. As an athlete, the holy grail is recovery, he said. You get faster and stronger between your training sessions. If you can speed up your body's ability to repair itself, you can train harder, longer, and further with less likelihood of overtraining or becoming sick or injured. When you extend that over time, it translates into tremendous performance gains. Eating plant-based is a great way to expedite your recovery. Did people ever say you couldn't be a real athlete while eating a vegan diet? Keegan asked. Oh, all the time, Roll said. Our culture has this entrenched, outdated idea that you cannot perform as an athlete without eating animal products. When I was training on a plant-based diet, people said I was crazy. All I can tell you is that I have the energy and strength of somebody in their early 20s. I'm 54 years old. What would you say to someone contemplating the change? I asked. There's sometimes a period of getting over cravings. People think they can't live without cheese, steak, fish, whatever, but you can. Once you get to the other side, you're free. I know a lot about addiction, Roll mused. I went to rehab for alcoholism. This is something I understand deeply. Food addiction is real. If somebody like me who has a profound problem with addiction can break free of the chains that kept me eating foods that I knew were killing me and embrace this lifestyle, I love the nutrient-dense foods that make me feel amazing. If I can do that, I know that anybody can. What does breaking free of food addiction feel like? I asked. Completely liberated. Quitting dairy was the hardest. I couldn't go a day without cheese. You've got to weather that storm. You've got to get to the other side. Put enough distance between you and those foods in order to break free. People ask me, what's wrong with moderation? Well, if I ate cheese occasionally, I'd just walk around wondering when I was going to get the cheese. Now I don't even think about it. I can't be moderate with drugs and alcohol, and I can't be moderate with food. That doesn't mean my lifestyle is bland. My life exploded into this incredible experience. Your taste buds come alive. You start to crave these foods that make you feel good. You want to feel strong and healthy all the time, and that supports your enthusiasm for taking it to the next level. I smiled. So now, I guess, the famous question, where do you get your protein? Roll stared at me for a split second in disbelief. Then he opened up into a terrific laugh. From plants! A cemetery dating back to the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD was discovered in Ephesus, Turkey in 1993. Almost every person in the cemetery died between the ages of 20 and 30. Many of them had healed wounds, as well as fatal ones. For the first time, an ancient gladiator graveyard had been uncovered. In 2014, European scientists used stable isotope analysis to examine the 1,800-year-old gladiator bones. The analysis revealed that these professional fighters lived on barley, wheat, and beans. There was little or no meat or dairy in their diets. Only 2 of the individuals had higher levels of animal protein. The researchers believe that these 2 were originally from a different area with a different diet. The scientists also discovered that the bones of these ancient warriors were incredibly strong, with very high levels of calcium and strontium, not radioactive strontium-90. Strontium, like calcium, promotes bone health. The gladiator bones contained almost twice as much of these minerals as the bones of non-gladiator Romans from the same era. At first, the researchers were not sure why. Pliny the Elder, the ancient Roman author, writes of a drink, a kind of Gatorade of antiquity, made of ashes that was used by gladiators after fights and training. Plant ash, often mentioned in Roman texts, was used medicinally and as a spice. Although barley is already calcium-rich, the scientists theorized that the high levels of strontium and calcium in the gladiator bones came from a plant ash sports drink, like the one described by Pliny. Nor was the grains and legumes diet an economic decision to feed prisoners of war and slaves, who were often used as gladiators, as cheaply as possible. About 100 years before the existence of the Ephesus cemetery, many free Romans, including upper-class men, knights, and senators, began voluntarily enrolling in gladiator academies, hoping to achieve glory in the arena. Gladiators were the sports heroes of the classical world. Their portraits were seen on public walls. Children played with clay gladiator action figures, and the most popular warriors endorsed commercial products. It all sounds very familiar, except that the ancient Roman nickname for these sports celebrities was hordearii, barley men. Real men did not eat meat. When I watch Timothy Sheaf leap with assurance between tall urban rooftops, or see Laura Hyman press into a handstand before folding her legs, upside down, into a full lotus, I am filled with awe at the potential of the human body. I think of Rich Roll at the age of 44 doing 5 Ironmans in under a week, and his buddy Jason Lester who did them with 1 functional arm. All plant-fueled, optimum performance athletes. Every great athlete is a testament to the human capacity for transformation. Remember that nearly every cell in our bodies is regenerated every 6 to 8 months, using the building blocks of the food we eat. Our bodies have an instinctive intelligence. They want to heal. They want to be strong and free of pain. You can grow a stronger body. You can grow a younger body. What are you truly capable of? Chapter 14. Things Spiral Around. In 1946, the R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company launched a major ad campaign with the centerpiece slogan, "More doctors smoke Camels than any other cigarettes." Print and TV spots featured capable, kindly doctors in white coats puffing on their Camels. Earlier that decade, Reynolds had created a medical relations division, actually part of the company's advertising firm, that directly recruited the help of physicians and researchers to support the faux health claims made in Camel ads. It wasn't hard to do. During the American Medical Association convention in 1947, doctors in the hundreds lined up for free cigarettes. Many people believed that the dangers of smoking depended upon the individual. That myth was very useful to the tobacco industry. As long as the public was convinced that some people could smoke without damaging their health, while unlucky others, for whatever reason, would suffer ill effects, then anti-smoking measures would remain on a private level. But despite powerful marketing forces, science began to fracture the facade. The first major study to link smoking and lung cancer was published in 1950. It was the first rock in an avalanche of scientific literature warning against tobacco use. In 1964, the U.S. Surgeon General released the first federal report based on over 7,000 medical studies, cautioning the American public of the significant connection between smoking, lung cancer, and heart disease. In 1965, 42.4% of adults in the U.S. smoked. By 2016, that number had fallen to 15.5%. And those Camel-loving doctors, their smoking rate plummeted to 3.3%. In the 1960s, public awareness of the connection between cigarettes and fatal preventable disease precipitated a crisis for the tobacco industry. The country was on to them. Something had to be done. In 1969, Brown and Williamson Tobacco Corporation circulated a now famous internal document. Doubt is our product, since it is the best means of competing with the body of fact that exists in the mind of the general public. It is also the means of establishing a controversy. And the tobacco industry has continued to manufacture doubt, even in the face of irrefutable scientific evidence and social stigma. Perhaps more significantly, it has provided a blueprint for other industries wishing to manufacture doubt. If there's enough controversy, people throw up their hands, Dr. Greger said. I'm just going to eat whatever I like. That's what the food industry wants. The strategy is to confuse the public. The animal agriculture industries, like the tobacco industry, know exactly what they're doing, Dr. Barnard said. They know meat and eggs contain saturated fat that affects your blood cholesterol. They know dairy doesn't build strong bones. But they fund research to say, maybe these products aren't so bad, and run enormous ad campaigns. If you can't promote the fact that beef is going to damage your heart health or contribute to cancer, what can you say? Well, it's got a good sizzle. And when the bottom falls out of their North American market, they go overseas. My patients tell me, you say milk fat is bad for me, but these studies say milk fat is good for me. I don't know what to believe, so I'm eating the cheese, Dr. Davis said. If the food industries can get my colleagues to speak against myself and other doctors who are advocating a health-promoting, plant-based diet and make me look extreme, then they've neutralized my message, and that's the goal. Being vegan is extreme, Dr. Greger exclaimed. How about being bisected in half, having your chest cracked open, surgeons taking veins from your legs, rewiring your plumbing, and trying to bypass the problem metaphorically and literally? Former U.S. Surgeon General C. Everett Koop wrote in the foreword to The Cigarette Papers, "During my years as Surgeon General and since, I have often wondered how many people died as a result of the fact that the medical and public health professions were misled by the tobacco industry. I frequently spoke of the sleazy behavior of the tobacco industry in its attempts to discredit legitimate science as part of its overall effort to create controversy and doubt. But although the tobacco companies possess enormous clout with Congress and almost inexhaustible funds for advertising, promotion, and propaganda, the public knows about the deleterious effects of smoking, and most smokers would like to quit, a difficult task because they are addicted." In 1965, a year after the Surgeon General's warning, Congress required warning labels to be put on cigarettes. I thought back to the day I heard that the WHO had declared red meat a carcinogen, launching me on this journey. Even then, I wondered why the Surgeon General hasn't gone after meat. "I think it's a matter of time," Dr. Barnard said. "It took time to show that tobacco was linked to lung cancer, but eventually we could say, tobacco industry, fight all you want. We've got enough evidence now. We're now at the point where we have enough evidence against eating animal products. There's no question that people who avoid animal products are healthier in many ways than those who eat them. It's a matter of time before the government tackles this more seriously. We're already seeing that movement. Every 5 years, the dietary guidelines inch closer to a plant-based diet. In 2011, the meat group was thrown out of My Plate. They've now got a protein group, which could be beans or tofu. There's a dairy group, but to their credit, soy milk is included. It's not perfect, but we're moving along." Dr. Clapper loved the idea of warning labels. "Just as a cigarette package says, this has been shown to increase your chance of lung cancer, packages of meat, dairy, and eggs should clearly state, these products have been scientifically shown to increase your risk of heart attacks, strokes, high blood pressure, diabetes, erectile dysfunction, autoimmune diseases, cancers of various types, and other conditions." When a controversial fact is finally absorbed into public consciousness, a revolution happens. What was heresy becomes self-evident. The earth revolves around the sun. Global warming is driven by human activity. Smoking kills. Animal protein kills. "Think of all those years in which it was considered rude if you told a guest not to smoke in your house," said Dr. Goldhammer. "We put up with that crap for a long time before it became acceptable to say no. Nobody wants a smoker in their house because you're breathing the toxic byproducts of their bad habit. But someone else eating a burger doesn't affect you, does it?" "Diet is not a personal choice," said Dr. McMacken. "I understand how people think it is, but in reality our individual food choices affect our nation, our planet, billions of animals, and they affect us as a human species. Right now, we spend more on health care than any other country in the world," Dr. Davis said. "We're getting bigger and bigger and sicker and sicker. That affects everybody. There's a serious problem with people who say, you do what you want and I do what I want. Leave me alone with my decisions. A healthy person might be eating their vegetables and legumes, living disease-free, but a significant chunk of their tax dollars are going towards the unhealthy people, and that's only going to get worse. I do a lot of weight loss surgery. I love my job because my patients change their lives, but these surgeries are expensive, and the taxpayers are paying for it. I do a lot of Medicare, so that's directly paid for by the government. The more surgeries we do, the more it's going to cost the insurance companies, and the more they're going to increase their premiums. It's wrong to blame the overweight patient. What we need to address is the food system and the politics. My tax dollars fund the agribusinesses that are producing the food that's making us sick. That kills me. Not only are your tax dollars paying for sick people, they're paying for the food that makes them sick. Call it second-hand eating. Of every U.S. federal income tax dollar in 2015, 28.7 cents went to health care. That's the biggest single chunk of the dollar, larger now even than the military, 25.4 cents. Compare that to 3.6 cents for education and 1.6 cents on the environment. Talk about priorities. And yet, for all that healthcare spending, America has the lowest life expectancy among 12 high-income nations and some of the worst health outcomes. The average bypass operation is $70,000 to $200,000 or more, said Dr. Mills. Multiply that by millions, you're breaking the bank. Our healthcare costs are bankrupting the country. Economists Kevin Murphy and Robert Topol estimate that a mere 1% reduction in the country's mortality from cancer is currently worth nearly $500 billion. Reducing all causes of mortality by only 10% would be worth $18.5 trillion. That's just 10%. Remember, chronic diseases are responsible for 70% of deaths. But our current medical system, as we've seen, is built on sickness, not health. It's extremely tempting for medicine to continue doing these procedures for the income, Dr. Esselstyn said. What would really turn the system in the right direction is if we paid physicians for making people healthy. If a patient has a first, second, or third stent, somebody ought to be penalized for not treating the causation of the illness. Dr. Kim Williams made it clear that our motivation as cardiologists ought to be to put ourselves out of business. That is medical leadership with integrity. In some industries, sickness pays the bills, and in others, death is a financially savvy outcome. We presented our True North program to a large labor union interested in making it a covered medical benefit, Dr. Goldhammer told us. There was an actuary who compiles statistics to calculate risks and premiums at the meeting. He said, "Dr. Goldhammer, if we do this program for our members, won't it make them live longer, thereby increasing our retirement costs?" I was startled that people actually think that way. Then one of the union members stood up and said to the actuary, "Listen, little man, remember who you work for. You work for us. Why don't you calculate how much money we're going to save if I come over there and break your neck?" I laughed. It's not really funny. Well, just a little. They voted unanimously to make our program a fully covered benefit, Dr. Goldhammer continued. And we carried out a study showing that, yes, in fact, it's cheaper to make people healthy than treating heart attacks in the hospital or allowing diabetes to lead to a foot amputation. It's in the best interest of self-insured employers to have healthy employees because the employer is paying for the health care, said Dr. Esselstyn. Suppose you, as an employer, never had to worry about your employees having heart disease, bypass operations, stents, or the drugs that accompany them, and none of your employees were diabetic, hypertensive, or obese. Plant-based solutions aren't yet profitable to the medical and pharmaceutical industries, but they could be an incalculable boon to the insurance industry. That's why Kaiser Permanente, one of the country's largest non-profit health plans, began advocating in 2013 for its 17,000 doctors to actively encourage their patients to avoid eating animal products. Kaiser published a booklet called The Plant-Based Diet, steering their 10.6 million members to resources like PCRM and Dr. Greger's nutritionfacts.org. And in a nutritional update for physicians, Plant-Based Diets, which references Drs. Esselstyn, Barnard, Ornish, McDougall, and Campbell, as well as the Adventist Health and EPIC studies, the Permanente Journal writes, "Healthy eating may be best achieved with a plant-based diet, which we define as a regimen that encourages whole, plant-based foods, and discourages meats, dairy products, and eggs, as well as all refined and processed foods. Physicians should consider recommending a plant-based diet to all their patients, especially those with high blood pressure, diabetes, cardiovascular disease, or obesity. Despite the strong body of evidence favoring plant-based diets, including studies showing a willingness of the general public to embrace them, many physicians are not stressing the importance of plant-based diets as a first-line treatment for chronic illness. The purpose of this article is to help physicians understand the potential benefits of a plant-based diet, to the end of working together to create a societal shift toward plant-based nutrition. Too often, physicians ignore the potential benefits of good nutrition and quickly prescribe medications instead of giving patients a chance to correct their disease through healthy eating and active living. The future of healthcare will involve an evolution toward a paradigm where the prevention and treatment of disease is centered not on a pill or a surgical procedure, but on another serving of fruits and vegetables. Boom! From an insurance industry giant. They want the people they cover to stay healthy because that saves Kaiser Permanente money. If the science showed that salmon and chicken breasts promoted health, Kaiser Permanente would be pushing that diet. It is all about money. The transformation is happening, Dr. Kim Williams said. Look at the variety of meat, cheese, and dairy substitutes in the stores, the egg replacers. Look at the increasing numbers of vegetarian and vegan restaurants. There must be a market for them, and the market is growing. The Los Angeles Times reported in 2015 that 47% of Americans are willing to be vegetarian or vegan part of the time. In fact, the vegan food market is one of the fastest-growing segments of the food industry today, appealing not only to vegans, but also to vegetarians, flexitarians, and reducitarians, meat eaters consciously cutting back on animal consumption, usually because of health concerns. The Global Food and Drink Trends 2016 report, published by a world leader in market analysis, stated, "Veggie burgers and non-dairy milks appeal to the everyday consumer, foreshadowing a profoundly changed marketplace in which what was formerly alternative could take over the mainstream." "What food manufacturers want is your money," said Dr. Goldhammer. "Spend your money only on the things you support. Even big box stores now carry organic products. Is it because they care about the environment, health, or moral justice? No, it's because they want your money. So tell them what you want with your money, and perhaps we will see things change." And between 2014 and 2017, the numbers of vegans in America exploded by 600%, with 6% of Americans now identifying as vegan. 6% may not seem like much, but consider this. Scientists at Rensselaer University found that when an unshakable belief is held by just 10% of the population, that belief will be adopted by the majority of society. Once that number grows above 10%, the idea spreads like flame, said one of the lead scientists. What was formerly alternative could take over the mainstream. "I don't tell my patients to go vegan," said Dr. Davis. "To me, vegan is a philosophy, and it's not my job to bring ethics into the room with a patient. I didn't get here by being vegan. I got here through health. I practice evidence-based medicine, and the evidence is way on my side." What does Dr. Davis's evidence-based meal plan look like? "I suggest oatmeal and berries for breakfast with ground flax seeds, agave syrup, and shaved almonds. Lunch is a big salad with beans, nuts, and seeds. Snack on an apple or some almonds. Dinner can be a bean, vegetable, grain type meal. My patients come back to me amazed. I've never felt this good in my life. Just the smiles are worth it." "You can't live on kale," Dr. McDougall said sternly. "You'll starve to death. A lot of people try that, and after a few days of living on vegetables, they say, 'I can't do this.' Of course you can't. Nobody can. You have to include whole grains, legumes, bread, pasta, potatoes, sweet potatoes, bean burritos, rice. Now you can do it. If you're on medications for chronic conditions, it's important that you work with your doctor when transitioning to a plant-based diet. The only negative side effect of eating this way is that you may come off your medication faster than you anticipated, your blood pressure drugs, your insulin. So stay in contact with your doctor, Dr. McMacken said. And of course, not all doctors are aware of the benefits. She or he may tell you you need to eat more protein, which reflects a global lack of nutrition training in the medical community. So prepare yourself with credible information. There will be a day in which a lot of doctors start to realize, I myself should probably not be eating this hamburger or steak. Personally, she mused, as a physician who, like most of us, went to medical school to try to heal people, to me, this is true healing. This is the most reward I have ever felt in my medical practice. I never felt this kind of reward when I doled out countless prescriptions and drugs. People keep eating healthy because they feel healthy, said Dr. Greger. Nothing tastes as good as health feels. Try it as an experiment. That's what I tell my patients. You can do anything for a few weeks. They're like, okay, doc, I'll give you 3 weeks. And then they're hooked on health. Not only are all their lab numbers great, but they feel better. Once they get a taste of that, they think, maybe I'll try this a little longer. Years later, they're still living healthy and feeling great. They've reversed their disease. I hardly see them anymore. Give it a try. People can wrap their heads around giving it a try. For people taking their first plant-based steps, I thought it would be inspiring to hear the personal stories of the doctors we've gotten to know. I brought cattle to slaughter when I was a kid, said Dr. Barnard, leaning back in his chair. They were scared. You hang them up by their leg and slit their throats. It takes a while to wake up to it. I don't know why it took me so long. I've been vegan since 1984. I'm still alive. Before I went to medical school, I worked as an autopsy assistant in a hospital morgue. One day, a guy died of a massive heart attack. The pathologist took the ribs off the chest and showed me all the atherosclerotic disease in the body. His scissors went crunch, crunch, crunch through the coronary arteries. The main arteries to the brain were nearly closed off by plaque. He wrote up his findings and left the room. I replaced the section of ribs that had been removed, sewed up the skin, cleaned up and put the body back in the cooler. Then I went to the cafeteria for lunch. I lifted the lid off my plate, and an overturned chicken breast with ribs looking exactly like the chest I'd just closed looked up at me. I couldn't eat it, because it was like a dead body. Then I realized it is a dead body. I've been vegan since 2003, Dr. Kim Williams told us. The day I saw my LDL bad cholesterol was extremely high, I went vegan and never looked back. My LDL levels went from 170 to 90 in 6 weeks by changing my diet. But many people take long years to change, and I'm sympathetic about that. My whole life before 35, I swear I never ate a vegetable except for a slice of tomato on a burger. Dr. Davis laughed. I failed the life insurance policy test. I had a fatty liver even though I don't drink. My cholesterol was through the roof and I was hypertensive. A doctor friend said, "No big deal, here are a few pills." I took them, but I knew where it would lead. When I began feeling sicker, I started studying plant-based diets. I began pesco-vegetarian, but as I told you, my mercury was sky high. I cut the fish, my cholesterol levels were coming down, and I felt so good I thought, what if I went vegan? That's when I really started feeling fantastic. The better I felt, the more I wanted to move. I see this in my patients all the time. I started challenging myself. Maybe a 5K, maybe a 10K, then triathlons. What about an Ironman? There's no way I can do an Ironman. And then I did it. I am stronger and faster every year, and I blame that on a plant-based diet. Dr. Davis also told us about the transformation of some of his patients. One of my patients was too obese for weight loss surgery. She lost over 200 pounds on a plant-based diet. There's another man I know, morbidly obese, and he tried a plant-based diet. He's now faster than me in marathons. These stories are everywhere, and they're growing in number. This is almost like a new medical field in which you can cure disease. Dr. Mills told us another incredible story. I had one patient who, when I started seeing her, had been living with terrible diabetes for 17 years. In the morning, she'd have to sit on the side of her bed for 15 minutes before her vision would clear and her legs would stop cramping, and she could summon up the energy to go about her daily life, such as it was. He paused. I'm sorry, it's hard for me to talk about her without becoming emotional. She became vegan, and within 3 months, she was off all her diabetes medications. She was off 2 out of 3 of her blood pressure meds. Over the next 6 months, she lost 65 pounds and was walking a mile a day. She went back to work, all because she changed her diet. Something like that is an authentic, bona fide miracle, but it is a miracle accessible to anybody if they're willing to change. Michael Abdallah, Jane Chapman, and Amy Resnick, all of whom we met earlier as they struggled with diabetes, severe osteoarthritis, and an impending heart attack, decided to work with the True North Center in an attempt to regain their health, using water and juice fasting, as well as a whole foods, plant-based diet. In many ways, they felt they had nothing to lose. Keegan and I took a trip to True North to see how they were doing. The first person we saw was Jane Chapman. I didn't recognize her at first. Instead of an old lady hunched over a walker, I saw a woman strolling on her own with ease and lightness. Whoa, what are you doing? I couldn't believe this was the same woman I had met a few months ago. Jane beamed. Yeah, look at this. She spread her arms out and did a little twirl. You're not using your walker? Don't need that anymore. I've been here for 50 days. Cleaning out the body has been a life changer. Jane told us about her process at True North. I came here with a bucket of 28 meds and supplements that I'd been ordered to take. My doctor here at True North put together a check sheet for how to taper off the medications. There were many I was able to cut out right away, and I didn't feel any different. I thought, what was I doing taking all that stuff? After being at True North for 2 weeks and changing my diet, I was off all my medicines. I don't anticipate needing them again. I could tell even from the first 2 weeks of eating a whole foods, plant-based diet that the inflammation was draining out of my body. I wasn't as achy. I could move better. So far, I've lost 38.8 pounds since I got here, and maybe another 20 before I go. After getting off her medications, the doctors at True North started Jane on a water fast, which was then followed by a carefully monitored reintroduction of juice, steamed vegetables, and eventually different foods. When you go home, I asked her, will you be able to stick to a plant-based diet? I believe I will, yes. I will have to embrace some changes, but considering the alternatives, it's worth it. Now when I visit my grandchildren, I can get on the floor and play with them. This is a dream come true. There is going to be more life. Michael Abdallah came to True North Health Center and hasn't eaten meat for 6 months. You look great, I said. How are you feeling? I feel like $1 million after taxes, he laughed. I've cut out all meat. My pills have been cut in half. My insulin has been cut in half. Can I have an amen? When I first told my endocrinologist I was trying a vegan diet, he said, no, this won't work. You've got to have protein. Even doctors don't understand that protein is in everything you eat. But 6 months later, I saw him recently, and he said, go for it, because he saw what a difference it made. I've lost 29 pounds. Now I'm going for the moon. I'm going to get off all animal products. Like Jane, the thought of having more time with his grandchildren is enormous for Michael. If I'd known grandchildren were this special, I'd have had them before I had kids, he joked. I have 5 grandchildren, They're drop-dead gorgeous. If I talk too much about it, I'll cry, but that's where you want to be. You want to be here with your family. That is everything. You want to help them grow up. My ugly face is going to be around to see them graduate high school and college. I'm a hard-headed, stubborn Lebanese, and I'm going to be here whatever it takes. Can I get an amen, brother? Amen. The last time we talked with Amy Resnick, she was on track for a heart attack within 30 days. She was exhausted all the time and unable to breathe properly. But when we saw her again, she was glowing. She had been at the center for 2 weeks on a juice fast and a plant-based diet. She greeted us with a big smile. In only 2 weeks, I don't have to take any more asthma medication. My breathing is normal. Don't have to take any heart medication. My pulse is normal. No pain medication. And I'm completely off all my anxiety medication. In only 2 weeks. It's crazy. How do you feel? I asked her. I feel exhilarated. And I have tools for health now. A plant-based diet free of salt, oil, and sugar. I was suffering for so long, and there was such an easy answer. I lost 29 pounds in 2 weeks. I'm walking 1 to 3 miles a day. I'm healing from the inside. I came here as a last-ditch effort to get my life back. At first I thought it's a little wacky, juice fasting and being vegan. But it works. Not eating egg salad is a small price to pay. I don't have to be on medication. I have energy. I'm happy. I'm happy. I didn't realize how bad things had gotten. You don't realize until you're out of it. I don't want to end up like my parents, not being able to move in their old age, dependent on all these medications. My life has changed. It's so easy and so doable to be healthy. I feel so blessed. I'm hoping I can be a role model for others and not be pushy about it, because everyone's going to do it in their own time. But thank God, my time is now. Her voice shook and she stopped, fighting back a sob. I had no words. This woman had her life back. I stepped forward to give her a hug. She beamed at me through her tears. Thanks. Sometimes I hear people ask, will being vegan make me live forever? As though immortality were the true measure of health. But there is the length of your life to consider, and there is the quality of your life. You're not going to live forever no matter what you do, Dr. Barnard said. But if you continue to eat the standard American diet, you could be overweight by age 30, with high blood pressure and developing diabetes. Your life is in a state of decline year after year. Finally, your candle is snuffed out when you're 65 or 75. That's not the life you want. You want to eat foods that keep you maximally healthy all life long. And when the end comes, it's quick. For me, who knows, maybe I'll die at age 120 in the Formula One race in Monaco in a flaming inferno as my car hits the wall. He laughed. But the bottom line is, while we're alive, let's be alive. I looked back at the world's blue zones, containing the most long-lived cultures on the planet, with more people reaching the age of 100 and healthy than anywhere else. Ellsworth Wareham, an Adventist vegan from Loma Linda, turned 103 in 2017. He retired at age 96 as a heart surgeon. In retirement, he still drives and walks without a cane. He has no problems with his joints or his balance. Even if you were only to live to the age of 80, what a gift to have a healthy last decade of life. People dread old age, anticipating time in nursing homes and wheelchairs, in and out of the hospital. But what if we could prevent the chronic diseases that destroy the quality of life in our last 10 to 20 years and compress it all to the very end? While we're alive, let's be alive. It is within our power. Dying from old age may be a myth. 42,000 autopsies of people who lived past 100 showed that in every single case, disease was the cause of death. Not one died from old age. Old age is not a disease. A disease is a condition that prevents our bodies and minds from functioning normally. Normal function means health. And the human body strives for health. It knows how to do it if we let it. There's a tremendous healing force within each one of us. One of the most amazing things I learned in medical school is that within 10 to 15 years of quitting smoking, your lung cancer risk approaches that of a lifelong non-smoker, said Dr. Greger. Isn't that amazing? Every morning of our smoking life, that healing process had started until, wham, the first cigarette of the day. Re-damaging our lungs with every puff, just as we re-damage our arteries with every bite. The miracle cure is to stop re-injuring ourselves 3 times a day and let our bodies bring us back towards health. When I was in medical school, I thought diseases were one-way streets, said Barnard. I thought diabetes couldn't get better. For heart attacks, it was surgery or nothing. Alzheimer's, nothing we could do. But now, to discover that we have an answer, and the answer is as close as the food on our plate, that is miraculous. Sick people come in here, and I've got something to change their lives. I only wish I could turn back the clock and give that answer to my dad and my grandpa, and so many others who have paid with their lives for this lack of knowledge. I thought of my own dad, my own grandpa. There's this sense that everything's okay in moderation, said Dr. McMacken. But we haven't seen that moderation works. I challenge anyone to show me that eating meat and eggs in moderation will actually arrest and reverse any disease. There's a chance you might be able to stay stable, but most of us in clinical practice see patients getting worse. We see people getting on more and more medications. If the best we can hope for is staying stable, well, that's not really a great goal. On the other hand, we know for certain that you can turn things around and feel a lot better, and most people can come off medications when they eat foods that don't interfere with their body's natural ability to heal itself. We are on the cusp of what can truly be a seismic revolution in health, said Dr. Esselstyn. It's never going to occur because of another pill or operation. That revolution will occur when we in the healing profession have the grit and the determination to share the nutritional literacy that will empower the public to absolutely destroy this common, chronic, killing disease. This evolution is going to happen despite the major health organizations, the government, and the lobbying groups, Dr. Clapper said. The public will lead on this one. The only way we will change the heads of our state is when we change the state of our heads. Americans are slowly changing the state of their heads as the truth gets out, but government is going to be the last to act. They will do that only when the public demands it. It's up to each of us to make our own decisions as to what to eat and how to live, but we should make those choices consciously, Dr. Greger said. We have to be educated about the predictable consequences of our actions. As long as people understand the benefits and risks, they can make up their minds for themselves and their families. People can't be blamed for eating unhealthy if they didn't know it was unhealthy. What did they get taught in school? Have 3 servings of dairy a day. That's what their teachers taught them because that's what the Dairy Council sent the teachers. The answer is to educate people so they know that the power is in their hands to prevent, treat, and reverse chronic disease. Personal responsibility comes from knowledge. I began this journey worried about my own health, but my understanding of health has expanded to include my family, friends, community, country, and the planet we live on. Just as the current food, medical, and pharmaceutical industries are woven together, there is another convergence emerging, and this one is for the good. All injustices and fights against injustice are linked together. We become stronger when we can finally see those links. One of my favorite interviews that Keegan and I did was in the tiny town of Warsaw, North Carolina. There, we met with Renee Miller, a tall African-American woman in her mid-60s. Just down the road from Miller's house is an industrial pig operation. We stood on her narrow green lawn as she pointed to a field directly across the road from her front door. "The hog house is where that sprayer come from," she said. "They spray to my house." The sprayer is also known as a manure cannon. It blasts a pig feces urine slurry into a mist and flings it high over the fields. It wasn't turned on that afternoon. "If he'd be spraying right now, it'd be shooting right here in the yard, all in you all face. It'd smell worse than a decomposed dead body." Miller told us how the winds would sometimes bring the liquefied feces down on her property like rain. She stopped hanging laundry outside because it would get drenched with manure water. Her neighborhood is riddled with cancer and asthma. "I don't eat pork because I know where it come from," Miller said. "They put the dead hogs in hog boxes by the road, the sick ones, the ones they can't sell. They stay in there in the heat all day. They swell up and they burst. A truck takes them to the processing plant in Rose Hill, grind them up and feed them back to the hogs and cows. See, that's what you eat. Here, I'll show you. We can walk down to my family's graveyard, too." We walked down the asphalt. I soon began to smell something awful. Down the road were two large gray containers, bloody fluid pooled under one. Both were piled high with large, decomposing pigs. Their legs stuck stiffly over the sides. Flies swarmed. A turkey vulture perched on a snout and pecked at a pig's swollen eye. "These ones ain't burst yet," Miller said in a muffled voice, holding her hand over her face. I pulled my t-shirt up over my nose. We walked on to her family's cemetery. The crooked white crosses didn't even come up to my knees. "This is all my family," Miller said. "My uncle, my brother, my sister, my nephew, my niece. Heart attack. All her artery was clogged. She loved pork. Her heart burst." Back in 1977, over 40 years ago, Democratic Senator George McGovern of South Dakota released the dietary goals for the United States, the first comprehensive statement ever made by the U.S. government on the risk factors of the American diet. McGovern hoped the dietary goals would perform a function similar to that of the Surgeon General's report on smoking. "The purpose of this report," he wrote in the foreword, "is to point out that the eating patterns of this century represent as critical a public health concern as any now before us." The McGovern report urged Americans to decrease consumption of meat and decrease consumption of butter fat, dairy fat, eggs, and other high cholesterol sources. The meat, egg, and dairy industries went berserk. These industries mercilessly snuffed out, for the moment, McGovern's attempt to tell the truth, just as other powerful political forces snuffed out his attempts to bring justice to a war-ravaged nation. McGovern lived until he was 90. He celebrated his 88th birthday by skydiving. I guess he took his own dietary advice. He considered his 1972 acceptance address for the Democratic presidential nomination the best speech of his life. "And this is the time to stand for those things that are close to the American spirit. We are not content with things as they are. We reject the view of those who say, 'America, love it or leave it.' We reply, 'Let us change it so we may love it the more.' And this is the time." The Democratic National Convention was in complete chaos that year, and McGovern couldn't give his speech until 3 a.m. Most TV viewers had gone to bed. This was way before YouTube or widely available VCRs. Very, very few Americans ever heard his great speech. McGovern lost the election, of course, to Richard Nixon, and the country took a very different path than it might have. But things spiral around. We stand now at another threshold in history. There is a health revolution brewing in the country. A groundswell of awareness is surfacing, and people are feeling the change before they can articulate it. We know there is something terribly broken about the industrial food, medical, and pharmaceutical systems, but most people don't know what it is. You have a little more knowledge now. Use that knowledge. Turn it into power. The power of the individual means that you, yes, you listening to this book right now, can directly take back control from the industries who feed on your sickness, the sickness of your loved ones, or the sickness you will develop from their products. You can do this every single time you make a decision in the grocery store, a restaurant, or your kitchen. How soon will this become public knowledge? More and more people are joining the movement. How soon will it be important enough for us to take action? As Renee Miller walked us back up the burning asphalt road from her family's graveyard, past the boxes of putrefying corpses, she told us, "I'm taking a risk by talking to you because I feel I can make a difference. If nobody don't stand with you, you stand by yourself. There's a risk that something could happen to me, but I don't think like that." "What do you think like?" I asked her. She smiled her radiant, beautiful smile and turned to me. "I think I'm going to be all right. I'm doing it for my family. It's not all about me. I'm doing it for the whole community because we are all related. Everybody way down this block know Renee. Some of them looks at me funny, but I hold my head up because I believe in this. Where there's a will, there is a way. And I believe that. Maybe I can't figure it out, but somebody can. You might can figure it out. You go tell people. Somebody going to make a difference." We are not content with things as they are. Let us change our lives so we may love them the more. Things spiral around. And this is the time. Top Secret. If you've seen the documentary, What the Health, and if you haven't, what are you waiting for? Then you know that personal health is just the first layer of a very complex issue. When you start to peel those layers away, you discover that there is an intricate political, financial, and corporate apparatus in place to keep the American public from seeing the connections between the industrial food, medical, and pharmaceutical systems and the illnesses that we suffer from. So here's what I want you to do. Visit www.whatthehealthfilm.com to peel those layers away. And if you have seen What the Health, you still need to visit. There's way more here than we could fit into the film. There are some things you just need to know. Secret 1. A post-antibiotic era. We are barreling toward a post-antibiotic era, which means an end to modern medicine as we know it. Common infections will no longer respond to medical treatment, and strep throat or a child's scratched knee could once again kill. Our last resort drugs are failing us right now. The reason? 80% of antibiotics used in this country are fed to livestock. The animals we eat are pumped full of drugs from birth until slaughter in order to survive the horrific conditions on factory farms. These drugs, along with tumors, cancers, and abscesses, all make it past the USDA slaughterhouse inspectors to our dinner plates. Read more at www.whatthehealthfilm.com/secret1. Secret 2. A civil rights issue. Journey with us to poor communities of color where pigs outnumber people and manure cannons from factory farms blast a feces urine slurry that rains down on homes. Come into the inner city where the vestiges of slavery, slaves were given the plantation trash to eat, are still on the menu. And then into the wider society where our addiction to killer foods is enhanced by laboratories until our brains moan more as dietary fat stimulates floods of dopamine through our neural circuitry. The addict craves the addictive substance, loses self-control over the addictive substance, and continues to use the addictive substance in spite of severe consequences. Hello, my name is America, and I am an addict. Read more at www.whatthehealthfilm.com/secret2. Secret 3. Hens in the Fox Den. Government agencies like the USDA, tasked with the explicit mission of protecting our health, are running massive advertising campaigns. Pork, the other white meat. Got milk? To peddle the most damaging food substances to American citizens. A subterranean river of money in the millions and billions flows between the animal agriculture industry and our government. Our illnesses and addiction to what makes us ill generates revenue for corporations and reliable funding for our government officials, who put laws into place to protect industry interests. The American public has been turned into a money-making commodity just as surely as the animals in factory farms. Read more at www.whatthehealthfilm.com/secret3. Secret 4. Farm to table to farm. There's a joke. During a clinical drug trial, there are two possible disasters. The first is if you kill people. The second is if you cure them. Bump. The best drugs, from Big Pharma's perspective, are those that people must take for a lifetime. And as pharmaceutical executives have testified before Congress, the greater the desperation, the higher the price of the drug. Yet more than 90% of drugs only work in 30 to 50% of people. This creates a bit of a PR problem for the industry. They solve this by pouring far more money into marketing than research, sometimes over twice as much, and enlisting teams of scientists and doctors to generate scientific studies that prove how effective and safe their drugs are. Read more at www.whatthehealthfilm.com/secret4. Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. Nelson Mandela. This has been an Audible Studios production of What the Health? The startling truth behind the foods we eat, plus 50 plant-rich recipes to get you feeling your best. Written by Kip Andersen and Keegan Kuhn, with Eunice Wong. Performed by Graham Halstead. Executive producers Laura Gachko and Mike Charzuk. Producer Chris Sacco. Copyright 2018 by Kip Andersen and Keegan Kuhn. Sound recording copyright 2019 by Audible Inc. Audible Studios is a division of Audible Inc.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.